L'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Les députés, alors,
Order.
députés savent que
The members know that many of their fellow citizens are affected by the flooding occurring in several parts of the country. Our thoughts, of course, go out to the victims of these disasters.
Many residents of the National Capital Region are affected, directly or indirectly. As a result, and due to the measures taken by the local authorities, many of our staff will not be able to come to work today. The House administration will thus be operating with reduced staff. Every effort will be made to reduce the impacts on normal operations, but members may notice the effects of this unusual situation. Obviously, this will not affect the operations of the House and its committees, which will operate as normal. Je remercie les députés.
I thank the members for their understanding, and on behalf of the House, I wish the best of luck to those who are battling the floodwaters.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Comme il est 11h05, la Chambre...
As it is 11:05, the House will now move on to private members' business according to the order indicated today.
Second reading of Bill C-338, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, punishment, standing in the name of Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya, seconded by Ms. MacLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou moves that Bill C-338, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, punishment, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address a serious issue that is destroying the lives and causing thousands of deaths in Canada each year. The importing and exporting of dangerous drugs and substances is a serious threat to Canadians. While the Liberal government has taken some constructive steps to combat the threat posed by the trafficking of lethal drugs and substances, little has been done to deter or the punishment criminals. Mr. Speaker, I therefore have introduced Bill C-338, which would amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act in order to increase sentences for offences related to the importing and exporting of controlled drugs and substances. Bill C-338 indicate that if the subject matter of the offences is substance including in Schedule 1 in an amount that is not more than 1 kilogram, or in Schedule 2 is guilty of an indictable offences and liable for the imprisonment of life and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 2 years. The proposed bill also specifies that if the subject matter of the offences is a substances including in Schedule 1 in an amount that is more than 1 kilogram is guilty of indictable offences and liable for imprisonment for life, and a minimum punishment for imprisonment for the term of 3 years. At present, minimum sentence is standard at 1 year for less than 1 kilogram and 2 years for more than 1 kilogram. This is unacceptable. Such light punishment does not deter drug traffickers from continuing to import and export and profit at the expense of society's most vulnerable. The reality is that criminals who import and export deadly drugs and substances are responsible for thousands of lost lives. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families expect safe and healthy communities in which to raise their children. Canadians are especially concerned about the crime, which is why our Conservative government introduced and passed over 30 measures aiming at strengthening our justice system and standing up for the victims and keeping our streets safe. We also specifically targeted gangs and the other criminal organizations by introducing tougher sentences for drug traffickers who exploit the addictions of others for personal profit. Canadians lose faith in the criminal justice system when they feel that the punishment does not fit the crime. Elected representatives can and should provide guidance on sentencing to reflect the view of all Canadians. Conservatives make no apologies for strengthening penalties for drug traffickers or other crimes. All parliamentarians must ensure that sentencing still reflect Canadians' desire to get tough on drug dealers and other criminals. Over the past 5 years, we have seen a deeply disturbing spike in overdoses involving the synthetic opiate painkiller fentanyl. It is so strong that exposed to a microgram is often fatal. Just to put that into perspective, a microgram is what would get you if you took a standard 400 milligram pill of ibuprofen and cut into 4,000 pieces. 4,000 pieces, that tiny, tiny grain of drug may kill you if you come in contact with it. Prescription-grade fentanyl is up to 100 times more toxic than morphine. It is often used as the last resort painkiller to treat the terminally ill cancer patient. It is especially dangerous if you have never been exposed to opiate before. In Canada, drug dealers can order the illegal substances from their drug production online from overseas suppliers, many of whom will guarantee reshipment in event that the package is intercepted. The drug is then produced in basement labs and kitchens, but in such condition that it is impossible to predict the strength of each dose. Earlier this year, in my riding of Markham-Unionville, a drug lab was discovered in the heart of upper middle-class residential neighborhood, forcing residents to evacuate their homes. For people who are looking to abuse the drug, fentanyl creates a blissful feeling similar to heroin, but during the overdose, it shuts down the area of the brain that controls breathing. This generally results in brain damage or death. Many people, in fact, end up taking fentanyl accidentally. Drug producers are lacing other drugs with fentanyl, and the users have no idea that what they are buying will kill them. And unsuspecting drug dealers might buy what they think is OxyContin, but it is actual fentanyl. Or a young student that may be experimenting a party may end up an overdose of fentanyl. The user isn't expecting the difficulty breathing and slowed heartbeat. It is not hard for drug addicts and junkies who are victims of this epidemic. It is regular people. It is Jack Bodie, a 17 years old Vancouverite who died in park after taking fake OxyContin pill with his younger friend. It is 33 years old Simon Kulich from Vancouver who was found dead in hallway of a residential building and whose mother received the news when the police showed up on her doorstep 2 days later. It is 9-month-old baby in Winnipeg who was rushed to hospital by paramedic after being exposed to residue of the opiate in his parents' home. From coast to coast to coast, no community in any member's riding is immune to this epidemic. According to the Ontario Drug Policy Research Network, in Ontario in 2015, 734 people died of an opiate-related causes. averaging 2 people every day. This number totaled far more than the 480 people died with the motor vehicle accident in 2014. Over 80% of all opioid-related deaths in 2015 were accidental. Almost 60% of accidental deaths occurred among the youth and the younger adults, the age of 15 to 44 years. Fentanyl use increased by 548% between 2006 to 2015 and is now the opiate most commonly involved in opioid-related deaths. British Columbia and Alberta have been hit the hardest. According to the BC Coroner Services, illicit drug overdoses claimed the lives of 922 people in BC in 2016, making it the deadliest overdose year on record and representing an increase of 80% from the previous year. In BC, there were 139 illicit drug overdose deaths with fentanyl detected from January through February 2017. This is 90% increase over the number of deaths, 73 occurred during the same period in 2016. From January to February 2017, fentanyl was detected in 61% of illicit drug overdose deaths, 139 of 227. Vancouver Coastal Health Authority had the highest number of 48 illicit drug overdoses deaths with fentanyl detected from January through February 2017, followed by Fraser Health, 39, and Vancouver Island Health, 29, in the health service delivery area with the most fentanyl detected illicit drug overdoses deaths from January through February 2017 were Vancouver with 43, Fraser South with 24, and Okanagan with 15. Thank you. When looking at individual township over the same time period, the highest number of deaths were seen in Vancouver, Surrey, and Victoria. A review of toxicological finding of 325 fentanyl detected illicit drug overdose deaths in 2016 was conducted. 96% of these deaths, at least one substance other than fentanyl was detected. The other most frequently detected drugs leading to the death were cocaine, methamphetamines, amphetamines, and heroin. Parliamentary data in January 2017 suggested that proportion of illicit drug overdose death with fentanyl detected alone or in combination with other drugs approximately 61%. According to Alberta Health, 343 people died from fentanyl overdoses in 2016 in Alberta. The province showed 33% increase in the rate of overdose death linked to the drugs from 2015, and the dizzying 110% rise from just 2 years ago. Calgary saw the lion's share of the death toll with 149 deaths in 2016. Of those 343 deaths, 22 were linked to carfentanil, an opiate 100 times more powerful than fentanyl, Mr. Speaker. Alberta's fatality number have reached the level of BC, but the toll has been devastating, climbing 717 lives since 2014, 261 of these in Calgary, according to the report of Alberta Health. 80% of those who died last year were male, nearly half between the age of 15 to 39. The most fentanyl overdoses. Multiple substances were also involved, primarily cocaine, methamphetamine, and alcohol. Mr. Speaker, I would like to give you more standardized statistics for each province and for each year, but this epidemic has exploded so quickly that many provinces have not yet got a system for organizing information. It has been called a Canada-wide disaster. In Ottawa, the director of city's drug treatment program has stated that fentanyl being sold on the street is too strong, Mr. Speaker, to treat with the overdose antidote kits. In April last year, Ottawa Hospital reported 15 fentanyl overdoses over the period of 72 hours. But, Mr. Speaker, there are other new synthetic opiate painkillers similar to fentanyl on the street. W18 is similar to fentanyl, but 100 times as toxic. It is 10,000 times stronger than morphine. In 2015, it was detected in 3 drug seizures, but in 2016, it was detected in 30 drug seizures. I truly understand the need for the robust prevention of treatment option for addicts, but you can't rehabilitate dead people. The criminals who import and export deadly drugs and substances do not care about the effects they are having on the people's lives. They do not care if they will be responsible for the deaths of many Canadians. They are not deterred by the current punishment for the crime they are committing. What they know is that they can take $10 bills worth of fentanyl and make $5,000 on the street. As it stands, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act provides inadequate, unintimidating punishment for the criminals who import and export lethal drugs and substances. Those that import and export these drugs and substances must be brought to justice and must face increased mandatory minimum sentences. Our constituents expect us to do more to keep their children and communities safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Markham Unionville for his speech and for bringing this bill forward. As a resident of British Columbia, specifically on Vancouver Island, I need only look across the water to see how bad the fentanyl crisis is in Vancouver. And indeed, when I direct my comments to the government side, if we had an infectious disease killing at the rate that overdoses are in British Columbia, the government would have mobilized far more resources at a much quicker time frame than has been done. My question, Mr. Speaker, for the members, I'm glad to see that the Conservatives recently joined us to declare the opioid crisis a national health emergency, but when we attempted to move Bill C-37 through the House quickly to actually deal with the problem, they attempted to block it. So I'm just wondering what the members' reasoning for that blocking was.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, one death is far too many. The number of epidemic flew up over the past 5 years. Look at the numbers in BC, 992. It's just we do what we need to do to make sure we put end to this this crisis. Most of these the drugs they're coming from the overseas. We need to do what we need to do to put the end to it, especially for those drug dealers that are making profit on the lives of our Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for bringing this very important piece of legislation forward for discussion. Mr. Speaker, my question for my colleague is as follows. A recent study of the Insight facility in Vancouver found that over 86% of the drugs that are used at that facility are laced with fentanyl, and over 90% of the heroin at that site is laced with fentanyl. And right now, the City of Edmonton and the Albertans that he mentioned in his speech are now being faced with the Edmonton City Council and its infinite wisdom, that's complete sarcasm, is deciding to bring these sites into the downtown core of the City of Edmonton, and knowing that these drugs are going to be laced with the drugs, we see the usage rates between Alberta and BC being virtually the same. I'm wondering if my colleague could comment on whether or not he thinks it's wise for the City of Edmonton to be pursuing this policy when we see the absolute total damage that making drugs more accessible and more readily available is causing to communities.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. Absolutely. City of Edmonton, City of Calgary, City of any city in any country, in any province should be doing what honourable member is suggesting. It is, as I said earlier, the life save is a life save. It's from our conservative side, we will always be on the victim sides. We will always stand for the victims rather than on the criminal side. But on the other side is the other way around. They stand for the they are always stand by the criminals rather than victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And we have time for another question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to again thank the member from Markham Thornhill for his remarks. The question I have of him is as I've read his private member's bill, there's a great focus on punishment. But I'm wondering if he's given any consideration to the issues of prevention, treatment, and harm reduction. Canada has proudly followed a four-pillar strategy in dealing with this health crisis, and yet there seems to be very little in his bill that speaks to the other three pillars. I wonder if he'd like to expand upon that.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, the former police chief, for his question. There are many things we can balance it. It's all about balancing act. It's simple. On this part, it's not hard to see. What we are saying is get those drug dealers. Those are the drug dealers. The Liberal Party has brought in some stuff into the thing that would help. But this is taking the drug dealers out of the street. Mr. Speaker, the former police chief has done this for the 40 years in Metro Police, put those criminals behind bar. I'm hoping we can keep the same thing, asking for 2 years imprisonment for the less than 1 kilogram and 3 years for the over 1 kilogram. It's not much to ask. In my view, some of these guys should be charged for murder rather than sitting them 2 years in jail. It's not much to ask. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Again, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to discuss this morning in the House Bill C-338, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, which proposes to increase mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment for the importation and exportation of certain drugs. Mr. Speaker, the objective of Bill C-338 is to target the importation and exportation of powerful opiates such as fentanyl in Canadian communities, an objective that I think everyone in this House would agree is laudable. The bill proposes to denounce the importation and exportation of these lethal drugs by increasing the mandatory minimum penalty from 1 to 2 years where the quantity of these drugs is less than 1 kilogram and certain aggravating factors are present. In other cases, the mandatory minimum penalty would be increased from 2 to 3 years. The bill also proposes, Mr. Speaker, to increase the mandatory minimum penalty from 1 to 2 years for the importation or exportation of any amount of a Schedule II drug, namely cannabis. Mr. Speaker, as has been already articulated in this House this morning, we find ourselves in the midst of a national health crisis, and this has put the spotlight on the importance of comprehensive and evidence-based Canadian drug policies. Canadian communities are feeling the devastating impacts from the growing number of opioid-related deaths and overdoses. Canadians deserve nothing less than the concerted government action that will have an immediate impact on addressing the influx of opioids in our communities. The policies put in place to respond to this crisis must be informed by performance measurement standards and evidence. These policies must have an immediate impact on reducing the number of these tragic deaths. This is why I'm happy to see that the Government of Canada has instituted a modernized Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy is focused on prevention, treatment, enforcement, and also reinstates harm reduction as a core pillar of Canada's drug policy. The CDSS champions a comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and evidence-based approach to drug policy. In furtherance of this strategy, the Minister of Health introduced Bill C-37, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related amendments to other acts to address the serious and pressing public health issues related to opioids. This legislative response is one important part of the government's comprehensive approach to drug policy in Canada. Bill C-37 proposes, first of all, to simplify and streamline the application process for supervised consumption sites, to clamp down on illegal pill presses, and to extend the authority of border officers to inspect suspicious small packages coming into Canada. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the last point, extending the Canada Border Services Agency's inspection powers is important because one standardized size envelope can contain 30 grams of fentanyl, potent enough to cause 15,000 overdoses. These numbers increase exponentially where the substance in question is carfentanil. In addition, the government has invested over $65 million over 5 years to support the new CDSS and implement its 5-point opioid action plan. This amount is in addition to the $10 million in emergency support that the federal government has provided the province of British Columbia to assist in its response to overwhelming numbers of overdose and opioid-related deaths in that province. The 5-point opioid action plan is focused on increasing public awareness, supporting better prescribing practices, reducing access to opioids in appropriate cases, supporting better treatment options for patients, and improving Canada's data collection and evidence-based base to inform more effective drug policies in the future. Mr. Speaker, that is not all the Government of Canada is doing. In fact, Canada is also working very closely in collaboration with our international partners, such as the United States and China, to address this crisis. Senior law enforcement and border officials are already working together on a regular basis to curb the flow of illegal opioids across international borders. And if I might set an example, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have reached an agreement with China's Ministry of Public Security to enhance operational collaboration, identify key areas of concern, and work towards a more coordinated approach to combat fentanyl trafficking originating from China. Such partnerships are a testament to the reality that this epidemic is a very serious international problem which will require international cooperation to fix. Addressing the roots of the opioid crisis demands a whole-of-society response. And this brings us, Mr. Speaker, to Bill C-338. Although its stated objective is both timely and, I'm certain, well-intentioned, the proposed increase to mandatory minimum penalties is neither likely to contribute to deterring offenders from importing and exporting powerful opiates, nor have any impact on addressing opioid-related deaths across Canada. I am not aware of any evidence suggesting that increased mandatory minimum penalties will be effective in reducing the importation or exportation of these legal drugs, including opiates, into Canada. Although deterrence is a frequently cited argument by supporters of the mandatory minimum penalties, my understanding is that the vast majority of the research in this area shows that these mandatory minimum penalties are ineffective at deterring crime, and in fact, the likelihood of being caught represents the far greater deterrent. In addition to the fact that increasing mandatory minimum penalties is not likely to have a meaningful impact on lowering the number of opioid-related deaths in Canada, Bill C-338's proposal to increase mandatory minimum penalties would also have a number of adverse effects on the proper administration of the criminal justice system, all of which have been well documented here in Canada and abroad. I'm aware of several studies that suggest mandatory minimum penalties actually lead to far fewer guilty pleas, increased litigation, and an increase in the time required to complete cases. Given the Supreme Court of Canada's recent decision in R versus Jordan, we must be mindful of policies that contribute to excessive delays which plague our criminal justice system. In fact, last month, when federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for justice met to discuss priority responses to further reduce delays in the criminal justice system, they unanimously identified mandatory minimum penalties as one area of legislative reform that could help in improving court delays. International research also reveals that the use of mandatory minimum penalties to combat the war on drugs in the United States has resulted in far higher costs associated with the dramatic increase in litigation and the use of imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, I am also concerned about the charter risks associated with increasing mandatory minimum penalties. I'm aware of two recent Supreme Court of Canada decisions that clearly state mandatory minimum penalties, which apply to offences that can be committed in various ways under a broad array of circumstances and by a wide range of people, are constitutionally vulnerable. Based on these rulings, I am concerned that the mandatory minimum penalties proposed in this bill are vulnerable because they could apply to offenders that have committed a crime but for which the proposed mandatory minimum penalty would be unjust. Bill C-338 increased mandatory minimum penalties are not necessary to signal to Canadian judges that these offences should be treated seriously. Canadian judges, in appropriate cases, already exercise their discretion to impose significantly higher sentences in excess of the proposed mandatory minimum penalties. And for example, in the case R versus Cunningham, the Ontario Court of Appeal confirmed that the appropriate sentencing range for first offender drug couriers who smuggle large quantities of cocaine should be in the range of 6 to 8 years imprisonment. In that decision, the court, mindful that many drug couriers are easy prey to commercial drug traffickers, noted that such concerns must give way to the need to protect society from the untold grief and misery occasioned by illicit use of hard drugs. In fact, they increased a 3-year sentence imposed to 5 years imprisonment and stated clearly that it is the responsibility of the courts to warn would-be couriers in no uncertain terms that they will pay a heavy price for choosing to import large quantities of hard drugs for quick personal gain. More recently, the British Columbia Court of Appeal in R versus Smith noted that given the development of a public health crisis surrounding opioids, a higher sentencing range was appropriate for certain trafficking offences in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that the court will impose just sentences based on the facts before them. On the whole, I believe that the approach advanced by the government is the right one. Changes to increase mandatory minimum penalties may seem on its face attractive, but they simply will not work to address the public health emergency. For all of the reasons I have noted, the government will not support Bill C-338. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to add my thoughts and voice to Bill C-338, and I'd like to thank the member from Markham Unionville for this bill. I know that his intentions are good for this particular bill and that he, like all members in this House, is concerned with the rash of overdose deaths that are spiking across the country, especially from fentanyl. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us does nothing to address the phenomenon of drug use and sees fit only to increase the punishment through mandatory minimums to those who are engaged in the import and export of certain substances listed under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Bill C-338 amends Section 6, subsection 3 of the CDSA to punish those who import Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 substances. Schedule 1 substances include opium, codeine, morphine, cocaine, fentanyl, and of course the deadly carfentanil, while Schedule 2 is known mainly for cannabis and its derivatives. Specifically, under Section 6.3a, the bill makes an amendment so that there is an increase from a minimum punishment of 1 year to 2 years imprisonment for not more than a kilogram of a Schedule 1 substance or for any amount of a Schedule 2 substance. Under Section 6.3a.1, the bill makes an amendment so that the minimum punishment is increased from 2 years to 3 years imprisonment for importing and exporting a Schedule 1 substance that is more than a kilogram. Mr. Speaker, increasing mandatory punishments is a favorite legislative pastime of the Conservative Party, and this was especially true under the previous Harper government. The opioid crisis that Canada is experiencing is a national emergency, which had its origins in my home province of British Columbia. It is a complex phenomenon, a problem that the Conservative legacy of supposed tough-on-crime legislation has been ineffective in stemming. The Supreme Court of Canada has been particularly critical of some of the mandatory minimums from the previous government it has struck down. In April of 2015, the Supreme Court dealt the Harper government's tough-on-crime agenda a serious blow by striking down a law requiring mandatory minimum sentences for crimes involving prohibited guns. The 6-3 ruling, penned by the Chief Justice, took aim at the government's keeping Canadians safe justification for tough sentencing laws in her ruling. She said, and I quote, "The government has not established that mandatory minimum terms of imprisonment act as a deterrent against gun-related crimes. Empirical evidence suggests that mandatory minimum sentences do not, in fact, deter crimes," end quote. In April of 2016, the court ruled 6-3 that a mandatory minimum sentence of 1 year in prison for a drug offense violates the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The court ruled the sentence cast too wide a net over a wide range of potential conduct and stated in their ruling, and I quote, "If Parliament hopes to maintain mandatory minimum sentences for offences that cast a wide net, it should consider narrowing their reach so that they only catch offenders that merit that mandatory minimum sentence. In the alternative, Parliament could provide for judicial discretion to allow for a lesser sentence where the mandatory minimum would be grossly disproportionate and would constitute cruel and unusual punishment, end quote. Bill C-338 stems from a belief that we can arrest and incarcerate our way out of the problem of drugs in our society. But if you look at the facts, Mr. Speaker, it shows otherwise. Police reported drug offences in 2014 after the Conservative tough-on-crime legislation from the year before showed that meth possession went up 38%, heroin possession went up 34%, MDMA possession increased by 28%, meth trafficking went up by 17%, and heroin trafficking went up by 12%. It is clear that the Conservative agenda on mandatory minimums for drug crimes has not decreased drug use across the country, and it is evident that we need effective solutions now. The Conservatives recently copied the NDP's call to declare the opioid overdose crisis a national health emergency. Yet, the Conservatives blocked our attempt to move Bill C-37 swiftly through the House in December, which would have saved lives faster. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you look at some of the main points of C-37, it simplified the process for applying for an exemption that would allow for supervised consumption, which has been shown to help people take care of their issues. It would have prohibited the importation of designated devices, which are used in manufacturing of drugs, and it would have expanded the offense of possession, production, sale, or importation of anything, knowing that it was be used to produce or traffic in methamphetamine. These were clear-cut solutions to a problem that our province has been long suffering through, which is now making its way across Canada. I'd like to read some quotes, Mr. Speaker, of validators of our position. If you look at Dr. Virani, who is a medical director at Metro City Medical Clinic in Edmonton, he said, and I quote, "I have yet to meet a police officer who has said they can arrest their way out of this problem. And I have yet to meet a judge who said that he can incarcerate his way out of this problem. And I certainly hope that health isn't thinking that they can ignore and wait their way out of this problem, because it is clear it is getting worse and worse." If you look at British Columbia's provincial health officer, Dr. Perry Kendall, he said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Simply prohibiting and increasing penalties without resources to support and educate haven't been terribly effective. But you need to do a number of things to limit the supply of drugs on the street," end quote. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed and frustrated that the Liberals' promise of a review of mandatory minimums is not complete. It was last year that the Supreme Court handed down its decision on the Jordan case, which was in response to decades of inadequate resources for our justice system from successive federal and provincial governments. We now have a situation where serious criminal charges are either being stayed or withdrawn. Now, while I appreciate the Minister of Justice has recently met with her provincial counterparts, I sincerely hope that the review of mandatory minimums is completed soon and in a comprehensive way, so that we do not have a continued piecemeal approach to justice legislation created by private members' bills like the one before us today. Canada is currently experiencing an unprecedented opioid overdose crisis. Illicit drug overdoses claimed the lives of 914 people in BC alone in 2016, making it the deadliest overdose year on record and representing an increase of nearly 80% from the year before. A significant spike in drug-related overdoses in 2016 prompted BC's provincial health officer, Dr. Perry Kendall, to declare a public health emergency, the first time in the province's history. Under the Harper government's anti-drug strategy, $190 million was budgeted for treatment alone in the first 5 years of the strategy, which was 2007 to 2012. But, Mr. Speaker, only $77.9 million was actually spent. The total treatment budget for the next 5 years of the strategy was cut to $150 million. However, This represents $40 million more than the Liberal budget has allocated for their entire Canadian drugs and substances strategy. How much longer do we have to wait for this government? Mr. Speaker, I will now move on to my conclusion. We need real measures that deal with the problem of drugs, rather than tying judges' hands in sentencing laws in order to appear tough. A sentencing judge should retain the discretion to sentence within the limits set by Parliament. Judges must be able to weigh all of the evidence and decide on a fair sentence that fits the crime. Mandatory minimums take away judges' abilities to do just that. I sincerely fail to see how increasing jail time by a year for those who import or export Schedule I or Schedule II substances is in any way going to contribute to a meaningful reduction of drug use in our country. And it is for that reason I will be voting against Bill C-338. We need the federal government to take leadership on the opioid crisis now. Mayors and premiers have been asking for help dealing with drug overdoses, and it's time, Mr. Speaker, that we all work together to bring forth effective policies to tackle this national crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to both stand and congratulate my colleague from Markham Unionville and his very important private member's bill, which is 338. As we know, the opioid crisis is impacting communities and families across Canada, and certainly in my home of British Columbia, we have been on the coalface. Casual or the addictive use of drugs is now really playing Russian roulette. You never know when you have something in that drug that will kill you. It does take a multi-pronged approach to tackle this issue. It is a public health emergency, and we continue to ask the Liberal government to recognize it as such. But, you know, I think it's also important to realize that it is a criminal justice issue, and that's something that's not been spoken to very well in all the conversations that I've heard about this particular issue. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how this bill will provide a very important tool, but I think it's also, first of all, important to talk about the scope of the problem, what has been, not just the problem, I would have to say it's a tragedy, and also what has been done to date, and of course, more importantly, what still, in my opinion, needs to be done to deal with this issue. So, as many are aware, the recent epidemic is characterized by an increasing portion of deaths with illicit fentanyl, an opioid substance. Fentanyl was detected back in 2012. It was in 5% of illicit drugs, and in 2016, it was up as high as 60%. Fentanyl, carfentanil, and other drugs are cheap. They're easy to synthesize, and they're readily available with a significant volume coming into the country from China. And it's being, again, cut into street drugs with lethal effects. Carfentanil actually was confirmed on the streets this fall. It's a tranquilizer that was used for elephants, and it's 100 times more potent than fentanyl, 4,000 times more potent than morphine, 10,000 times more potent than morphine. So 4,000 heroin, 10,000 morphine. So if anyone's ever been into, had an accident or an injury where they've received a dose of morphine in the hospital, you're looking at a drug, carfentanil, 10,000 times more potent. And it's coming in by mail order from China. A Calgary man was arrested in September with 1 kilogram, which could have killed 50 million people. So in BC alone, 4 people are dying every day. In 2017, it hasn't gotten better from 2016. It looks, we're on track to go from 900 and some to 1,300 deaths. In 1 week in Vancouver recently, there was 15 deaths 1 week alone, and we're averaging, again, this is just British Columbia, but it's happening across the country, 4 people per day. And these people that are dying have, many profiles. They're people who might have struggled with addiction for many years, or it might just be a young teenager at a party who for the first time makes a very, very bad decision. I know that there was a Facebook post recently that just traumatically affected many, and it was a brave mother from Calgary. Her name was Sherry Kent, and her son Michael had made a very bad decision. He was 22 years old, and she put out a post on Facebook of her in the hospital bed with her son just before he died, of course, in the intensive care unit with all the sort of tubes and the absolute anguish on her face as she was saying goodbye to her son who had made such a terrible mistake. I don't think, and she did that to raise awareness throughout Canada. So our actions to date, I think that we do have to say there has been some actions. Certainly British Columbia, I think, is taking a good lead. But our colleague from Port Coquitlam, the Good Samaritan Act, it was recently proclaimed, and I think that was a good step. Naloxone availability, that's another thing that to treat an overdose, there's better availability. Although we are now hearing that these drugs are becoming so potent, they're not responding to naloxone in the way that they used to. You know, Bill C-37 that the government put into place, it did actually have some good measures. I mean, I continue to have concern that they moved away from community consultation around the safe injection sites, and I think that was a gap that's really important, that's still missing. But especially as we now know that many of the people that are dying are actually people that would never use a safe injection site. So although it is a measure that has a value in some communities, to take away the actual ability for community input or requiring community input was bad. The banning of the pill presses or importation of designated devices was a good step. Some additions to the schedules of substance when they had a reasonable grounds to represent risks. And of course, most importantly was the additional power for Canadian Border Services to inspect the search packages, because we hear that, you know, with 30 grams, they did not have to inspect. And of course, that's absolutely critical because this was just coming in an envelope into the country. So I think those were very good. But really, what has been missing in our struggle against this crisis? The federal government, although the provincial government in British Columbia has asked, they continue to decline to declare a state of emergency. There isn't and I think the Public Health Agency of Canada should be playing a role in this. There is not a good education and awareness campaign out there. We need to have the federal government take on a comprehensive education and awareness campaign. The next area that I think there's been inadequate services and support, of course, is detox and recovery, and that primarily is provincial, but I know of many examples where people that are desperate to actually get off drugs and to turn their lives around are finding that they aren't having any opportunity at all in terms of the support that they need with detox. What we haven't talked about, though, is the criminals, and this is what my colleague is doing. And these are the people who are knowingly importing and selling drugs on the street, which do kill people. So this bill specifically targets gangs and other criminal organizations by introducing tougher sentences for drug traffickers who exploit the addictions of others for personal profit. Those that import and export these drugs should be brought to justice and should encounter increased mandatory minimum. Now, you know, I listened to my colleague from the Liberals who they've found a new sort of, I don't know what you'd call it there. All of a sudden they have this huge obsession that mandatory minimums aren't good. Well, Mr. Speaker, mandatory minimums have been around almost as long as the criminal code, and probably half of the mandatory minimums are in place, were put in place by the Liberal governments. So for them to sort of argue that, oh, you know, mandatory minimums are always bad and there's all these issues with mandatory minimums, I think that's absolutely ridiculous. They put many of them in place themselves. So what's their argument? Well, this is gonna, you know, it's bad and it's not helping. Well, you know what, getting those criminals off the street, even if it's for 2 years, there's 2 years where they're not out there putting fentanyl in drugs that are going to kill your children. Now, the other thing I think that they need to be held accountable for is This is a mandatory minimum somewhere between 2 years and life. Like, this is not fettering judges' discretion. What it is doing is it's saying parliamentarians believe that you can't go below 2 years. There is no circumstances ever where less than 2 years is an appropriate sentence for someone that potentially is killing our children. It should be attempted murder. It could go as high as maximum in jail for life. But we're saying, as parliamentarians, we are saying, you put fentanyl into drugs and you sell them on the streets or you bring them in with that purpose, then you should, at an absolute minimum, go to jail for 2 years. And for the Liberals and the NDP to say, oh no, that's not okay, is, to me, absolutely appalling. They need to say that to the mothers, they need to say that to the fathers, they need to say that to the families who have lost their children, that, oh, you know what, we don't think it's going to help, and, you know, we really don't want to have a baseline of 2 years for these people to go to jail. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a reasonable bill. It is something that Canadians have done forever, and Parliament has done forever, is said there is a baseline of what's acceptable, and that is someone who is importing, lacing drugs and selling them onto the streets. They're doing it knowingly. They know people can be killed. And, Mr. Speaker, 2 years in jail as a mandatory minimum, to me, is simply not even enough. But the fact that these Liberals and NDP won't support this bill is absolutely shameful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand to speak to this bill. This is a bill, Mr. Speaker, that really just touches the tip of the iceberg with respect to these drugs, and I'm so pleased to be here. And when I hear my colleague talk about how other parties are opposed to mandatory minimums, and I know from past experience, Mr. Speaker, we've had mandatory minimums on a lot of crimes. Impaired driving is the most frequently charged criminal code offense. It's had mandatory minimums for a long time. This is equal to impaired driving, and this bill really addresses those people who bring this drug into the country, and it has no purpose other than to give it to younger people typically, and they perhaps don't recognize what it is that they're ingesting into their bodies. Many times, Mr. Speaker, these drugs are a real danger to the first responders who attend there, the police, the fire, the ambulance, the hospital staff. So increasing the offences for those importing and exporting of these controlled drugs and substances, it should just be the beginning. Everybody in here should be supporting it. We face a rising tide of crime in relation to the public health crisis we are facing with opioids. Codeine, fentanyl, oxycontin, hydrocodone, and morphine have become household names as Canadians learn of the extent of this crisis and families suffer losses of their loved ones. And, Mr. Speaker, I just truly wish that those who are opposed to having mandatory minimums for those who break this law and bring these crimes or these drugs into the country and distribute them across the country could see the families and how they're torn apart by these drugs. Diverted pharmaceuticals, fentanyl purchased from China, and stolen horse tranquilizers are finding their way into Canadian streets with fatal consequences. Most worrying of all is the speed in which illegal opioid sales have grown in the number of overdoses. To put things in perspective, the chief coroner for British Columbia told us at the Health Committee the percentage of illicit drug deaths involving fentanyl increased from 5% in 2012 to 60% in 2016, from 5% to 60% over 4 years. Mr. Speaker, if that isn't enough to wake up everybody in this House that we do need to do something to get these mandatory minimums in place, I don't know what will wake them up. And it's not just a crisis that affects those who find themselves living without a home, but one that affects Canadians of all ages. 55,000 Canadian high school students indicated they have abused opioid pain relievers in the past year. That's a tremendous number, 55,000 Canadian high school students. In Ontario, 1 in 8 deaths of individuals aged 25 to 34 years was found to opioid-related in 2010. And, Mr. Speaker, that number will not go down. It will simply go up. Families are being destroyed, communities are being invaded, and all Canadians are experiencing reduced access to health and social services because of the resources required to fight this epidemic. Mr. Speaker, this is a public emergency that hits close to home. Organized crime has now found a foothold in places and at levels never seen before. And, Mr. Speaker, when the other side wants to legalize marijuana, we see what this has done. We can only project what the future will be for organized crime. And even those who live in areas free of dealers and opioid users, the effects of this drug in drug crime are still felt in their access to services. Our first responders have all had to divert significant resources to address this crisis. Mr. Speaker, our ambulance, our fire, our police, our hospital emergency rooms are all having resources diverted to address this particular crisis. And that means that other crimes committed against local residents are going uninvestigated. It means that ambulance resources are increasingly overworked as they respond to a spike in drug overdoses. And it means that firefighters now have to additionally consider the chances that what appears to be a simple residential fire may in fact be an illicit and contaminated drug lab, a danger to both their immediate safety and their long-term health. Mr. Speaker, this has nothing to say of the increased burden on social services already stretched due to the lack of support by this Liberal government to local communities. Our mental health workers are already facing an uphill battle against criminal gangs, continually pushing all kinds of harmful drugs into the community. And if we are to help those most in need, then we also need to fight this crisis at its source and punish those who would wish to continue it. This would bring justice not only to those caught in addiction, but to those sons, daughters, husbands, wives, brothers, and sisters already lost to these lethal street dogs. I recognize the opioid crisis is multifaceted, but Bill C-338 is one key step in cutting off the source. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill because criminal enterprises are not facing harsh enough sentences for diverting legitimate pharmaceuticals to illicit street drugs. Those pushing opioids into our streets and into our communities need to know that their actions will incur serious penalties. This House is currently debating Bill C-307, which would deny illegal manufacturers the easy ability to use legal prescriptions to create illicit substances with tamper-proof safeguards. Cracking down on this prescription loophole would deter many Canadians from selling their prescriptions for easy profits. If we can increase the possibility of serious jail time for dealing illegal opioids, we can send a message to all criminal enterprises that Canada is a place they shouldn't risk operating in. I'll be the first to admit, Mr. Speaker, that this one change will not solve the entire problem. A whole host of changes are required to stop opioids from ending up on our streets. Canada's physicians need to overhaul prescripting practices for opioids. Too many prescriptions are being exploited for criminal profit and manufacturing. We must ensure the quick implementation of measures to allow Canadian Border Services Agency employees to check packages smaller than 30 grams and properly enforced as called for by our Conservative members. Enforcing this measure will ensure an end to the previously unlimited supply of fentanyl mailed in small packages from China. The government must also ensure that once we have removed these opioids from the streets and placed criminals behind bars, that these same drugs that do not end up infecting our prison populations as well. Canadian prisons are currently facing great problems in keeping these dangerous narcotics out. Corrections Canada has reported that now even fentanyl has found its way behind bars, as well as the overdoses connected with it. This government needs to ensure that correctional services officers have the proper equipment to deal with this rise in overdose and do more to keep these drugs out of our prisons. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would say we need to tackle the sources of this problem, which is the lack of treatment options for those with mental health issues who, as a result, are left most susceptible to dealers and other criminals. If the ongoing mental health crisis is allowed to continue in our streets, on our reserves, and in our schools and universities, the drug crisis and the criminal enterprises that go with it will only continue to grow. Mr. Speaker, a national strategy for dealing with this is an absolute priority. Whether it is fentanyl, crystal meth, or the next street drug that is easy to produce and cheap to buy at the heart of this drug epidemic. It is the people who are emotionally hurting. This is why the human face of this epidemic is so heartbreaking to acknowledge. These are vulnerable people, Mr. Speaker, who have chosen drugs because they don't have the support and necessary tools to take on life. Those who would wish to exploit them for illicit gain must know that they will face the full force of the law and serious jail time. This is why I'm asking all members of this House to understand the further pain that opioids are causing to Canadian families and to support this very important piece of legislation, Bill C-338. And I understand I'm out of time. I appreciate you, Mr. Speaker.
So we've got about a minute and a half left in the time provided for private members' business, so we will continue under resuming debate, and we have the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to pick up on the point of the crisis situation that we do have in Canada with respect to opioids. This is something in which ultimately, as a government, we have recognized. In fact, we've got the Minister of Health who's just done a phenomenal job in terms of working with the many different stakeholders. In particular, at this point, point out the province of British Columbia and recognizing not only that the problem is there, but taking actions that would ultimately assist in resolving the problem the best way we can. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the member is aware, and we've had others make reference to Bill C-37, which was a bill that was introduced by the Minister of Health, which does advance, I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker, and it addresses the issue of the opioid crisis that we have, but it's not just that this government has done. You know, the government has also provided an additional $65 million over 5 years for national measures to respond to the opioid crisis and implemented an opioid action plan. In addition, the government has provided $10 million in urgent support to British Columbia to assist with its response to overwhelming effects of the emergency in that province. We recognize that it is an issue that goes well beyond the province of British Columbia. This government is, in fact, seized with the issue, will continue to move forward. With respect to the issue that the members brought forward in this legislation, I thought the Parliamentary Secretary said it best. There are measures that are already in place in Canada. Quite often we'll see courts that will actually exceed the 3 years, and I believe I'll get another opportunity to continue on at a later time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 8 minutes remaining in his time for when the House next resumes debate on the question. La période prévue pour l'étude des...
The period for consideration of private members' business is expired. We will now move on to the orders of the day.
Business of Supply, consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Bazan concerning the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moves that the House has lost confidence in the Minister of National Defence's ability to carry out his responsibilities on behalf of the government since, on multiple occasions, the Minister misrepresented his military service and provided misleading information to the House. Debate, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and usually I rise and say it's an honour to be able to get up and speak. And today is unfortunate that we have to debate this motion to discuss the comments made by the Minister of Defence, to discuss some of his other misleading comments that he has provided, including a question of privilege that I have already raised in this House on another matter. And today, the opposition, we will make the case that the Minister of Defence has only had a casual relationship with the truth, that the Minister of Defence has continually misled this House and Canadians, and that his behaviour is demoralizing our troops, has caused our veterans to be incredibly angry, and we also know that our allies are going to have trouble taking him seriously. There is a credibility issue here. We know that the minister's reputation is now damaged beyond repair. And it is a sad state that we've had to come to this point where a motion is required in the House to ask the Minister to resign. Now, I expect that the Minister of Defence will get up today and he will offer an apology. I expect that he will factually state what his service record is. And none of us dispute his actual service record. He has served honorably in 3 tours in Afghanistan and 1 tour in Bosnia. He was a lieutenant colonel in the reserve force and always has been accommodated for his service and for the efforts that he has put in on behalf of Canada. But the Minister will go on to talk about other issues. He's going to try to change the channel so that we're not talking about his comments and his embellishment of history, and he's going to start talking about the Defence Policy Review and all the great things that the government's going to do. But it really is unfortunate that we can't talk about those things because nobody is trusting the Defence Minister at this time, Mr. Speaker. So we will be the voice for those veterans and military members who were first disappointed and then outraged, are now under dismay and despair over the Minister's conduct, and is actually demoralizing our frontline soldiers. So not only are we going to talk about the role of the Minister in Operation Medusa, but we will also come to the question of privilege that I have in this House over his misleading comments and the facts revolving around our troops who are in the fight against ISIS at Cap Afrajan, and having those danger pay benefits taken away and not returned in its entirety. We will also talk about the so-called capability gap in our fighter jets and how that doesn't match up to what members of the Royal Canadian Air Force have said, as well as past commanders of the Royal Canadian Air Force. And we'll also touch on how the Minister's comments in the past about pulling our CF-18s out of the fight against ISIS was something that he never received any commentary on, even though the facts through access to information requests prove otherwise. We know that under the leadership of this Minister of Defence that we have seen, Mr. Speaker, budget cuts in 2 successive budgets by the Liberals that has reduced spending and future investments in our military by $12 billion. And now with the Minister's credibility completely undermined by himself, I might add, there's no way that our military trusts him to actually deliver anything in the future for them. And finally, it comes back to whether or not he has the strength at the cabinet table to get things done, to stand up for our troops, to deliver the equipment and the budgets that they need to go forward. Now, I think that one of the best comments that have come out to really capsulize as to the why our Minister of National Defence would embellish his service record in Operation Medusa comes from retired Lieutenant General William Carr, who's the father of today's modern Air Force in Canada, someone that you could actually call an architect. And he said in a letter to the editor, it says, "The Defence Minister's search for recognition is a national embarrassment. To the sailors, soldiers, and airmen in the Department of National Defence, the Minister's image is at best one of an insecure veteran in a field he professes to know. For the good of the Canadian Armed Forces, his departure would be a relief." That sums up, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, the calls, the emails, the letters, the social media posts that have inundated my office. Now, I think it's critical that we actually look at what code of conduct the Minister is subjected to, both formerly as a serving member of the Canadian Armed Forces and now as the Minister of National Defence. And the definition of integrity from the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces Code of Ethics and Values state that to have integrity is to have unconditional and steadfast commitment to a principled approach to meeting your obligations while being responsible and accountable for your actions. Accordingly, being a person of integrity calls for honesty, the avoidance of deception, and adherence to high ethical standards. Integrity insists that your actions be consistent with established codes of conduct and institutional values. It specifically requires transparency in actions, speaking and acting with honesty and candor, the pursuit of truth regardless of personal consequences, and a dedication to fairness and justice. Integrity must especially be manifested in leaders and commanders because of the powerful effect of their personal examples on peers and subordinates. And that's there for all to see online. There's tables that actually lay this all out. Table 2 of the Department of National Defence and Canadian Forces section clearly states that it's applicable to all D&D employees, to all members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and that they expect people to act above the law, to be transparent, to be ethical, and to have integrity. And when you do what the minister did, under the code that the Canadian Armed Forces has, that National Defence has, you show a lack of integrity. And for those that are in service, they can be court-martialed. So that's from the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces, the guidelines that are applicable. And as the Minister of Defence, as the leader of the entire forces, as well as all employees, he has to be held to the highest standard and has to meet that high bar each and every day, and anything below it is a failure. Now, in the Prime Minister's open and accountable government document that lays out the code of conduct and ethical behavior of ministers and parliamentary secretaries, it says that ministers and parliamentary secretaries must act with honesty and must uphold the highest ethical standards so that public confidence and trust in the integrity and impartiality of government are maintained and enhanced. So this reflects on the Prime Minister, that he has laid out this code of conduct, that he expects open and accountable government, and yet the Minister of Defence has failed to live up to that code. Now, everyone is wondering, and I hope today that the Minister will explain himself as to the why he felt he needed to embellish his story on Operation Medusa. This was not just a misspeak. Video evidence shows, Mr. Speaker, that he first said this back in 2015 when he was campaigning to become the Member of Parliament in Vancouver as the Liberal candidate, and that he said it quite openly. And then we don't know how many times that's been repeated behind closed doors or in meetings, or he claimed to be the architect of Operation Medusa. On April the 18th, in a speech in Delhi, the minister clearly stated it. And again, it wasn't just him speaking. He actually inserted it himself into his speaking notes. And you can get it online. The speech is there, and it's been checked against delivery, meaning that it has gone through the proper processes of being reviewed by the department and by the minister's own staff. And it was reported in the National Post on April 30th that it was the minister who personally inserted the line about Medusa, in quotes, into the speech, his spokeswoman Jordan Owen said on Sunday. So this is not a misspeak. This is not an accident. This was intentional, and that is very disturbing. It has been called all sorts of things in the media. We know that people are outraged, and we understand that because everyone expects the minister to be held to the highest ethical standards. Everybody expects that he will act with honesty and avoid deception. But his story, his embellishment, his over-exaggeration of his role in Operation Medusa as the architect has also been described as stolen valor. Now, I received correspondence from retired Major Catherine Campbell, served 27 years in the Canadian Armed Forces. She actually sent this letter to the minister, and she also served 18 years as an employee at D&D. And I'll just quote what she has to say here. She says, I have to say, and this is to the Minister of National Defence, I have to say that I have great respect for what you did in Afghanistan. I don't know why that wasn't honor enough for you. Apparently it wasn't, because on at least 2 occasions you misinformed us. You claimed to have been the architect of Operation Medusa, when as a major working in intelligence, you had nothing to do with the battle plan. That honor belongs to other soldiers, your superior officers. Now everyone knows that. Worst of all, everyone in the Canadian Armed Forces knows it, and they have lost all respect for you. You know enough of the military to know that you cannot continue to lead the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces, having lost the respect and trust in this way. I listened to your answers in question period, and it was painful. Your response, perhaps crafted by the PMO, was that you made a mistake. A mistake? No, you did not make a mistake. You deliberately and intentionally misled everyone on at least 2 occasions. You don't get to say, I made a mistake and now I'm sorry. No, I'm afraid there's only one thing for you to do under these circumstances, and that is to resign, to make a heartfelt apology to the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces for having misled them and having been untruthful about the worst thing that a service member or an officer can be untruthful about in the Canadian Armed Forces. And then she says, I imagine you've read the manual, Duty with Honour, the Professions of Arms in Canada. I recommend that the minister reads it again, and perhaps then he will understand what he has to do. So that's coming from our veterans, long service members who have been there alongside the minister, serving this great country and doing what needs to be done. And they are so disappointed. But it is impacting today's soldier, today's troops, by the actions of the Minister of Defence. And so one parent contacted me and asked that I not use his name because he wants to protect his family member who is currently serving. But he says this morning I spoke to my son about the matter of stolen valor by the Minister of Defence. I have to tell you firsthand, without any doubt, this is a matter that has directly affected the morale and confidence of Canada's frontline infantry soldiers. There is no greater betrayal to the trust and confidence of soldiers than stolen valor. The minister, by fabricating his role to his country for his own personal gain and profile, has undermined and betrayed the trust of the men and women he is supposed to represent. I wanted you to know this, as the father of a young soldier that would give his life to this country, that this deception has shaken the Canadian Forces from the minister's office right down to the infantry soldier. If the minister has any remnant of a military officer left in his conscience, he will do the right thing, an honourable thing, and remove himself from office. Now, that capsulizes what people are feeling about the minister's comments on Operation Medusa. But we also have to go to the question of privilege that I've raised in this House over the minister's misleading comments on tax relief and danger pay benefits provided to our soldiers at Cap Afrijan in Kuwait, but how it also applies to others. And if you recall, I've been raising this in the House for some time back, started with bringing it to the minister's attention privately, then we brought it up at committee, and then we asked questions here in the House. And he continued to say that he was going to take care of it and didn't. We actually had to have a motion that we brought in from the Conservative side that received unanimous support to reinstate the danger pay benefits to all our troops, Mr. Speaker, that are fighting ISIS. And question number 600, the answer to my question on the order paper, under the minister's own signature, clearly states that it was Liberals in September of 2016 who took away the danger pay of already deployed troops who went there under the understanding that they were going to receive upwards of $9,000 in benefits that have been removed. And the minister continued to raise the issue, saying that he was going to take away, or that it was Conservatives that took away these benefits, when proved we weren't in government in September 2016. It was Liberals who were, and January 30th proved that it was there from effective October 5th, 2014, when we were still in power, to September 1st, 2016, when they took it away. And the minister actually put out, a press release saying that they restored it, but they didn't. They only restored half of it. And so we've received letters from various soldiers who are serving over there. They sent a letter. There's a blast out to everyone here in the House, and it said, you know, that our troops in Kuwait right now are feeling despair at this point because they don't feel valued or recognized for the risks that they're facing and the hardship placed on their families back here at home while they're deployed. The other issue we'd like to raise as well, which we received through an access to information request, is this issue when the Minister of Defense ordered our CF-18s return home from the fight against ISIS, that we stopped bombing ISIS terrorists and that we brought them home, Mr. Speaker. And the minister was over in Iraq meeting with the Iraqi defense minister and other government officials on December 20th, and then on 21st he moved up to meet with the Kurdistan regional government. And he said in an interview with the Globe and Mail on December 21st, 2015, he says, "I haven't had one discussion about the CF-18s, not one. But yet, with their access to information request, it clearly stated here in a wire that was sent home on December 22nd, but writing on summary for December 20th about Canada's Minister of Defense, it says, the Iraqi Minister of Defense has clearly focused on Canada's decision to withdraw its CF-18 fighter jets from the coalition airstrikes, asking the Defense Minister of Canada to reconsider his decision on numerous occasions." So he said on December 21st, he said he never brought it up once to his attention. And we know when he was going up to Erbil to meet with the Kurdistan regional government, but we know in October 21st, 2015, that the Chief of Staff to the Kurdistan regional government said it was bad news for us. Then November 22nd, the Foreign Affairs Minister of the Kurdistan regional government said we'd like to keep the airstrikes. This is all public information and discussions that they had with our National Defense Minister. And he keeps saying that our allies were ecstatic about us pulling out our CF-18. So again, you know, a misrepresentation of the facts, misleading Canadians, and undermining his own credibility. And finally, I want to come back to this issue of capability gap of our fighter jets, because we know that it's a fabricated issue that the minister invented to try to make a commentary on why we need to sole source Super Hornets. When we had at committee, Lieutenant General Michael Hood, the commander of the Royal Canadian Air Force, has said that there's sufficient capacity to support a transition to a replacement fighter capability based on the ongoing projects and planned life extension to 2025 for the CF-18s. He also stated on November 28th that we are comfortable as an armed forces in meeting our NORAD and NATO commitments with our CF-18s. With our existing fleet. That policy has changed with a requirement. So they said the policy has changed by the government to meet both of these concurrently as opposed to managing them together, which we've always done as a nation. Thus, the requirement to increase the number of fighters available. And finally, we had 13 former commanders of the Royal Canadian Air Force who have written that purchasing the Super Hornets are ill-advised, costly, and unnecessary because there is no capability gap. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the Minister of Defense has a long track record of misleading this House, misleading Canadians, that he's in a situation now where Canadians do not believe him. We know that our troops no longer trust him and are demoralized. We know our veterans are outraged, and that he is no longer taken seriously by our allies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed in the member across the way and the Conservative Party's approach at dealing with this. Let me share a couple of things, and maybe I'll get the member to respond to it. You know, I had the opportunity through our Ukrainian community in Manitoba, where there was an invite for the minister to come out. I happened to be in the audience, and what I heard was a very proud Minister of Defense talk about how wonderful a job our men and women are doing abroad. A special focus on Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that if you were to canvass the room, that what you would have saw was a unanimous consent that, yes, what is happening abroad is in fact very admirable, and it was the Minister of Defense that talked about the glory in terms of how our men and women abroad are serving our country and doing such a fantastic job. Now, my question to the member across the way is he likes to say this misrepresentation or misleading information. Well, I think the member needs to look in the mirror. It was the Harper government, when it came to the hardship pay or the danger pay element, said that the Harper government brought it in for our men and women abroad. It was this minister, and maybe I'll ask the member right across the way to be honest and tell this House. It was this Minister of Defence that ensured retroactive payments for those retroactive payments. It was this minister that made it happen for our men and women.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. Order.
Mr. Speaker, if the member from Winnipeg North wants to stand here and say they did everything they could have done to help out our troops in Kuwait, I can tell you that they don't buy it. They don't believe it. They only got half of what they deserve. Only half, 3 out of 6 months, and no extension going forward for those that are going to be there continuing on over the next 2 years in Operation Impact. So we know that when Conservatives face a similar situation, ministers like Peter MacKay, Jason Kenney, they interceded and said, we're not going to do that. Members of Canadian Armed Forces who are in service in the fight against ISIS get their danger pay, and they always receive it. So we brought forward a motion that the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, did endorse because they had to, because it would be too embarrassing otherwise. They only provided 3 out of the 6 months. Only 3 out of the 6 months. And that's another reason why our troops are so demoralized, because they don't trust this minister to fight and advocate for them and ensure that they get the benefits that they deserve.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. It's the first time on my feet in this debate. I want to start by saying, on behalf of the Democratic Party, that no one in our party questions the bravery of the service of the minister in Afghanistan. This is not a question of what he did in Afghanistan. It is a question of what he's done as minister, and I hope that this debate stays focused on that today. The issue of transparency following his apology means we need to know exactly what it was he did do in Afghanistan, and in particular since he made the decision on behalf of his government not to hold an inquiry into the transfer of detainees. And so my question to the Conservatives is they focused on a lot of issues around the minister's role, but they've said nothing about the issue of whether there should be an inquiry into the transfer of detainees, because the work, of course, the minister was doing was on the Conservative watch in Afghanistan. So do the Conservatives agree with us in the New Democratic Party that there needs to be a full public inquiry into the possible transfer of detainees to face torture in Afghanistan?
Well, member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, Parliament already looked at this issue, but I'll say this, that we do support the idea from our friends over in the NDP that we need to look at the role that the Minister of National Defence had in collecting of intelligence, because he wasn't just collecting intelligence for the Canadian Armed Forces, he was also sharing that with allies, and how that intelligence was used in the potential mistreatment of Afghan Taliban prisoners in Afghanistan. So there is first and foremost that question. Secondly is that we know that the minister has provided, different versions of his role in Afghanistan as it applies to Operation Medusa. There's the role that he actually played, which we're all congratulate him for and thank him for his service. We aren't questioning the facts. There's the idea that he is the architect. And then there's the question that of the version that he gave to the Ethics Commissioner when he was looking at this from the standpoint of conflict of interest as the minister in his role. And he actually diminished his role, saying, hey, I was just a reservist there providing cultural outreach, training military police, and collecting some intelligence. He diminished it. So you go from the architect to, I was just there doing some cultural outreach and collecting intelligence. There's a whole breadth of differences there that we need to really look at.
Question commentaire. Honorable Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Member opposite brought up Mr. MacKay because, quite frankly, when it comes to national defence, the Conservatives, are known for their fishing trips, and this motion is absolutely no exception. The reality is, this minister has served his country valiantly, and he made a mistake. And we're talking about a grammar mistake, the difference between the words and the word the. So it's unfortunate that the member opposite is politicizing a grammar mistake, because quite frankly, I think we have a lot more interesting and important issues that we could be debating today, including the fact that we have 1,600 brave men and women right now working on Operation Lentis through the Trois-Rivières gets no corridor. So I'd like to ask the member opposite if he really feels that a grammar mistake warrants this conversation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her comment, and I just want to join her as well in thanking all brave men and women who are currently working against flooding in Quebec and along the Ottawa River. It is very dangerous times right now, and we appreciate their valiant work in standing up for Canadians who are dealing with property damage and their lives are at risk. Now, this wasn't a grammar mistake. As we already pointed out, it was used on numerous occasions. It was written into speech by the minister himself. And you know, we clearly outlined that there is a habitual pattern of misleading Canadians by the Minister of Defence. And that's the reason why we're having this unfortunate debate today, is that a Minister of the Crown, and in particular the Minister of Defence, needs to be held to the highest ethical standards. And what we have today, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, just isn't good enough.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech and bringing this issue forward. This issue should have been discussed last week, but there was some punitive action by the Liberals across the way that made us lose our Opposition Day motion on last Thursday and delay it today. I'm sure that wasn't a procedural tactic at all to try and put some time and space between the minister and his unfortunate comments. But my question for my colleague who is moving the motion today is, the Prime Minister has stood in this House and says he has absolute full confidence in the minister. And if the military, the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces and the veterans and most Canadians no longer have confidence in the minister, that would imply that they no longer have confidence in the Prime Minister and his judgment in this matter as well. In the 11 years that I've been a member of Parliament of this House, I don't recall a motion like this ever coming forward. So I would like the honourable colleague who moved this motion to talk about the tie between the irresponsible choices that the Prime Minister is making and the choices that the Minister has made as well.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend from Lacombe Red Deer for his comment, because he's, first of all, right that we actually tabled this motion last week. We were supposed to have our Opposition Day on Thursday, and the Liberals changed our day to today. So, instead of dealing with it when we should have, we're dealing with it today. Secondly, this is a reflection on the Prime Minister, on his choices for Cabinet, on whether or not he's going to stand up for what is ethical, what is just, and what is right. And we're not seeing him do that at this point in time, Mr. Speaker. And, when you look at, history, and everybody says, well, this is was just one instance. We have a range of instances here where the Minister of Defence has misled Canadians. We had a minister, when we were government, that resigned over a glass of orange juice because it called in her ethics and her lack of judgment in making a choice on a glass of orange juice. So this is not, we're not making mountains out of molehills here. This is about the characteristics and the very fundamental basis of who people are and how they serve this government. And that is what is at issue here. It's not the service record of the minister, who I'm sure he's going to talk about that now in detail and all the great stuff that he's done as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces. This is about his behavior over the last year and a half and how our military no longer trusts him and Canadians no longer believe him.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first of all just pass on my condolences to families who lost Canadians in the recent floodings in Quebec and British Columbia, and thank all the Canadian Armed Forces members who are serving today in Operation Atlantis. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of critical issues facing the Canadian Armed Forces, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to raise some of these in the House. My job as Minister of National Defence is to serve the women and men in the uniform who so proudly serve our country. I'm privileged to have this responsibility, and I will continue to work as hard as I possibly can every single day. There are many of us in this House who have, at one time, felt the call of duty to serve in uniform, and we are proud of their service. The members for Aurora, Oak Ridge, Richmond Hill, Kelowna Lake Country, Durham, Winnipeg North, and Canada Carleton. all served our country in the Royal Canadian Air Force. The members for Notre Dame de Grace, Westmont, and Winnipeg Centre both served in the Royal Canadian Navy, and the latter spent a significant time in the Canadian Army as well. The members for Terrebonne, Beauport, Lemieux, Orleans, Ville Marie, Le Sud, Ost, El Dese, Sorus, Ibitibi, Timis Kemen, and Charles Labor, Haltson Charles, Pitt Meadows, and Maple Ridge. They all served our great country in the Canadian Army. Many were cadets, including the members for Mississauga Lakeshore, highlighting how the Cadet program is one of the finest youth leadership programs in the country. The member for Brampton Centre also served in uniform with the Indian Air Force. I thank them all for their service. They're a credit to the uniform, and their experience is invaluable to this place. We must always remember that when someone decides to serve their country in uniform, the whole family serves alongside them. I know there are several of you with relatives who have served or are currently serving in the Canadian Armed Forces. For example, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs has 2 sons serving as junior officers. We honor those who stand behind our troops and support them at home. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the actions our government has taken since coming to office. Our women and men in uniform serve all Canadians, not just the government of the day. That is why our government has taken important steps to make the Canadian Armed Forces more open and accessible to all members of Parliament on behalf of the constituents they serve. We reopened the Canadian Armed Forces bases, detachments, airfields, and ships to all parliamentarians, senators, and officials from different levels of government in an effort to highlight the work our soldiers, sailors, and airmen and women do on our behalf every single day. We want all parliamentarians to participate in our program so they can take their experiences and stories to their ridings and inspire a new generation to heed the call for service. We're also taking politics out of the selection process for honorary colonels. We're appointing Canadians with deep Canadian roots to represent our regiments, wings, ships from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, Canada is taking a more significant leadership role in NATO than it has in decades. As one of 4 framework nations, we are leading a battle group station in Latvia as part of the Alliance's Enhanced Forward Presence initiative. This will provide meaningful deterrence against any repeat of Russia's provocative behaviors. We have, of course, also renewed Operation Unify, demonstrating solidarity with Ukraine in our training mission there. We refocused our contribution to the fight against Daesh, and Canadians are now making an even greater impact as part of the global coalition. As we are seeing results, Canadian forces are part of a broader whole-of-government approach to the conflict in Iraq and Syria, and also making a difference in that region. I was fortunate to be able to work with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of International Development on the renewed Operation Impact. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken decisions and taken action to replace our aging fleet of fighters, something the previous government had 10 years to do but did not. Because of that decade of decline in action, we no longer have a fighter and a fighter fleet that can meet our NORAD and NATO commitments simultaneously. It's certainly true that the Royal Canadian Air Force has done an admirable job risk managing this capability gap. And yes, they have the planes they need to continue to risk manage effectively. The previous government felt this was an acceptable situation. But, Mr. Speaker, we are a G7 nation. Our government has made it clear it isn't good enough to risk manage our commitments. We're going to meet them. That's why we have taken action to address this capability gap by exploring the purchase of an interim fleet of fighters. And of course, we will conduct an open and transparent competition to replace the entire fleet. I want to thank the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, the President of the Treasury Board, and our colleagues on the Defence Procurement Committee for all the work on fighter jets. We have finally awarded a contract to replace our fixed-wing search and rescue planes, another important project that went in circles over the past decade. Our search and rescue technicians work day in and night in dangerous conditions, keeping Canadians safe. They deserve the best equipment and support possible, and I'm proud of finishing this process started under the Martin government. I'm proud of the work our Chief of Defence Staff and the Canadian Forces is doing to stamp out inappropriate sexual behaviour under Operation Honour. Every person who serves their country, despite the many dangers and sacrifices of military service, deserves a professional environment in which they are treated with respect and dignity. There's a great deal more to do, and it is essential that the Canadian Armed Forces maintain the momentum developed to date in eliminating harmful and inappropriate behavior. Our government fully supports this work. Mr. Speaker, I've been the Minister of National Defence for about 18 months now, and it has been just as rewarding as it has been challenging. While the actions we have taken so far are indeed important, there's a lot more work to do. In the 2015 election campaign, we promised to conduct a comprehensive review of the defence policy and engage Canadians and parliamentarians in the process. And we have done just that and more. I know the official opposition doesn't like to deal in facts when it comes to defence, but there's a fact they cannot ignore. Canada's defence spending as a proportion of GDP was considerably lower when they were removed from office than when they came in. But it's not just about the spending numbers. It's about our outputs. It's about the Canadian Armed Forces' contribution to Canada's role in the world. And most of all, it's about fully supporting our women and men in uniform and their families. That is why the Defence Policy Review has been so important. It has been 20 years since a real policy review was done, and it was long overdue. I believe it is important for Canadians and members of this House to understand exactly where we are starting before we talk about where we need to be and how we plan to get there. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that the successive governments have contributed to the current state of affairs in the Canadian Forces. I know parliamentarians of all stripes, despite the rhetoric and finger-pointing that occurs here, understand that underinvestment has caused real problems. And yet the state of affairs is in some ways worse than realized by most observers. I know members understand that we cannot build the Canadian Armed Forces this nation needs through a series of short-term decisions. I know members understand that a military is not strengthened by cobbling together pieces from one budget to the next, by succumbing continually to the pressures of the urgent at the expense of the strategic, by hoping that 20 years down the line, all of the disjointed ups and downs will somehow result in the military we need. That is why, when launching a defence policy review, we set out to take the long-term view to deliver a credible, realistic, and funded strategy for our military. Let me state outright and upfront that the Canadian Armed Forces deliver what governments ask of them every single time. They have performed superbly, regardless of the resource constraints they face. All Canadians can be proud of the fact that our women and men in uniform answer the call of duty whenever and wherever it's found. In recent years alone, they have deployed to Iraq to contribute to global efforts in the fight against Daesh. They deployed to Nepal in just 48 hours after a tragic earthquake struck that tiny nation. They deployed with NATO to bolster alliance resolve and deterrence against aggressive Russian actions in the Ukraine. At home, they helped residents of Winnipeg and Fort McMurray overcome massive floods and devastating forest fires. And today, they're deploying in several regions of Quebec to assist provincial and local authorities with the devastating floods in that province. The Canadian Armed Forces is an inspiring institution that makes me proud every single day. Responsive, professional, and dedicated, they are counted among the best militaries in the world. But militaries cannot perform well forever without proper support. Governments have a responsibility to uphold their end of the bargain, to care for their military, resource them properly, and fund them in a responsible way that meets their needs. But in the past, governments have not delivered predictable, sustainable, long-term funding for the Canadian Armed Forces. It has not been a straight line. And let me take a moment to retrace some of those twists and turns. In 2004-2005, Prime Minister Paul Martin's government implemented annual budget increases of around $1.5 billion in successive years. After that budget grew incrementally, predominantly due to cover the cost of the combat mission in Afghanistan until it ended in 2011. Two deficit reduction programs followed, the Strategic Review and the Deficit Reduction Action Plan. By the time these were fully implemented in 2015, each reduced the annual defense budget by $1 billion for a total of $2 billion per year. The defense escalator, which was implemented to protect D&D budget from defense inflation, was increased from 1.5% to 2% in 2011. And beginning this fiscal year, it increased from 2% to 3%. Yet even that will not be sufficient to meet our future requirements. Years of ups and downs have contributed to unpredictability for those responsible for supporting, maintaining, and sustaining the forces and the planning for its future. The reductions have left the organization hollow in a number of areas. Fighter jets and ships are prime examples of the unfortunate link between inadequate investment and capability gaps. Canadians were told a few years ago that the government would buy 65 new jets to replace our aging fleet of CF-18s. But for the missions we asked the Royal Canadian Air Force to undertake and the Alliance commitments, 65 jets would simply not be enough. It would only be a fleet for risk managing our requirements and not meeting them. Furthermore, the $9 billion in funding that was earmarked for the jet replacement by the previous government is nowhere near enough to even cover the 65 jets proposed. For the Navy's new surface combatant, the previous government ended up saying it would buy up to 15 ships. As has been well reported, the budget identifies was dramatically insufficient and unrealistic. The Royal Canadian Navy deserves a clear, realistic, and fully funded commitment. Canada's naval capabilities are right now, a 40-year low. The number of operational ships in Canada's fleet has dropped by 5 in the past 2 years alone. Ships have been retired without replacement because any plans for investment simply came too late. Without a single destroyer in its fleet, Canada will rely on the U.S. and NATO for area air defense until the introduction of our new surface combatants. Without a single supply ship, Canada is relying on the capabilities of allies and partners for its replenishment needs as well. These examples alone would be troubling enough, but there is much more to grapple with. Closing recruitment offices made it harder to attract new recruits. Cutting the number of procurement officers made it difficult to buy, maintain, and sustain all the tools and equipment we could afford by our military. We are in the troubling position where status quo spending on defense will not even maintain the status quo of the capability. Current funding has us digging ourselves into a hole that's getting deeper every single year. As a percentage of our GDP, we are spending less on defense today than we were in 2005. There is a list of major capital projects that are entirely unfunded. And these aren't nice-to-have projects. These are projects that must be completed to allow our military to keep doing what it's doing, and investments that need to be made in the forces, key equipment and capabilities, and no funding has been allocated for them. Our Air Force will need funding for mid-life upgrades to its Cormorant search and rescue helicopters. We're talking about a critical need to invest in a fleet of aircraft that our Air Force uses in operations every day to help Canadians in distress. They also need sufficient funds to extend the life of the Griffins. These are highly reliable helicopters that have served our Air Force faithfully on missions at home and abroad. These helicopters are used to transport troops and materials. They have done so on humanitarian missions, on operations in Afghanistan, and now in Iraq. The Griffins can fit right into a global C-17 Globemasters, so they're easily transportable and give the forces flexibility and agility in responding to crises around the world. But if we don't fund their life extension project, we need to phase them out because helicopters with obsolete instrumentation can't fly in North American airspace, and yet no money was allocated to keep them running. With the Army, we discovered that no funding has been allocated to allow soldiers to keep doing some of their most important work. Without support from our allies, Canadian soldiers deployed overseas would be exposed to threats emanating from aircraft, missiles, and long-range artillery. Therefore, investments in ground-based air and munitions defense systems are required to guarantee the safety of our deployed troops. Yet no money was earmarked to provide this protection to our soldiers in the past. There are several other examples of projects that the Army needs the government to fund in order to ensure it can continue to assist Canadians during natural disasters to meet the international commitments. Its fleet of heavy support equipment, such as forklifts, loaders, and excavators, need to be replaced so that our soldiers can build camps as well as roads and shelters. The list of activities that our soldiers undertake with this equipment is long, and yet here, too, no investments were planned. Furthermore, the Army's fleet of logistic support vehicles, such as trailers and medium-sized trucks used to transport supplies and essential equipment, has been significantly degraded over time and must be replaced. These capabilities are essential to sustain our soldiers at home and abroad. Again, no investment was planned. The resourcing problems that we have found the most troubling are the ones that have directly affected our servicemen and women. In over 25 years as a reservist, I saw firsthand the way our governments have failed to properly equip our reserve force. Not only is there not enough equipment, but the training to use what equipment they have is lacking as well. Our reserve units are tremendously resourceful, and they perform extremely well, despite having been underfunded for so long, but that does not excuse the failure to properly resource our reservists. They deserve gratitude from the governments that deployed them away from their families and in harm's way. Instead, when they take off the uniform, they get pension checks delivered way too late. They have to run an obstacle course when they retire from the military, and they get shortchanged in more ways than any government would want to admit. There are some of the problems to be solved. Before it can build anything new, Canada's new defence policy must first get us out of the hole that we're starting in. That is why we sought input from parliamentarians from all parties, and why we sought input during a series of expert roundtables, including the industry roundtable. It is why we consulted Canadians across the country through our online portal and town hall discussions. We also had roundtable discussions to hear from Indigenous communities, members of academia, and other expertise on gender-related issues. We want a thorough understanding of how every facet of our defence policy would impact our own people and Canada generally. We will act on the evidence gathered throughout the Defence Policy Review, Mr. Speaker. The process made clear the need to focus on emerging domains like space and cyber, and the need to remain a trusted and capable ally. Mr. Speaker, Canada's new defence policy will be just that. It will be a plan to get out of the hole we are starting in. It will be a plan to build on an even stronger military. It will be a plan to allocate realistic funding to those bread and butter projects that will keep our military running effectively and efficiently for years to come. Most of all, it will be a plan to care for the women and men who put on the uniform and serve Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I said earlier that it's unfortunate we had to have this debate, and now it's disappointing that the minister didn't even acknowledge his embellishment on Operation Medusa today. This is his opportunity to explain himself to all the veterans and everyone in the Canadian Armed Forces who are watching today to get a better handle on why the minister misrepresented the facts. You know, we just had last week a major fundraiser for veterans from Afghanistan called Party Under the Stars, From the Stand and Back. And the minister skipped it because he said he had to prepare his speaking notes. Well, to me, that's pretty thin ice to skate on. And if you're going to actually make up an excuse of why you can't be there to support those suffering from operational stress injuries. So I plead with the minister right now. Will he get up, do a sincere apology, and explain himself to our veterans, to current serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and to Canadians who are having trouble understanding why he would say what he said about Operation Medusa, and ultimately try to do the honourable thing and resign.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I made my statement. I also made my statements in the House and answered the questions. I am focused on making sure that we support our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, when I took office, I wrote 2 letters to all members of Parliament to take the politics of defence so that we can all work together to making sure that we move forward and get all the advice and experience from everyone to be able to move forward, Mr. Speaker, and to be able to analyze where we're at. And I just, for a second time, giving a state of affairs where we're at so that we can come up with solutions, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I'm focused on, to making sure our men and women have all the right necessary tools so they can fulfill their missions at home and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, am disappointed the Minister did not take this opportunity to provide the transparency we really need on what his role was in Afghanistan. So I'd like to ask him 2 very specific questions. He, in interviews for the book called Fighting for Afghanistan, and also confirmed by Brigadier General Fraser, he said that he was an intelligence officer and a key liaison person to the Governor of Kandahar, Afghan National Police, and the National Directorate for Security. And if that is what his role was in Afghanistan, then can he confirm that he participated in the decision by the Liberal government not to hold an inquiry into the transfer of detainees? Or did he make that decision? Did he participate in it or make that decision? Because he would be in a direct conflict of interest, as he would be a key witness at any such inquiry. So can the Minister tell us, did he participate in that decision or did he make that decision himself?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to state is I'm proud of the work that our men and women the Canadian Armed Forces and our civilians did in Afghanistan throughout the mission there. I have answered all the questions of the Commissioner. I'm happy to make myself available to the Commissioner and any officer of Parliament. Also, I've also explained what my, in terms of my responsibilities were, Mr. Speaker. And like I said, I'm happy to talk to the Commissioner anytime regarding this matter. Thank you.
Question commentaire. La députée de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I need an explanation because I'm having a hard time understanding. I served 22 years as an officer, and I met many officers that contributed to different operations. For example, Afghanistan, Bosnia, elsewhere. I have discussed with officers. We told each other stories about various operations, but never did anyone substitute themselves for another or say, I created this mission, I created a plan. People were very humble. One of my best friends went to Afghanistan 3 times, and he said it was just his job, and he didn't need to say anything else about it. People are very humble, and when people in the Army get medals for bravery in combat, regardless of the battle, superior officers see them in action and recommend them for a medal. But although there are soldiers who receive little recognition, they did their jobs. I just want to know, why did the minister appropriate the glory of something he did not do? I just want to know why. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his time as service in the Canadian Armed Forces. I take every opportunity to be able to highlight the work of our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces. I've always done that, and I will continue to do so. I'm also focused as Minister of National Defence to making sure that our troops have all the necessary tools, to making sure that not only for the current missions, Mr. Speaker, but also for the ones that we might send them on. It is not just about looking at the now. We need to make sure that our troops are set up for the future. This is my responsibility as part of the government, and we as a government are going to be moving forward to making sure that our Canadian Armed Forces are set up for the next 20 years, and that's exactly what our defence policy is going to do, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his speech. I particularly thank him for laying out in as candid a way as possible the state of the Canadian military, which has suffered greatly over the last number of years. And I'd be interested in his commentary as to the actual decline over the last 10 years with respect to the previous government. When they came into government, the military's budget was $18.7 billion, or 1.19% of GDP. When they left office in 2015, the military's budget was $19.2 billion, a slight increase of $500 million over the entire 10 years that is encompassed there, with a GDP of just a hair's breadth over 1%. So when you describe the state of the Canadian military and you apply an inflation factor to the actual decline in the budget, you get a situation as described in your speech. So I'd be interested in the minister's comments on how he intends to rectify this state of affairs that he has sadly inherited from the previous government.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as is stated many times before, and also when we launched the Defence Policy Review, the Canadian Armed Forces needs predictable and sustainable funding so that they can plan. But first, we needed to understand exactly where we were starting from, and the Defence Policy Review allowed us to do that. Is to just look at the facts of the current state. As I stated, the Deficit Reduction Action Plan cut $1 billion, and as did the Strategic Review, is to be able to understand where we're at, then to actually determine where we need to go, to making sure that we focus on outputs on what do we need to be for focusing on Canada, what is our place in the world, then figuring out the capabilities of what they are, and then having a rigorously costing process to making sure that we have the numbers so that we can have a fully costed defence policy, and that's exactly what we're going to have, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Speaker, I'd like to follow up on my previous question to the minister, and it's his lack of clarity about his role in making the decision not to hold an inquiry into the transfer of detainees to face torture that caused conflict of interest complaints to be laid against the minister. So I'm going to ask a very specific question to the minister. When he was interviewed by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, did he or did he not tell her that his role in Afghanistan included being liaison, an intelligence officer, and liaison with local authorities like the Governor of Kandahar, the Afghan National Police, and the Directorate of National Security, all of whom have been accused by Canadian officials of being involved in the torture of detainees?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I answered all the questions of the Commissioner. Many other people have characterized my role. I told her my role. She was satisfied with the answer, Mr. Speaker. And I will always make myself available to the Commissioner and any officer of Parliament to be able to answer their questions for them. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, the minister commented on a number of members on that side of the House that were elected because of their military experience, and there's many members on this side of the House that got elected through their experiences in uniform. And most of us probably moved ahead of the other pack that we were running against because of the trust and loyalty that the communities gave to us because of the service that we provided for them. I just want to ask a very simple question. The minister across mentioned that he was the architect behind the Medusa program, and then he apologized and said it's a mistake. And now we have people standing up on the other side of the House saying, well, it was a grammar mistake. Just a very simple question through you, Mr. Speaker. Does he still think he has the respect and trust of those communities? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, when I mentioned all the members who had served the Canadian Armed Forces, I included members from the other party as well. If I missed any, I apologize for it because they do have provided value service and wanted to acknowledge that. But also, Mr. Speaker, it also be when we talk about using our experience, we both our party and the opposition party talked about their planned increases. But I am happy that, very fortunate that our Prime Minister tasked me to conduct a thorough defence policy review to making sure that we had accurate information. And that's exactly what we've done, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, what Canadians expect of me and our government is to making sure that we provide all the necessary tools to the men and women who serve us, to making sure that they have all the right capabilities, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we are focused on. I invite all parliamentarians, as I have made the Canadian Armed Forces more accessible, where before, Mr. Speaker, they required ministerial authorization to even visit a base. We changed that immediately to making sure that all parliamentarians have access so they can have good, relevant information, so they can actually provide proper input, and as they did for the Defence Policy Review. Thank you.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll just remind honourable members that in selecting the members who participate in the period during questions and comments, the chair usually gives preference to those members who are not members of the party of the member or minister who just spoke, but not to the exclusion. So that usually means in a 10-minute round of questions and comments, a member of the same party of the member who just spoke might get one moment or one opportunity to weigh in on questions and comments, but by and large, the balance will be for the members of the other parties. And the same thing goes, of course, as the speeches rotate across the parties across the House. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just before I begin the heart of my remarks, I'd like to join other members of Parliament thanking the Canadian Forces for the work that they're doing in combating the floods in Quebec and the Ottawa River Valley today. And I'd also like to say I do believe the Minister did miss in his listing of those who served in the Canadian Forces the member for Abitibi-Temiskaming, a proud New Democrat member of Parliament and one of the few female veterans in this House. So it's with no pleasure that I rise today to speak to this motion, and I will take no pleasure in having to vote for this motion. But we are faced with a situation where the Minister of Defence has lost the confidence of a broad sector of the Canadian public, certainly a broad sector of Canadian forces, and possibly also our allies, and therefore we believe he can no longer continue to lead Canadian forces as Minister of Defence. It causes me a great deal of personal angst, actually, to have to stand up and say this, because this is a minister who has treated me as his opposition critic with respect, and someone who, as I've said before, I believe that all members in this House honour the bravery and distinction with which he served his country in Afghanistan. But that is not the topic today, nor is it the topic that the minister addressed in his speech, which is a broad review of defence concerns. The topic is what the minister has said about his service in Afghanistan. And this wound that the minister suffered is self-inflicted. And so we have three versions before us of what the minister's role was. Early on, in a letter to the Vancouver Police Department when he returned from one of his tours of duty in Afghanistan, his commander, Brigadier General Fraser, said that he was a key intelligence officer. And the minister himself, in interviews he gave to Sean Maloney, Royal Military College professor, in the preparation of his book, Fighting for Afghanistan, the minister emphasized his intelligence role and his liaison role with the Governor of Kandahar, the National Director of Security, and the Afghan National Police. I believe that probably does constitute the heart of his role and a real contribution to Canada's effort in Afghanistan. Unfortunately, as minister, he then made a decision, or his government made a decision, and we now have conflicting stories about who actually made that decision. But at minimum, he participated in a cabinet decision that there would be no inquiry into the transfer of detainees in Afghanistan to face torture and the Canadian role in those transfers. And this is, of course, problematic. The minister would have key information for any such inquiry. So he should neither have participated in the discussions about a decision not to hold an inquiry, and even worse, if he personally made that decision. He certainly is the person who announced that decision on behalf of the government. And under the British concepts of ministerial responsibility, which we follow in this House, he is the minister responsible for that decision. As a result of that, conflict of interest complaints were filed with the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. One of those by Craig Scott, a former member of this House and a distinguished professor of law at the University of Toronto. It appears from the letter, a copy of which I received from the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, that the minister then told a second story about what his role was in Afghanistan. And in this second version of his story, he said, I was merely a reservist working on capacity building with police in Afghanistan, and that I, as in that capacity would have had no knowledge of the matters of transfer of detainees. This is a direct contradiction, if it is indeed what he told the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, a direct contradiction of his own previous interviews he gave and his previous commanding officer. And so that's why following the minister's speech, I asked him very directly to let us know what he told the Conflict of Interest Commissioner about his role in Afghanistan. And that's why the member for Outremont, leader of the NDP, has written to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner and asked her to review her decision to close that conflict of interest file, and she has agreed to review the member from Outremont's request. So that's our second version. Then, for whatever strange reason, the minister repeated a claim which he'd previously made as a candidate in 2015 on his trip to India, his recent trip to India, where he exaggerated, at best, his role in Operation Medusa. And so the Conservatives have chosen to focus almost all of their discussions on this question, which is often referred to as stolen valor. And I think that is an important question. And the minister has apologized and taken back that version of what his role was in Afghanistan. The problem is that if an apology is to be meaningful, it has to be followed by full transparency. So we need to hear from the minister. And I was disappointed not to hear from the minister today why these three versions of his story exist and how he reconciles those three versions of his story. I was also disappointed not to hear him address directly the issue of the conflict of interest. He's following the same mode that the Prime Minister follows in his conflict of interest issues, where he says, I'm pleased to answer all the questions of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Well, where you're accountable in a parliamentary system is in this House. And so the minister needs not only to answer truthfully to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, but the minister needs to answer truthfully and fully in this House. And unfortunately, his speech did nothing of the kind this morning. Now, in terms of full disclosure, I should say that in my previous role, before coming to this Parliament, I worked for a major international human rights organization in Afghanistan, and I was a researcher working in Kandahar before the minister arrived there as a reservist. So I do have some knowledge of what was going on at the time. And it was very clear that the governor of Kandahar, and there were three different governors in very quick succession, that each of those faced very serious accusations of being involved in the torture of detainees in irregular detention centers, one of those being labeled a dungeon underneath the guest house at the Kandahar governor's palace. These accusations were documented in Canadian documents in 2010 at the very highest level, and certainly the former ambassador, Chris Alexander, made those allegations public. In addition, the allegations were made to the third of those governors, and the one that the minister most likely worked most closely with, Abdullah Khalid, who was the governor of Kandahar from 2005 to 2008. Canadian ambassador made the accusations that Governor Khalid ordered a bombing which resulted in the killing of 5 UN human rights workers, human rights and AIDS workers, in order to cover up his role in the narcotics trade in Kandahar. So I raise this question not to say that the minister himself was involved in torture, obviously not, nor was he involved in the narcotics trade. No one should misunderstand me. I'm not trying to cast aspersion on the minister's role in that sense. What I'm trying to say is that if he was the liaison to these people, then he has key information about the torture of detainees and about other very illegal and despicable actions by the people for whom he was liaison. So it's very easy to consult many international reports, reports of international observers from that time who documented the use of torture in Kandahar province. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, many organizations who had a look at this were very clear that there was well-documented incidents of torture of detainees. So the question which the Conservatives actually prorogued Parliament to avoid is answering the question, since they were in charge of government at that time and when the minister was serving there, what was Canada's role? Did we continue to transfer detainees into situations where we knew that they faced possible torture. This would be a violation of international law and a stain on Canada's international reputation. A second part of the question that is very important to me is the question of, did we use information obtained from torture for various military purposes? Again, this is a very serious question, both in terms of information being derived from torture being highly unreliable, and therefore, if it was being used, perhaps putting Canadian troops at risk, but also a very questionable practice under international law. And we know that a Conservative Minister of Public Safety, Vic Taves, actually issued a ministerial directive allowing Canadian security forces to make use of information derived from torture when he was the minister. So in this intelligence liaison role, the minister should have known that all those people that he was liaisoning with faced these credible allegations of torture of detainees. And therefore, when meeting the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, he should very clearly have said to her that his role placed him in a situation where he might have key information for such an inquiry. Now, we have a Conflict of Interest Commissioner who has traditionally interpreted her mandate extremely narrowly and to focus on financial matters almost exclusively. And while I believe there's a real conflict of interest involved that is not financial, there's also the possibility, of course, that if the minister was called to appear before such an inquiry, it might affect his ability to continue as the minister, giving him a direct personal interest in not holding such an inquiry. But we won't know the answer to that because the minister refuses to answer questions about who made that decision. Was it a cabinet decision? Was it his decision? We just don't have an answer. And again, I asked him earlier this morning and failed to get a response from him. Once he had spoken to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, he also gave interviews to other journalists in which he said very clearly to Murray Brewster, at least he's quoted as saying to Murray Brewster, that he was not an intelligence officer. So we have all these questions that I simply, knowing the minister personally, I have a hard time understanding how he got himself into this situation, because I find him very straightforward on a personal level. And I find him very responsible and very open. So it's a mystery to me how he could have gotten himself into this situation and why he does not try to explain that. A simple apology, again, not accompanied by transparency and accountability, is simply going to be seen as meaningless words. So we have to have those other parts to go along with the apology. And I would hope the minister would still have a chance today to clear the air on these questions. So how does this affect his ability to carry on? I think we had a good example this morning in this debate where he presented quite an interesting discussion of the background for the Canadian Defence Review, but I don't think anybody was listening. No one was listening to the minister because they still had those other questions in mind. They still were wondering about, can we trust what the minister is saying on this because of the various versions of his role in Afghanistan? It undermines his own credibility as minister to carry forward with this kind of work. And so even if he's doing the best work, those questions, those clouds will always remain behind him until these questions are answered and disposed of. I had several members over the weekend that I met, both back in British Columbia and in traveling back to Ottawa, of the Liberal Party, who said to me, well, this is all just politics. Well, I say with respect, it is not just politics. There is nothing more important than the ability of Canadians to trust in their ministers. And this is something the Prime Minister wrote in his mandate letters that he gave to all his ministers, that they had to achieve the highest standards of honesty and transparency. And again, the minister still has the opportunity to do that, and I would hope he would take that position. But what we've heard so far doesn't meet those standards laid out in his mandate letter for honesty and transparency. And again, it's not just a matter of politics. Members also asked me, what would make me happy? And of course, I don't like that question, because the question isn't about what would make me happy, but what would benefit Canada here? How do we get a solution out of this controversy over the minister that benefits Canada? And there's one of two ways that the minister could proceed that would make, I think, Canadians happy and restore confidence. One of those two would be to order an inquiry into the transfer of detainees in Afghanistan, to allow such an inquiry to go forward. It's something that the Liberals supported when they were in opposition, and now that we have this minister, we have them refusing to hold such an inquiry. That may be too big a step for the minister, and because I've already said it's a conflict of interest to make that decision, I need to be a little consistent, so I'll offer him a second option which does not involve that conflict, and that is he should request the Prime Minister assign a different minister to examine this question. He should recuse himself from participation in the discussion of whether there should be an inquiry into Canada's role in the transfer of Afghan detainees to face torture. So ask the Prime Minister to ask another minister to make a new decision about whether such an inquiry is warranted. I believe it is an important part of Canada's international reputation to hold such an inquiry and to clear the air on our role in Afghanistan and the transfer of those detainees. Unfortunately, I don't believe we'll get either of those, and the minister is going to attempt to muddle on as the Minister of Defence. And as I said before, when he brings out the defence review, it's going to be hard for people to focus on whatever good things are in the review, whatever good things he's bringing forward, when there are still these questions about how the minister describes his own role. And the other problem that I see when the defence review does eventually come forward, two problems. One is there was no money set aside in the budget, which we would have expected for new initiatives in a defence review. So the last budget has no money set aside. And I guess we're expected to believe that when the review comes out, the government will simply increase the deficit to take on new military activities. I don't believe that's true. I believe we'll see a lot of good statements about policy, which will then be put off into the future, since there's no money available in the budget to actually carry them out. The second problem I, of course, see with the defence review is the exclusion of this House from participation in the defence review. So the House of Commons Committee on Defence played only a very small role, one chosen by ourselves to try and give the minister some input into the review. We were not certainly asked to do that. When the defence review was going on in Vancouver, I asked to go to one of the sessions, and I was told that members of Parliament were not allowed to attend the sessions that were being held because that might interfere with the session. I find that a very strange concept that went on. We still have no commitment from this minister that when this defence review that he referred to so much today comes forward, that it will either be presented to this House for a vote or that it will be presented to the Defence Committee. And so, again, without those commitments, it's hard for me to do much more than reflect back on this controversy over the minister's understanding of his role when it comes to the new defence review. What is his role? Is it just his defence review, or is it one that will garner the support of Canadians across the board? So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I take no pleasure today in having this debate take place. I have only been here for 6 years, but again, I have watched the House of Commons since I was first a candidate in 2004 election, and I've never seen a motion like this before the House. I think we are indeed in a very sad situation where we have to have a debate about whether Canadians can have trust and confidence in one of their cabinet ministers. And on a personal basis, as I have spoken to the minister, this is someone I like and respect. And so I take no personal pleasure in being forced to raise these questions in the House of Commons. But it is our duty as members of Parliament to make sure the government is held accountable and to make sure the government is held to the highest standards. And that's really the question that's before us today. Has the minister, in his role as Minister of Defence, adhered to the highest standards of honesty and transparency that are required of any Minister of the Crown in Canada? And if he has not, then this will inevitably affect his ability to lead this government and to lead Canada as Minister of Defence. So in conclusion, I have to say again that New Democrats will be supporting this motion, but we take no pleasure in having to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I want to thank the honourable member for his reflections.
He started off by saying that this is a matter that's seized Canadians, that this is a huge matter. So I was actually anticipating, Mr. Speaker, when I go home this past weekend, that I would have a deluge of emails and telephone calls calling for the minister's resignation. Maybe after today's debate it will change, but when I went home, the only telephone call I had, Mr. Speaker, and members will find this amusing, is a former Conservative candidate who lives in my riding and ran against me 2 or 3 elections ago, and she was upset. That's the only telephone call I got. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that this appears to be a big issue among members opposite, but it's not a big issue in the public. But I did want to focus on the member's core part of his speech, and that has to do with the Afghan detainees. And the member will know that there are at least 5 inquiries completed. He will know that there is a 6th inquiry ongoing, and he will know that the NDP had been asked to review any and all documentation with respect to those inquiries. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, is why did the NDP decline that opportunity to review the documentation with respect to Afghan detainees?
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I would have to say that my experience in my riding, and maybe it's because I represent a very strongly military riding, was quite different from his, and there was a great deal of interest in this controversy. And I spent some time on radio hotline dealing with calls on this issue and doing interviews. So my experience was quite different than his. On the question of inquiries into Afghan detainees, the member knows quite well that there has been no public inquiry, and all the opportunities to participate in various reviews and inquiries had a very significant restriction. Those who participated were not allowed, as a condition of participating, to make the information they found public. And so why did New Democrats not participate in those inquiries? Because had we participated, we were gagged by participating. And so no, we did not participate in those reviews, those partial reviews. What we need is a full public inquiry into Canada's role in the transfer of detainees to face torture. And what we know is that the Minister of Defence has key information on that topic for any such inquiry.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, Mr. Speaker. I had asked a question earlier of the minister, and of course he skated around it in his usual manner. But to the member from Sooke Saanich, and thank you for your service there, and I know it's a great military organization around your area there because I lived there for many years. But as the member stated through you, Mr. Speaker, that he had a talk show and that he spoke on the talk show. And a question that I asked the minister quite bluntly through you was, does he still think he has the respect and trust of the people or the military? And through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member from Saanich-Sooke, I wonder if he could answer that for me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I think the proof that this confidence does not exist is the very fact that we have been engaged in this debate in the House of Commons now for some 10 days. And this has not gone away as a topic of interest in the media or as a topic of interest in the public. And so it is a real question. It's not a political question. It is a real question of whether the minister's credibility has dropped so far that we can no longer have confidence in him as a minister. As I said, this is, to my knowledge, a virtually unprecedented motion in the House of Commons. And so it indicates the seriousness with which both opposition parties take this question for slightly different reasons, with slightly different emphasis, I must say. But it illustrates the problem we have with the current minister, and anything he tries to do going forward as minister will be under the cloud of this controversy.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke for his important statements on this issue. And I don't think we can undermine the depth of unhappiness that so many people are feeling across this country. You know, we ask the men and women in uniform to do so many important tasks for us. And we have an international reputation that we want to maintain of being a place, a country that always does the right thing around human rights, that always stands up for the right issues. And with this minister and the situation we are today, there is a gradual disheartenment across the world and in our communities. And as the member who represents CFB Comox, I know my constituents have brought forth many concerns and share their deep concerns about this issue. So I would like to ask the member, in terms of the very important comments that he had around full transparency, accountability to this House, full disclosure, and our reputation internationally across this world, my question to him is, what do we need to do next, and how does the minister need to make this right?
Well, member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank my colleague for her question, and it does give me an opportunity to say that just as no one is questioning the minister's service in Afghanistan, no one is questioning the important role that Canada played in Afghanistan and the important role that our troops on the ground played very bravely and with distinction. This is about decisions made at the highest level in the Canadian government to do with transferring detainees in situations where they might face torture. And so, as I said to the minister in a question, there's two things he could do. One is, of course, he could encourage the Prime Minister to order an inquiry into the Afghan detainee issue. And I think that's unlikely to happen. So the second is, of course, that the minister could recuse himself and ask the Prime Minister to have another minister who was not so directly involved in this issue look at the question of whether there should be a full public inquiry into Canada's role in transfer of detainees to face torture. It's an important question of international law, and it's an important question of Canada's international honour.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, I'd like to ask a question in regards to a comment made across the floor just to a previous question asked, that this was not a big issue to the public, that it wasn't something on the minds of Canadians. And yet I've received so many letters and talked to so many individuals within our armed forces who are so distraught but aren't able to maybe speak out the way that they would like to. I want to quote a letter from a father. This morning I spoke to my son about the matter of stolen valor by the Minister of Defence. I have to tell you firsthand, without any doubt, this is a matter that has directly affected the morale and confidence of Canada's frontline infantry soldiers. I want you to know, as the father of a young soldier that would give his life to his country, that this deception has shaken the Canadian forces from the minister's office right down to the infantry soldier. So would he have any comments in regards specifically to the deception that has taken place in regards to the role the minister played in Afghanistan?
Honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
I thank the member for Yorkton Melville for her question. I think she raises a very important point, because when members from the other side say that there's no public interest in this, they're actually I'm trying to think of exactly the right word that's parliamentary. They're actually denying our role in this parliament, which is to be a representative of our ridings. And so it's passing strange to me that they would suggest that we are just making up these concerns, that we're not hearing from Canadians on this side of the House. Are they likely to hear on the government side? I don't know. I can't answer that question. I know that members on the opposition side have almost universally heard from the public and often from members of the Canadian military about their concerns. And it is not an easy thing for members of the Canadian military to do, to express those opinions. Not so much, I think, out of fear of retaliation, although sometimes there is, but I think out of fear of doing further damage to the honour of the Canadian military. And so it's a very difficult situation that they've been placed in, and I think their concerns are very real. And I can't answer for the government side, but I know on the opposition side, we are representing our constituents when we bring those concerns here to the House of Commons.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, if it's a difficult situation for the honourable member to bring forth concerns from the public, you can imagine what it's like for the minister to respond to people who will not put their name to complaints. So unless there are real complaints, they are therefore anonymous complaints. The one person, however, did put his name to the service of the minister while in Afghanistan was British Army officer Chris Vernon, who said, without major input as a critical player, a major player, a pivotal player, I'd say Medusa wouldn't have happened. We would have had the intelligence and the tribal picture to put things together. So, Mr. Speaker, why are we debating the difference between the and an when the minister has apologized for his mistake? The one person who puts his name to what the then major did, it says it was a pivotal role. It was a critical role. It was a major player, Mr. Speaker, and we are bringing an entire motion over whether the minister misspoke, for which he has apologized repeatedly.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the member for Scarborough-Guildwood for his question, and I guess what I would say is, in essence, the quote that he's just given proves my point, that if the minister had a key role in intelligence, then we have a question about what he knew about the transfer of detainees. So his example, I think, is unfortunate because I think it bolsters what I've been saying all morning, is that there's a legitimate question of whether the minister had information about the transfer of detainees to face torture that placed him in a conflict of interest. He's told 3 different versions of his story of what his role was in Afghanistan, and he appears to have misled the conflict of interest commissioner. That's what has caused Canadians in large numbers to lose confidence in this minister.
Reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, resuming debate. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I wish to salute the work of our Canadian forces deployed to help people battling the floodwaters in Quebec. We hope that the situation will be resolved as fast as possible with the least damage possible. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Barrie-Innisfil. As a former military officer, I'm pleased to take the floor to give a voice to my former brothers in arms who do not have one within the forces. Regarding today's motion, which reads as follows, that the House has lost confidence in the Minister of National Defence's ability to carry out his responsibilities on behalf of the government, since on multiple occasions the Minister misrepresented his military service and provided misleading information to the House. We were forced to present this motion because from the beginning of his mandate, the minister has misled the House on a number of topics and repetitively. Nobody can deform the truth this often and think that Canadians will continue to support them. This is the end of the line for the minister, but he doesn't seem to have understood the message. He's hanging on like someone who has nowhere to go.
I'd like to remind the Liberals that no one believes the minister. Our men and women in uniform don't believe him anymore. He has shamed those who wear the uniform. Canadians have lost their trust in him the more they find out about the story. There was one untruth too many, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And that was that he said he was the architect of Operation Medusa. He said this in a speech in April, and he had said the same thing, in fact, in 2015 during the election campaign, when at the time he was a member of the reserves. Furthermore, many people in the forces are wondering why the minister was not judged for that violation of the Canadian Forces Code at the time. Stolen valor is a clear violation of the code. But the second time he said this, it didn't go unnoticed. It's shameful to see someone taking credit for someone else's work. And we're still wondering, because he still hasn't answered, why he twisted the truth in this way for his own benefit. He never gave a clear answer. On this side of the House, we, along with journalists and Canadians, are waiting for an answer to this question. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals across the way don't care at all about what Canadians want. Ethics is a very elastic concept for the Liberals. The minister apologized for twisting the truth here, but he also twisted the truth many other times and never apologized for that or gave any reasons about why he is using these alternative facts. A few examples, Mr. Speaker, that I'll share with you today. Now, if we look at the thing that happened in India and also in 2015, the fact that he engaged in this self-aggrandizement is the most famous example, but there are many other examples about what the minister has presented as alternative facts during his mandate. I'll give you the example of the withdrawal of Canadian CF-18s from the fight against the Islamic State. Now, nobody understood why this decision was made, and there was never any good answer given. The minister said, well, all of our allies, including the Iraqis and the Kurds, are okay with this. They understand that we're going to do other things. The minister said, you know, they even are happy having us do other things rather than just helping with the CF-18s. But once again, Mr. Speaker, the truth was very different. I think he's probably the only one who was happy to see the CF-18s withdrawn. Nobody else was. A few weeks and months ago, we had the Minister of Foreign Affairs formally declare that, contrary to what the minister had told us for months in this House, that in fact the Iraqis begged Canada not to withdraw the CF-18s. They said, please keep the CF-18 bombings here. It's so important to us. You need to stay with us. And the minister said the opposite. So that's the first alternative fact. For months, we asked why this was happening. We asked to send our CF-18s back to Iraq, and the minister said, no, the people there didn't want it. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that was not the case. The second alternative fact from the short career of the Minister of Defense. Now, this is the capability gap. For months, there was discussion of this capability gap in our air forces. All through 2016, the commander of the air forces said there was not a problem, said that we had enough airplanes to carry out the mission, and said that with the updates, the $450 million brought to the table by the Conservatives to update our CF-18s, things were okay, and the general was able to do his work through 2025. That was said in the Defense Committee. And then we started hearing the story of the capability gap. Now, through access to information requests, it quickly became clear that this problem was actually created by the people of Boeing, the people who sell the Super Hornets. They met with the minister and the prime minister, and, you know, we can see the dates of these meetings. And then shortly after these meetings, the minister stood up and said, well, we can't carry out our mission because there's a capability gap. Our Air Force's commander is saying everything is okay, but the minister, after a meeting with Boeing, says there's a problem. So there's another alternative fact, this false capability gap, and which existed rather than having an open and transparent process for a new flotilla. So all this to show that our minister has been misleading the House for the last 18 months. Well, I understand the subject, so I don't need to read. The third alternative fact. I'm not going to go back to what happened in India and during the election campaign. I'm just talking about other things that have happened in the last 18 months. So the third alternative fact has to do with danger pay for our soldiers in Kuwait. From the very beginning, the minister said that the previous government had denied these benefits. But we have the proof here. We have the facts and the details, and everything is very clear. The Conservatives sent the troops with danger pay, and the problem emerged during the time they were deployed, during the Liberal government's current mandate. Now, the minister tried to blame the Conservatives, and then he only gave half the pay, but not the rest, and currently they don't have any. So the Liberals are ready to get up and say anything in the House, but this is very, very clear. It's on paper. The facts are here. So once again, the minister tried to make up a story. My colleague for Selkirk Interlake asked questions about this, worked with the Defense Committee, submitted written questions, asked the minister to respond in person, And he never wanted to respond. He just responded with alternative facts. Now, they need to stop taking us for dupes. They need to... They always talk about the career of the Minister of Defense in Afghanistan. Of course, we all agree. We all know that he did excellent work there, but that's not the issue. He's no longer a soldier. Like me, he's no longer a soldier. He's a member of Parliament. And as Minister of Defense, he has the duty to be unimpeachable and to have impeccable behavior. And in the last few months, I have four examples of alternative facts. And the last one, of course, was the last straw. He invented this whole story about being the architect of Operation Medusa, which, of course, is totally false. So for all of these reasons, the minister has lost all credibility. He's lost the honor that he had before. Of course, he was an honorable man with a brilliant military career, but he made that mistake, and now he needs to resign. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his speech. We're not talking alternative facts with the honourable member. We're talking alternative reality with the honourable member. The only person that's actually come forward and spoken about this is where you get difficulties with naming names, with the minister's role in Afghanistan as being Colonel Vernon. And Colonel Vernon was the Chief of Staff to General Fraser during the Operation Medusa. And here's what he said on radio last week. He said, I've got no axe to grind. I'm a retired British Army officer. I'm watching the Canadian press. I don't think so. The only person who could be vaguely annoyed would be the Australian Lieutenant Colonel to whom the minister, worked. And actually, I spoke to him yesterday, and he was not at all miffed about it. So much for stolen valor. And he reiterated, actually, from Australia, everything that's saying, that without the minister's input as a critical player, a major player, a pivotal player, I'd say Medusa, wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have had the intelligent and tribal picture put together. So I say to the honourable member, really, what is this motion all about, other than an attack on a very honourable man?
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat what the former Chief of Defence Staff, the former Mr. Sajan, did. Now, of course, he did great training work, he did great work in Afghanistan, everyone recognizes that, but that's not the issue. All of the other soldiers who were there, anybody else on the ground who was bringing information to him to do the operation, I mean, none of them ever said that the former Major St. John did this. And he's the one who said, I created this operation, I did everything, I was the architect. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. So I would hope the opposition would stop, the government would stop putting words in our mouth. The problem is that he's taking credit for this mission today.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the motion it says misrepresented his military service. I'm going to ask the member across the way. We know about the member from Parliament from Durham. He happens to be the leadership candidate for leadership for the Conservative Party. And if you go to one of the sites where it says story of his service, this is something that's endorsed by the leader. And I want to quote exactly what you will read or hear on YouTube. He served in the Air Force, where he flew Sea King helicopters on operations at home and abroad. I was an air traffic control assistant, and I understand the difference between a navigator and a pilot. The Conservative leader is trying to give Canadians the impression that he was a pilot. I'm wondering if he believes that that leadership candidate should step aside as a leadership candidate because he is clearly trying to give the impression to Canadians that he is a pilot.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Order. Mr. Speaker, The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is where you can see the intellectual dishonesty of this government. My colleague never claimed that this was the case. They wore an aviation uniform, but never claimed to have done anything other than his 12 years of service. So this is very dishonest from the government. We have time for a brief intervention.
Guildwood, order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to put in context what the Minister of Defence, what the commanding officer of the Minister of Defence said about him after Medusa. He said he was the best single Canadian intelligence asset in theatre, and his hard work, personal bravery, and dogged determination undoubtedly saved a multitude of coalition lives. I see my honourable colleagues don't want to listen to what General Fraser has to say. Through his courage and dedication, the minister has single-handedly changed the face of intelligence gathering and analysis in Afghanistan.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, once again, they're trying to put words in our mouth. We've said he was great in his work 100 times. The problem is that as Minister of Defence, he invented a life that he didn't really have. Now, if I said that I was the best general in 1991, I can't say that because that wasn't my role. So they need to stop putting words in our mouth.
Before we carry on with resuming debate, I'll let the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil know that there are only about 7 minutes remaining in the time before we start statements by members. But I'll interrupt him in the usual way, and he'll, of course, have the remaining time when the House next gets back to business on the motion. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just off the start, I want to say how much we're thinking about the flood victims in Ontario and Quebec, and how much we thank our military for the work that they're doing, as well as other first responders. In the short time that I have, I want to in October of 2016, Mr. Speaker, I was made critic for Veterans Affairs, and part of my responsibility was to continue on the good work of the member of Durham, the former critic, to restore relationships with our veterans. And I can tell you, as somebody that represents Base Borden, or in close proximity to Base Borden, just how important that trust is, Mr. Speaker, to our men and women who serve this country. Now, I never served my country, but I did serve my community as a firefighter. And in a quasi-military organization, that trust is just as relevant as it is in our military. And you know, for a government that said that it was going to do things differently, and let me just start by saying, Mr. Speaker, it gives me no great pleasure to take a pound of flesh out of the Minister of Defence, because I think he's a good and honourable man. And nobody is discounting the service that he gave to our country, but it's this government, Mr. Speaker, that ran on a mandate of transparency, on accountability, and on honesty. In fact, in the minister's mandate letter, the Prime Minister wrote to the minister, and he used the word honesty 8 times, Mr. Speaker. He used the word accountability 6 times. And he used honesty in the context that everything that they do as a government and every expectation that he has as a minister will be that he does it honestly. And unfortunately, the minister hasn't lived up to the expectations of the Prime Minister. Not just on one occasion, but on 2 occasions, he misled the Canadian public on his role in Operation Medusa. Now, I know the other side is arguing about the fact of the grammar that was used, but the fact is he did it twice, Mr. Speaker. Now, in lines of questioning last week, not only did we speak about the word honesty being used 8 times in his mandate letter, but accountability was mentioned 6 times. This is about the trust, the respect, the integrity that our men and women in the Canadian Forces have in the Minister of Defence since this issue broke. Now, I will tell you, I've gone to several events in my riding, many of them attended by members of the military. I was at the Battle of the Atlantic commemoration this past Sunday in Barrie, and I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, every single person I spoke to said, what was he thinking? What was he doing? And as I've sat in this House and I've seen the line of questioning and I see what's going on today, I look over at the Minister of Defence, Mr. Speaker. He knows he was wrong. He knows what he did was not right. He knows that our Canadian soldiers deserve somebody who's going to have their back, not somebody who pats himself on his, Mr. Speaker. And I am placing direct blame not on the minister, but on the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister doesn't know this is wrong. He's doing what he can to protect the minister. The minister, I believe, being an honourable man, knows that he cannot lead in his position anymore. Every time that minister steps on a base, every time he steps on a ship, every time he takes a flight, and every time he addresses our men and women in uniform, they will have this in the back of their minds, Mr. Speaker, of what the minister did. This is the Prime Minister's fault. It's the Prime Minister who's diminishing this man's integrity. He's diminishing this man's respect among our troops. And if the minister knew what he did was wrong, he needs to do the honourable thing. And that's resign, Mr. Speaker. And I believe this. I believe the honour and the integrity of the minister. I believe he knows that he needs to do this. But for some reason, they're hiding him. This past weekend, we saw the Minister of Transport. They're running cover for the Defence Minister because everyone in that PMO, this is no secret to us here in Ontario. We've seen a pattern of this in the Ontario legislature with the Ontario Liberals. They deny, deny, deny. They don't do anything about it. They don't take responsibility, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister is not taking responsibility. He's the one who's putting the minister in this position, further diminishing his credibility, further diminishing his respect among our men and women of our services, and further diminishing his integrity. This Prime Minister is to blame for this, Mr. Speaker, not the Minister of Defence, for this situation to keep going on and on and on the way it is. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on the first day of National Nursing Week, and I'm sure I'm the first among many members in this place who will take an opportunity now to speak about the enormous contribution to Canadian society of the nursing profession. The theme for National Nursing Week this year is hashtag Yes, This Is Nursing, and focuses on the evolving role that nurses play in Canadian society. Should also make mention of the fact that this overlaps as well with National Hospice Palliative Care Week. We're all well aware in this place of the need to expand care, palliative care, particularly in relation to our focus that this House passed last year on physician-assisted dying. I want to also note that nurses have a real challenge increasingly with inadequate protection. They need more staff with them. They need to be sure that they're secure and safe in their workplace. But for now, Mr. Speaker, I just want to close by thanking the nurses of Canada for everything they do to heal and take care of us.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to pay tribute to Don Cousins, the former mayor of the City of Markham, recently passed away. He leaves behind a loving family, friends, a lifetime of notable accomplishments, and a community that is grateful for his many years of service. Don was a lifelong learner who never shied away from a new adventure. Over the course of his life, he was an ordained minister, a high-tech executive, a politician, an advocate, and even a commandant at Fort Henry Guard. For someone of Don's remarkable character and abilities, it was only a matter of time before he was drawn to public service. He spent nearly a decade as a school trustee and later elected in 4 successive terms as mayor of Markham. He also served as an MPP in Ontario's legislature, first becoming Deputy Speaker and then Minister of Correctional Services. His list of accomplishments is long, but among them are efforts to bring in anti-smoking legislation in Ontario, building Highway 407, and establishing the Charter Community Foundation, a charitable organization. Don will always be remembered for his keen mind, his love of family, and his wonderful sense of humor. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Health and myself, the House join me in thanking Don for his lifetime of service.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, over the last few weeks, I had the privilege of being the guest of honour to several cadet annual reviews in my riding, and I can tell you that our youth is extraordinary. Every year, the Canadian Cadets Program accompanies young people aged 12 to 18 years old in order to increase their confidence, their self-esteem, and their knowledge. Also, these young people give back to the community some of what they learned by acting as volunteers, and it's all of Canadian society that benefits from their involvement. Dear cadets, boys and girls in the Navy, Army, and Air Force from Windsor, Asbestos, Richmond, Warwick, Victoriaville, or even Daveleville, allow me to pay tribute to you today. Through the efforts that you dedicate, you are developing leadership abilities that will be useful to you throughout your entire lives. It is with the greatest respect for your work and your positive involvement that I want to congratulate you. I'm sure that each and every one of you has a bright future ahead. Bravo, and I wish you success.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Running throughout the month of May each year, the Niagara Folk Arts Festival is the oldest continually running heritage festival in Canada. Cultural communities from across Niagara will showcase their rich and dynamic cultures. Events including the Ambassadors Ball, along with many open houses, will be held throughout the month, each displaying the unique culture of their hosts. It's amazing to see long-standing participants such as the Italian, Ukrainian, Polish, and German communities showcase years of tradition, which have been passed down to new generations. However, last year was truly a highlight for me, being present to witness the festival's first Syrian open house. To see refugees who were not long ago fleeing war, now standing up and showcasing their heritage to their new neighbours was truly an honour. Credit is due to Jeff Birch and his team, along with 28 cultural partners who spend countless hours each year planning the festival. Together, they provide residents with a window into the rich history and vibrant communities that helped build St. Catharines over the past 141 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Gasnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ovarian cancer is the most deadly women's cancer in Canada. Outcomes for ovarian cancer have not changed in 50 years. Treatments have not advanced significantly since the 1990s. Dollars being invested in ovarian cancer research isn't enough, causing slow scientific progress compared to other diseases. Immediate investment in ovarian research to help save lives is required, as well as support for ongoing research to screen for ovarian cancer and implementation of Bill S-201 to prevent and prohibit genetic discrimination to empower Canadian women to use genetic testing. It's about time we do more for the women living with this disease. Women living with all forms of cancers in my riding have to travel hundreds of kilometers and be separated from families to get treatment in Saskatoon. We must help Ovarian Cancer Canada and the women it helps by increasing awareness for their cause on May 8th for World Ovarian Cancer Day.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Monsieur le Président, salam alaikum. Je suis heureux d'accueillir aujourd'hui au Parlement des membres de l'Association musulmane de Montréal-Nord qui se trouve dans le comté de Bourassa que je représente, Anna Mahatkom. Il s'agit d'une association fondée en 1988 par les membres de la communauté marocaine résidant à Montréal-Nord. L'association...
Apparently there's a problem with the interpretation. Pardon me. Is it now working? It is now working. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. You may restart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, salam alaikum. I'm pleased to welcome today two Parliament members of the Muslim Association of Montreal North that are in the riding of Bourassa, which I represent. Anna Mahatkum. This is an association that was founded in 1988 by members of the Moroccan community living in Montreal North. The association has as its objectives to preserve Muslim identity, to offer educational and religious services, to facilitate the integration of newcomers into their host society. Mr. Speaker, the Montreal North Association has existed for 29 years and it contributes to living together in the riding of Bourassa. I would like to highlight the work of the president of this association, Mr. Abdelaziz Zik, and wish them the most cordial of welcomes to the House of Commons.
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Public Accounts Committee heard details on National Defence's shortage of approximately 4,000 troops. The recent heavy rainfall and flooding and the deployment of hundreds of Canadian Force personnel to assist communities highlights the importance of Canada having enough troops. Thank you. I'm very fortunate to have CFB Wainwright in my constituency. I've attended many of their graduations. There is much pride for everyone involved, particularly the new recruit and their families. The Bold Eagle program has great success providing First Nation recruits. Canadians should know that the Canadian Forces is not a secondary career choice. With pride, it can be a first choice. There are many positions waiting to be filled that include valuable training, experience, and professional qualifications for individuals. Members of Parliament visiting schools, talking about the importance of education and careers, can play a role to bolster the number of men and women recruits. If just 335 members of Parliament help to encourage the recruitment of a dozen of their constituents, our CAF could reach their recruitment goals.
The honourable member for Central Nova.
I was 7 years old when the Westray mine exploded 25 years ago. I remember sitting in Mrs. Williams' class at Frank H. MacDonald Elementary School as we learned of the disaster that would break the back of my community. We all spent days watching the tragedy unfold and hoping and praying that the rescue workers would find the men alive underground. And our hope would soon fade as we learned that our community had lost 26 fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons. After years of advocacy of members of the families that were affected by this disaster, Parliament passed laws to promote safer workplace environments, and I commit, as long as I am fortunate enough to sit in this House, I will work to see those rules enforced. To the families of those 26 men who were lost to the explosion a quarter century ago, we remember your loved ones on the somber anniversary this week. And as the monument at home in Pictou County reads, their light shall always shine.
Honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, today I offer a warm congratulations to Belleville's own Albert College, which has celebrated its 160th anniversary as a renowned international university prep school. As Canada's oldest co-educational boarding and day school, Albert College has provided an enriched and comprehensive education to many students throughout its history. Currently, its campus focuses on a close-knit connection between the over 300 students from pre-kindergarten to grade 12 and postgraduate levels, who are representatives of 20 countries. Albert College's commitment to fostering academic excellence has been recognized for developing driven and engaged global citizens who confidently tackle diverse challenges beyond their educational attainments. The college emphasizes on cultivating foundational values for character building and goal setting are qualities that last a lifetime. In attending this ceremony, I was privileged to meet many Albert College alumni who are eager to return to join in the celebration of this milestone anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Ovarian Cancer Awareness Day. Representatives of Ovarian Cancer Canada recently were in Ottawa seeking $10 million to conduct life-saving research into this deadly disease. While survival rates for other forms of cancer continue to improve, survival rates for women with ovarian cancer have not improved for 50 years. Every day, 5 women lose their battle to ovarian cancer. This cancer is harder to detect and therefore it's harder to treat. And women often don't receive treatment until it's too late and the cancer has spread. We need to do more to stop this disease that is killing our mothers, our sisters, and our daughters. We can and we will do more.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight World Ovarian Cancer Day. Ovarian cancer affects thousands of women in Canada. This year, 2,800 women are expected to be diagnosed with this illness. Ovarian cancer is the deadliest cancer affecting women.
In Ovarian Cancer Canada Walk of Hope in Toronto, and there will be similar walks across the country. Today, on the day of the walk and every day, our focus should be on giving women hope. With additional research, we can develop treatments and continue the search for a cure. And with that comes hope. Joignez-vous à moi.
Join me in supporting Ovarian Cancer Canada, an organization that supports women affected by this illness as well as their families. It raises awareness and raises funds in order to support research. Above all, let us give hope to the women who are fighting ovarian cancer and to the survivors throughout our entire country. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker.
Mining and exploration industry, which plays a vital role in creating good jobs and supporting middle-class families, urban, rural, and northern regions, as well as Indigenous communities. Mineral development is a transformative industry, advanced sustainable development, and cutting-edge technology. L'industrie minière au Canada.
The mining industry in Canada is a processing industry which favors sustainable development with the help of modern technology. To make sure that this industry continues to contribute to our economy, Budget 2017 extended the mining exploration tax credit for one more year.
Clean technology innovation to ensure we remain competitive and a global leader in Northern Ontario and across Canada. I ask all honourable members to join me in celebrating National Mining Week and recognizing the importance of Canada's mineral industry and its workers.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, Canadians in the eastern part of the country are going through a difficult time after the onslaught of Mother Nature, who has brought unusual levels of flooding to residential areas. People are facing an uncontrollable situation that is threatening everything they have. I would like to send them all the energy they need to overcome it all. I am happy once again to see all the support, empathy, generosity, and help brought by families, neighbors, and people from all walks of life who are demonstrating their willingness to support and help each other. This is impressive, and I invite the public to donate to the Red Cross Emergency Fund. Allow me to highlight the swift response of the men and women in uniform from the Valcartier military base who responded instantly as soon as the request was made by the authorities. They are working to protect property in affected areas. Once again, I want to give sincere thanks to the thousands of people who have contributed. The solidarity of our population makes me proud to be Canadian. Together, we will get through this hardship.
Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the National Holocaust Remembrance Day ceremony being held today in Ottawa by the Canadian Society for Yad Vashem. Nous nous rappelons et respectons.
We remember and pay respect to the 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust. The sheer magnitude of this number is hard to grasp.
Says here. Primo Levi, an Italian survivor of Auschwitz, warned about the painful inability of language to express the horrors done, with whole generations wiped out. Last month, while attending Yom HaShoah Remembrance Ceremony in Toronto, organized by the Adath Israel Congregation, I heard emotional stories from the survivors. We must listen to the survivors. Their testimonies are a warning about what happens when divisiveness and hate are allowed to flourish. To them I say, Li'olam lo'od, never again, not in Canada, not anywhere. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
I rise today to thank U.S. legislators who recently saved the Great Lakes from catastrophic budget cuts proposed by the Trump administration. This bipartisan effort restored over $300 million in critical funding for the Great Lakes. Unfortunately, the Liberal government is falling short of matching U.S. investments and continues to consider storing radioactive nuclear waste on the shores of the Great Lakes. U.S. legislators like Senators Debbie Stabenow, Gary Peters, and Sherrod Brown, or Congressman Dan Kildee or John Mitchell are some of the opposition leaders in the U.S. who vehemently expressed opposition to the plan. Not only is it environmentally reckless, but it is an increasingly significant diplomatic irritant, with Canada developing a reputation as a, quote, free rider on the U.S. Great Lakes protection initiatives and investments. Storing nuclear waste next to the Great Lakes should be scrapped. Millions of peoples, more than 200 municipalities, states, businesses, environmental organizations have all lined up in opposition. All we need now is this Liberal Prime Minister, his cabinet, and the Liberals to do the same.
Honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my deepest gratitude to the people of Calgary Heritage for giving me the privilege to serve as a member of Parliament. It is truly an honour to be elected MP in this riding. I will strive to carry on the legacy of Stephen Harper and continue the riding's tradition of strong representation. Thank you to my campaign team and the hundreds of volunteers who have supported me. Without you, I wouldn't be here. To my wife Sue and our children, thank you for your ongoing support and encouragement. As the MP of Calgary Heritage, I will work hard to be a strong voice in my riding. My constituents have expressed many concerns to me, and they have sent me here to deliver a message to the Liberal government. Improve our economy, balance our budget, pay down our debt, build pipelines, secure our borders, and protect our fundamental right to free expression. Thank you.
Honourable member for Chippewa-Local.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all my colleagues, we offer our thoughts and prayers to everyone affected by the catastrophic flooding in Quebec, in Ontario, in British Columbia, and in New Brunswick. We are going through a difficult time. We ask everyone to be careful as volunteers support the efforts of first responders. As demonstrated by images and shared stories, communities are coming together, whether it be to fill sandbags, to serve meals, or to offer a place to stay. The Government of Canada supports the work of officers working on the ground, and we thank those who have already given their time, energy, and support. Mr. Speaker, along with my colleagues, I invite all Canadians to offer their help and to recognize the painful situation many are facing. We are stronger when we stand together to face a challenge. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Intense flooding is currently affecting thousands of Canadians across the country. It's forcing people from their homes in British Columbia, Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick.
We hope that all Canadians confronted with these terrible circumstances will be safe and will cooperate with first responders and emergency services and will offer assistance to their neighbours insofar as possible.
And Canadians on the assistance the government is providing to all Canadians that are caught up in this flooding.
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question. I can confirm that, of course, our thoughts are with all Canadians affected by the flooding, and we thank the first responders as well as the volunteers who have been involved for many days now to help their communities and neighbours.
Has spoken to his counterparts in Quebec and Ontario, and officials continue to speak with authorities in New Brunswick and British Columbia and indeed across the country. I can confirm that approximately 1,650 Canadian Forces members were deployed, and Ontario has also requested help with 250,000 sandbags, which are on their way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr.
Speaker, the Minister of National Defence never explained to Canadians why he exaggerated his role in Operation Medusa more than once. We've asked him on many occasions to explain himself in the House, and the media have also asked for explanations. Instead of responding, the Prime Minister sent the Minister of Transport to be interviewed in his place. If the Prime Minister has no trust or confidence in his Minister of National Defence, why should Canadians have such confidence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, I have full confidence in our Minister of National Defence. He does an exceptional job. He's always served his country, be it as a police officer, as a soldier, or as a Member of Parliament and Minister of National Defence. I'm very proud of the work he's doing right now to point out that for 10 years, the Conservative government underinvested in our Canadian Armed Forces. These are investments that mean that, unfortunately, our armed forces did not have the equipment and support necessary to do their jobs. That's something that we will solve. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Minister of Defence has let down countless Canadian Armed Forces members by exaggerating his role in Afghanistan, and he did it at least twice. When he was on active duty, I don't believe the minister would have ever resorted to such an exaggeration. It was only when he became a Liberal politician that he decided he needed to embellish this record. Mr. Speaker, when he was in the military, I assumed that he would have never stood for this kind of behaviour. So why does he expect Canadians to accept it now, and why does the Prime Minister accept it?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence has an exceptional record of service to his country, whether it's as a police officer, as a decorated Army veteran, or indeed now as Minister of National Defence and MP. He continues to work very hard day in and day out to give to our troops the tools and the capacity they need to succeed. We continue to ensure that we are looking at what our military needs after 10 years of underinvestments by the previous government. We're about to give the valorous women and men who serve the tools and the support they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's infrastructure bank will take $35 billion from taxpayers to backstop profits for well-connected investment bankers and pension fund managers and their clients. The problem is that these same wealthy and well-connected one-percenters are the ones actually helping set up the bank. BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, aren't just in the room giving advice to the Prime Minister. They're in the room to actually represent their clients. Why can't the Prime Minister see this as a conflict that it is?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that there is a significant level of underinvestment that has happened over years and indeed decades in Canada in our infrastructure. And we got elected on a commitment to invest in Canada's communities, invest in our infrastructure, which is why we've put forward a plan for $180 billion of investments in infrastructure that are going to make a difference in Canadians' lives. But we also know there are greater needs even than that, and drawing in on different sources of capital so people can get to work and home on time, people can get their goods to markets, create good middle-class jobs is a priority for us.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the fund managers are licking their lips. This is a blatant conflict. The Prime Minister has turned to BlackRock for all kinds of advice setting up this bank. That's like the three little pigs hiring the big bad wolf to be their contractor. Mr. Speaker, everyone can see the conflict of interest here. It's obvious. And thanks to the Prime Minister, the rich just keep getting richer. So, Mr. Speaker, who's going to stick up for the taxpayer?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the approach that we have put forward over the past year and a half on infrastructure is in direct contrast to the approach of the previous government. We believe in collaboration. We believe in working with people. That's why we've been consulting with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, with unions and work groups, with private investors, but also with chambers of commerce to talk about the kinds of investments in infrastructure that are going to lead to good jobs for Canadians now and growth that's going to help Canadian workers, Canadian families, and Canadians as we move forward in the coming years and even decades, Mr. Speaker.
Député d'Outremont.
Member for Outremont.
The Prime Minister appointed the Defence Minister. The Prime Minister told him to block an inquiry into the detainees scandal. The Prime Minister is responsible. Back when the Conservatives were in power, Liberal after Liberal called for an inquiry, but as soon as they formed government, all that ended. Why does this Prime Minister only support a request for an inquiry into the Afghan detainee scandal when the Conservatives of Stephen Harper were in power?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of treatment of prisoners is one that all members of this House take extremely seriously, and that's why we are pleased that over the years there have been 6 different inquiries of different sorts into the Afghan detainee issue, including one ongoing right now. Indeed, there was one inquiry that required one of our former colleagues, Stéphane Dion, to spend an entire summer poring through 40,000 different documents to analyze what has happened. That was an opportunity also given to the NDP. They chose not to participate. Apparently it wasn't a priority for them. It is a priority for us and will continue to be.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. In fact, Mr. Speaker, at the end of this truncated analysis, Stéphane Dion told the Conservatives, and I quote, "When you read these documents, you're going to have questions to put to your Prime Minister." That required an investigation. So not only do we now have a Minister of National Defence who misled us, but we also have a Prime Minister who follows his example. If the Prime Minister sincerely believes in transparency, and if he really wants to clarify the situation, why does he continue to block a public inquiry on the transfer of Afghan detainees? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I said, Mr. Speaker, there were 6 different investigations of various types on this issue, including one that's ongoing. We will continue to work to show that Canada takes the treatment of detainees very seriously. We will continue to work with all those involved to make sure that Canada assumes all its responsibilities, being aware of what happened, and make sure that nothing like this ever happens again in the future. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
There never has been a public inquiry into the transfer of Afghan detainees.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of people are watching helpless as their homes are being destroyed. These floods bring with them the safety of many homes and ruin memories and lives. What concrete commitment will the government make towards those who are victims of all this damage? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I can tell you that it was an honour for me yesterday when I went to Terrasse Vaudreuil to see how people are coming together. Neighbours, strangers came and filled sandbags to help others, to protect homes that were in danger from being completely destroyed. This is something we fully support. We've sent 1,650 troops to date to help out. We're sending sandbags, but we'll also be there for the cleanup and further help when the time comes. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Concrete commitment, not much.
They're suffering through floods from Kelowna, British Columbia, to Île-Mercier in Quebec, to St. John, New Brunswick. Some of the regions affected have never seen floods like this before, and many are worried about what will happen next. Will the federal government commit here and now to fully support these communities in the aftermath of these terrible floods?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government is there now to support the emergency situation that so many communities are facing, with neighbours, volunteers, first responders, and now Canadian forces there to pitch in to try and protect homes, cherished memories, lives. This is something we take very seriously, and yes, the federal government will be there in the coming weeks and months to work with communities facing cleanup, facing rebuilds. This is what Canadians do. We're there for each other in times of trouble.
The
Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, well, here we are, Mr. Speaker. After having said so for months, here we are now. One company among many Canadian softwood lumber companies has announced that 1,300 workers on the North Shore of Quebec, especially in my region, will see their jobs affected by the U.S. decision that imposed this tax that we are all aware of. Mayors from Quebec, after the provincial governments, it's up to the federal government to negotiate these agreements. The provinces have such trust that they have appointed representatives. Now it's mayors. They're not there to do that, but they're going to Washington to push forward their case. When will the Prime Minister do this? Mr. Speaker.
Excusez-moi.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker. We want to protect the forestry system in Quebec, and we will energetically protect the softwood lumber sector. As I told the minister in Quebec, Richard Garneau, the forestry industry has never been deemed guilty. And as I continue to say, we want a good agreement for Canada, not any kind of agreement. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I think what we've just seen
important for this government. That was not in the mandate letter, and she's looking for the answer, Mike. That's not a priority for their government. That's not a priority for them. Close to 400,000 people live from the forest industry. They don't have an answer to give to them. Négocier un accord au plus vite.
Negotiating an agreement fast. That's what the public wants. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the softwood lumber agreement, the important thing is not speed, it's getting a good agreement for Canada and for Quebec. As I keep saying, and as Quebecers and Canadians know full well, we are right in this dispute. I am convinced that our forestry industry is perfectly right, and we're prepared to defend it and work for it and fight for our industry.
Mr. Speaker, what do RBC, BMO, Goldman Sachs, and the Blackstone Group have in common with 35 executives from TD Bank, other than making massive profits last year? They've all received free Broadway tickets courtesy of the Canadian taxpayer. Would the Liberals like to explain how buying Broadway tickets for banking executives does anything to help the middle class and those working hard to join it?
Here. The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker,
Order. I'm having difficulty. The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce will come to order. Order. Need to hear the answer. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, Come From Away celebrates the warmth, generosity, and cultural accomplishments of Canadians. The tickets were purchased at a significant discount, and our guests included the brave, inspiring volunteers from Newfoundland. We were proud as Canadians to showcase our national values and our cultural accomplishments at this key moment.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I guess that's why they invited a whole two people from Newfoundland to go too. And Mr. Speaker, middle-class Canadians are having trouble making ends meet and trouble making sense of these Liberals' priorities.
Hear, hear.
Heading to New York to see a Broadway play is not affordable for many Canadians, but the Prime Minister has no problem using taxpayers' dollars to buy tickets for lawyers and diplomats. So can the Prime Minister explain how spending tax dollars on Broadway tickets for diplomats from Kiribati or Tuvalu benefit middle-class families?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I am so proud of the response of the people of Newfoundland to the tragedy of 9/11. It was a heartwarming demonstration of Canadian values, and I am equally proud of the great work of Canadian artists in showcasing those Canadian values. I was very proud to be there, seeing our values, our warmth on stage, and you should have been proud that Canada was showcased that way too.
might have been very proud, but the Honourable Minister should remember to direct her comments to the Chair. The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a blatant conflict of interest with the Liberals' infrastructure bank. The Liberals gave private investors control over the development of the bank, costing taxpayers $35 billion. This bank will now give a significant benefit to the exact same investors. P3 Canada already leverages private sector infrastructure dollars. The Liberal bank will not be transparent. It will not be accountable. Why are the Liberals designing a bank that gives 100% of the rewards to their friends and leaves 100% of the risk to taxpayers?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the historic investments we are making in infrastructure to grow our economy, create jobs for the middle class and opportunities for those Canadians who work hard each and every day to be part of the middle class. The honourable member is absolutely incorrect. The infrastructure bank will be accountable to Parliament. It will be accountable to Canadians through the Parliament. The infrastructure that we help support is municipal infrastructure and provincial infrastructure. And we consulted with those entities, FCM, provinces, territories, unions, labour organizations who...
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca, order please. Mr. Speaker, what we've just found out is alarming. Upon request by the Prime Minister himself, federal public servants worked in close cooperation with BlackRock investment firm in order to ensure that the Liberal Infrastructure Bank is attractive to the billionaires of Abu Dhabi, China, and Saudi Arabia. This is flagrant conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. Why are the Liberals helping foreign interests and their billionaire friends rather than help Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government, our goal is to support our municipal and provincial entities to support the infrastructure that they need. We have put forward an ambitious plan, more than $180 billion that we will invest, and we also feel that we can do more for our municipal and provincial sector by engaging the private sector. The honourable member may have something against private investments. We don't. We feel that we can mobilize private capital to build more infrastructure that our Canadian communities need.
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
After all their campaign promises, documents reveal that Liberals spent months with corporations designing the so-called infrastructure bank. The priority of these corporations isn't providing infrastructure, it's profiting off of infrastructure. Shocker. The Liberals secretly co-wrote the rules of this privatization bank with the multinationals. This is a clear conflict of interest. Will the Liberal government deny that tolls and service fees will be placed on Canadians so that corporations can get their cut?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government understands that investing in infrastructure helps grow the economy, create long-term growth, jobs for the Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That is why we have put forward a very ambitious agenda, including the mobilization of private capital to build more infrastructure. We understand that Canadian communities need infrastructure. They have been lacking that infrastructure. They have seen a decade of underinvestment from the previous government. We have a lot of catching up to do. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Saint-Bly.
Talking points, but it hasn't made them any better, that's for sure.
Mr. Speaker, if anyone still had doubts that this privatization banks was there to serve the friends of the Liberals, you just have to look at the location that was announced this morning, where they're going to be on Bay Street. Studies and experts continue to question the government's approach, the lack of transparency. The bank doesn't even exist yet, and conflicts of interest continue to accumulate. Can the Prime Minister tell us why he announced the location of the bank when the bill to create it hasn't even been considered in committee? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we see that every Canadian municipality has a potential to benefit from the bank, regardless where the bank is located. Because we will support projects that are priorities of the local community, whether it's Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Montreal, whichever city that needs to build the infrastructure that required. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, by engaging private capital, we will free up federal government resources to build more affordable housing, to build more child care facilities, to build more recreational facilities, as well as support our rural and northern communities with $2 billion fund that has...
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, even the Prime Minister doesn't trust the Defence Minister to speak honestly anymore and rolled out other Liberal MPs to talk to the media instead. Yeah. According to the National Defence Code of Ethics, being a person of integrity calls for honesty and the avoidance of deception. It requires the pursuit of truth regardless of personal consequences. Even the Prime Minister's own code states ministers must act with honesty. Based on these standards, can the Defence Minister honestly explain if he has any integrity left?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. The main responsibility of the Minister of National Defence and that of our government is to protect the interests of our troops and make sure they have the support, training and equipment they need to be successful in their various missions. For a year and a half, that's exactly the objective of the minister, and this is what he endeavours to do every day. One of the key elements of his mandate is to give our country a new defence policy. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence violated Article 5.3 of the Armed Forces Code of Ethics. With regard to integrity, it says, a person of integrity calls for honesty, the avoidance of deception, and adherence to high ethical standards. Speaking and acting with honesty and candor, in pursuit of truth regardless of personal consequences, especially manifested in leaders. What can the minister answer to that? Will he resign? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The minister admitted last week that he'd made a mistake in describing his role. He retracted that in the House earlier this week and apologized. The comments by the minister were not intended to diminish the role of his companions in arms or his former superiors, and he apologized very sincerely. He's proud to have served with an extraordinary team made up of Canadian, American, and Afghan soldiers who made Operations Medusa a success. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to have the minister answer my question. The ministerial responsibility has always been part and parcel of our system. The minister must respect the system in place that calls for someone to resign in these circumstances. The government continues to say this same thing. This is not within our conventions here in this House. Why is the minister hanging on to his job where all Canadians agree that he should resign immediately? The Parliamentary Secretary. The government is proud of the service rendered by the Minister of National Defence as a police officer in the anti-gang unit in Vancouver, as a reservist in Afghanistan and in Bosnia, and especially as Minister of National Defence, who innovated with a new defence policy, the first one that had as much consultation involved in 20 years, in order to assure Canadian sovereignty and peace throughout the world.
Over the weekend, Canadians saw the Transport Minister giving political cover for the Minister of Defence in an interview about defence policy and spending. And that's exactly the problem, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister may say that he has complete confidence in the Minister, but the Minister has lost the trust of our troops, and shielding him will not make this go away. It won't go away because every time the minister steps on a base and faces our CAF members, every time he's on a ship, and every time he addresses them, this will follow him. Will the minister stand up in this House, do the right thing, and resign?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Minister of Defence is a former reservist. He will always hold the service of Armed Forces members in high esteem, including those who fought by his side during missions and those who served under other commanders at other times. The Minister will ensure that the members of the Armed Forces have all of the equipment, training, and care that they need to carry out their missions abroad and in Canada.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
The Liberals want to severely restrict the ability of the Parliamentary Budget Officer to initiate studies by requiring them to get a work plan approved by the Speakers of this House and of the Senate. They also want to prevent members of this place from requesting cost estimates of government projects. That means previous reports on old age security, on F-35 fighter jets, and crime legislation would simply not have been possible. Mr. Speaker, is this what an independent parliamentary budget officer looks like to this government?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to providing greater independence to the parliamentary budget officer, and this is the overriding intent of the legislation recently introduced. As we have clearly said, that we are open to amendments, and we look forward to the bill being sent to committee for a detailed study where we can discuss the good ideas and that could have been put forward about changes to the parliamentary budget officer. So I say, let's advance this bill. Let's pass second reading so that the committee can do the important work to advance the government's intent of an independent parliamentary budget officer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell you a story. Once upon a time, there lived a man who was very smart and very curious, and also very good at math. He listened to the prince to make sure the prince wasn't talking nonsense, and to make sure he knew how to count. This bugged the young prince, who didn't want to be bothered by any of this. So the prince restricted the curious man's ability to dig around for information. Today, the Prime Minister is attacking the Parliamentary Budget Officer. So what is the Liberal government trying to hide from taxpayers? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to make the Parliamentary Budget Officer more independent, and that is the main intent of the bill that was recently tabled before the House of Commons. We have said clearly that we are open to amendments, and we are eager that this bill move forward to study in committee so that it can be studied in depth, and so that we can have a discussion about good ideas for changing the Parliamentary Budget Office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the flooding has gotten worse this weekend in several regions, not only in Quebec, but also in Ontario, British Columbia, and New Brunswick. As my colleague mentioned, first responders will continue to play a critical role in protecting the safety of those affected. We've seen considerable damage, and we've also seen acts of great solidarity among neighbours who are helping each other in this difficult time. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell us what the government is doing to support the affected communities?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are with all those affected by these tragic events, including those whose family members have disappeared.
Friday, 1,650 Canadian Armed Forces personnel have been deployed. Yesterday, Ontario asked for help as well, and we are getting them an extra 250,000 sandbags as requested. We're also in touch with British Columbia and New Brunswick. We will keep working with all provincial partners to provide all the help we possibly can.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Omnibus Bill C-44, tabled by the Finance Minister, has a virus in it. And that virus directly attacks the Parliamentary Budget Officer, which doesn't make any sense. The PBO is independent and needs to remain so. But under this bill, the Speaker of the Senate, who is not elected but who is appointed by the Prime Minister, will have a veto power over the Parliamentary Budget Officer's game plan for the year. How can such an honourable minister explain such an unacceptable situation? The Honourable Government House Leader. As I said before, our government is determined to make the Parliamentary Budget Officer more independent. We have also said very clearly that we were open to amendments, and we are eager for the bill to move to committee study stage so that it can be studied in detail and so that we can have a discussion about good ideas concerning changes to the Parliamentary Budget Office. Let's make sure that this bill moves through second reading today so that we can start this important work in committee to improve the bill. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, it's really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that such an honorable and distinguished man like the Minister of Finance would end up doing the dirty work of the Liberal government. Now, the government House Leader has said that they would be open to good ideas. Well, I have a good idea. Why doesn't the government separate all of the sections of this bill that concern the Parliamentary Budget Officer? Because the minister, and many ministers probably know this, it makes no sense to attack the Parliamentary Budget Office. It makes no sense, and you know it. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Time and time again, this government, we are committed to an independent parliamentary budget officer that reports to Parliament. And that was the intent behind the legislation that was recently introduced. We are encouraging all members, let's work together. Let's pass second reading of this legislation. Let's send it to committee so that the study can take place, so that we can improve the legislation to ensure that the intentions of the government, which is an independent parliamentary budget officer, are fulfilled. Let's work together to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Carleton. Order.
The parliamentary budget officer's job is to blow the whistle when the government cooks the books and calculate what spending schemes will actually cost taxpayers. Yet the budget bill will give the Prime Minister's hand-picked Senate Speaker a veto over the work of the budget watchdog. With billions in new spending schemes and 3 decades worth of promise-breaking deficits ahead, why is the government trying to lock up the budget watchdog?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as we said during the campaign, we continue to say we would like to advance the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. We actually thank the Parliamentary Budget Officer for his analysis of the provisions of Bill C-44. We look forward to working with him and others to improve the bill to ensure we accomplish the objective of an effective and independent Parliamentary Budget Officer. What I have said to the member and to all members, let's pass this legislation at second reading. Let's send it to committee so that we can advance the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. We can do this together, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member for Carleton.
The Syrian refugee plan was supposed to cost $250 million. Instead, it cost $1 billion. They said their deficit would only be $10 billion. It's more than double that. They said the budget will be balanced by 2019. Now it's 2055. To a government that cannot count, there is nothing more terrifying than a man armed with a calculator. Why are the Liberals silencing the one person that can give them desperately needed help with remedial math?
Honourable Government House Leader.
We support the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Where the previous government had the Parliamentary Budget Officer responding and reporting to the Library of Parliament, we are saying that the Parliamentary Budget Officer should respond to Parliament, to members of Parliament, and that's why we are saying let's work together to improve the legislation. Let's let it pass second reading. Let's send it to committee so the committee can do its important work. We are open to amendments. I will continue to repeat that until members provide some constructive feedback to improve the legislation for the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Officer.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, citizens dealing with the recent flooding were happy to see the army arrive. But citizens of Yamashish, where there have been huge waves due to the passage of ships, apparently, are still wondering why the Minister of Transport is dragging his feet on calling an inquiry. 2-meter-high waves that damage residences have nothing to do with an act of God, Mr. Speaker. Someone needs to be responsible for this. So will the minister quickly call an inquiry and inform the victims of their options? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of navigation and ensuring that it is safe and respectful of the environment. We are aware of the situation of the residents of Yamashish, and we have received complaints about this incident. We are currently evaluating the situation, and the inquiry is still underway. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Phoenix fiasco continues. People are at their wits' end. They're coming to my office desperately asking me to intervene. For example, there was the mother who had to wait 7 months to get her maternity benefits, or the group of retirees who have been waiting for months for large sums of money. This is unacceptable. What will it take for the government to take action and find a solution for these people who are suffering financial problems and stress through no fault of their own. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, of course, as the member for Gatineau and as the Parliamentary Secretary, I take this issue very seriously, as does the government. We are taking steps, additional steps, and investing additional money to help the people who are affected by this. It's unacceptable to see that families are affected by this situation. But what we will not do, Mr. Speaker, is we won't make fake savings of $70 million like the Conservatives did. Because we need people. We don't want to make cuts. We need people to solve this problem.
Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are motions in front of the Immigration Committee to study the illegal border crossing crisis. This urgent situation is straining resources of the RCMP, the CBSA, provincial housing, legal aid, and healthcare services. So Canadians are confused as to why the Liberals shut down debate not once but twice on this matter. So can the chair of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration please update Canadians as to when this urgent matter will be debated at committee, or are the Liberals just going to keep shutting it down over and over again?
Honourable Chair.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows well, it's the committee itself which decides what studies to study and which studies they will study in the future. Presently, we're studying immigration consultants, an issue of tremendous importance, and then the House mandated us to do an Atlantic immigration study, which we will be doing throughout the rest of this session and into the fall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
That many Canadians won't be satisfied with that answer. But, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister could be doing many things to address this issue, including closing the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement. Instead, the Liberals have announced a whole, wait for it, $30,000 for first responders in Manitoba. For those counting, that's a whopping $609 more than they just spent on Broadway tickets for wealthy investment bankers, Mr. Speaker. So my question simply is this. Can the Prime Minister stand up and tell Canadians why his priority is Broadway and not the border?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our priority is applying Canadian law and keeping Canadians safe. In fact, crossing the border in an irregular fashion is no free ticket to Canada. Those people are apprehended. They are identified biographically and biometrically. Their information is checked against all data systems in Canada as well as internationally. If there's a danger, they are detained. They go before the IRB to hear their claims, and if their claims cannot be justified, then deportation proceedings are commenced. The law is applied as are Canadian treaties.
Honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, as the Liberals dither, the Prime Minister has even gone so far as to dismiss the safety concerns of our border communities, calling those asking for his help fearful and closed in. This is precisely the arrogant attitude that is frustrating so many Canadians, and it's why the Prime Minister needs to actually talk to those on the front lines of this crisis. Will the Prime Minister commit right now to visiting Emerson to speak directly with the families impacted by his inaction?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, some weeks ago it was my privilege to visit Emerson. I had the opportunity to meet with the Reeve and the Council. I had the opportunity to meet with many of the citizens there. I noticed that members of the opposition paid a visit last week. It's interesting that a good many of the citizens of that community challenged the opposition for the kind of attitude that they were displaying on this issue. It is important to respect Canadian law. It is being enforced in every way, Mr. Speaker. It's also important to honour Canada's international obligations in the proper treatment of asylum seekers. We are applying both in a measured way.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need immediate investments in their community's public transit system so that they can get to work on time and get home at the end of a long day. Mr. Speaker, in Mississauga, many residents lose hours every day due to congestion because their transit system is in need of improvements. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities update this House in the investments this government is making in Mississauga transit?
Good question.
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for
Mississauga East, Cooksville, for his hard work. And on May 5th, our government announced more than $58 million for 57 public transit projects alongside with the Government of Ontario and City of Mississauga. These investments will allow the city to buy new buses, install 100 additional bus shelters to improve transit service in the city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend at the Alberta Beer Fest, literally hundreds of craft brewers, distillers, and Canadians were asking me why beer, wine, and spirits are not part of the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. They are asking why, rather than supporting a policy that will ensure Canadian entrepreneurs can be successful, the Liberals saddled them with a tax hike that will increase each and every year. The Liberals have a chance to do the right thing. They have a second chance to stand up for the Canadian economy. Will the Liberals act as an intervener in the Supreme Court case in the Canadian free trade? Will they help free the beer? Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we pursued a very clear path working with the provinces and territories and helping liberalize alcohol. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I don't consume alcohol, but this is a priority for myself and our government, and this is why we worked very closely with the provinces and territories to make sure it was part of the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. This historic agreement is going to, again, create an environment that's going to help businesses and consumers. It's going to provide more choice and better price points for consumers. And with regards to alcohol, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to work with the provinces in a manner that's going to be productive, thoughtful, and progressive, and get good results for Canadian consumers.
Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals clearly broke their election promise to restore home mail delivery across Canada. But at the very least, in communities like mine in Windsor and Tecumseh, they committed to bring back door-to-door and remove the poorly and hastily installed mega boxes. Thousands of households in my community alone are still waiting. Seniors are counting on this government to fulfill this important promise. It's been over a year and a half, so what's the holdup?
Parliamentary Secretary for Public Services and Procurement.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course our government delivered on its promise to suspend the conversion to community mailboxes and undertake a full and thorough review of Canada Post. We thank the task force that worked so diligently on this issue. We thank as well the parliamentary committee, the response to which we have just recently filed, and the government continues to deliberate on this matter and will be furnishing a full response later this spring. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, our government's strong support for the arts is very important to my constituents and to all Canadians. What steps is the government putting in place in order to provide Canada's cultural innovators with opportunities to work and collaborate with one another in order to further their art and create economic opportunities together?
The Honourable Member, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member from Toronto Danforth for her question and for her continued advocacy and support on behalf of the arts in her riding and around the country. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to the arts. We're committed to supporting creative labs and to bringing artists and creators together to work and grow. That's why we've invested $5.25 million in the Artscape Daniels Launchpad to give creators and entrepreneurs access to spaces, tools, and technology, plus the skills and opportunities needed to innovate and thrive in today's creative economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Last week, Ambassador McCallum said in reference to an extradition treaty with China, quote, "We've agreed to talk about the issues that need to be addressed for China or any other country to meet our high standards." But on Friday, the parliamentary secretary said, and I quote, "There are no extradition negotiations." Now, if talking to the Chinese government about the extradition treaty is not negotiating that very same treaty, then would the Liberals give an honest answer and explain what these non-negotiation talks are about on extradition with the Chinese government?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the protection of human rights is an integral part of our government's foreign policy. Canada and China are not extradition partners, and there are no extradition treaty negotiations. As with all cases internationally, our government's commitment is to the protection of human rights, the rule of law, and due process.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to address all of the people affected by the flooding and to say that we're standing with you. Thank you to the volunteers, workers, and soldiers who are doing extraordinary work there. Mr. Speaker, the mayors of Quebec know that they can't count on the Liberal government to defend the softwood lumber industry in Quebec. That's why they organized a UMQ mission in Washington themselves. Ottawa is invisible there. If Quebec were independent, things would be different. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to provide loan guarantees? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it was the Conservative government that let this agreement expire. The countervailing duties imposed are punitive and unfair, and we will be defending our international rights, and we will win, as we always have in the past. I repeat, we want a good agreement for Canada, not any old agreement. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, with 1,300 workers from the North Shore, Mauricie, and Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean who have just lost their jobs, we can see that the softwood lumber crisis is causing real pain for workers in Quebec. So I want to address my Liberal colleagues from Quebec, including the member for Avignon, Amétis, Matane, Matapédia. They voted in favor of a loan guarantee of $2.9 billion for Muskrat Falls, which provides unfair competition in Quebec. Today, our softwood lumber industry is threatened. Will you stand to defend it by calling for the solution that all of Quebec wants, except you perhaps, loan guarantees? I would remind the Honourable Member to direct her comments through the Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Canada has been working for months, not only across our government, but with our provincial counterparts from virtually every region in the country, knowing that there would be a countervail imposed against the forestry sector by the United States that are punitive and unacceptable. We are looking at strategies both in the short term that will look at workers who may lose their jobs. We're looking at producers who will be very concerned about their capacity to continue their operations, and in the longer term, to make sure that expansion of markets and transition in the industry will mean that there will be a long-term future for the forestry sector, so important to all of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Infrastructure Bank announced this morning is a great deal for the finance world. Our infrastructure will be privatized and will be made more expensive for taxpayers. Our roads, aqueducts, and sewers. Worse, it's bankers in Toronto who will be profiting from this. Some people thought the bank might be headquartered in Montreal, but no, of course it'll be in Bay Street. Why does the government want these infrastructures in Quebec to simply enrich bankers in Toronto?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, regardless of the location of the bank, every community has the potential to benefit from the Canada Infrastructure Bank. We put forward a $180 billion infrastructure plan to support communities of all sizes, from coast to coast to coast. And only less than 10% of that will be delivered through the Infrastructure Bank. The rest of the money will flow through provinces and territories and municipalities through our other agreements. We believe that infrastructure is a strong foundation for growing our economy and creating jobs for the middle class. Thank you, Mr.
Dépôt de document.
Tabling of documents.
Alors, order. I encourage honourable members to take their conversations outside into the lobbies, and members might assist me by joining me in saying shh. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in the House, in both official languages, a document entitled Proposals to Correct Certain Anomalies, Inconsistencies and Errors, and to deal with other matters of a non-controversial and uncomplicated nature in the statutes of Canada, and to repeal certain acts and provisions that have expired, lapsed, or otherwise ceased to have effect. I understand that this document is deemed referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for study.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Question de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Please, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, entitled Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act.
All right, that was easy.
Setting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
2017-18, Vote 1 under the Canadian High Arctic Research Station, and Votes 1, 5, 15, L15, L20 under the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Good stuff. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member, no, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe that you'll find consent for the following motion. Que la conclusion du débat d'aujourd'hui sur la motion
that the debate for Selkirk Eastman, all questions to dispose of the motion be deemed moved, and that a recorded vote be asked and deferred until Tuesday, May 9th, 2017, at the end of the time for oral questions. Does the Honourable Member have the consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed? Does it please the House to adopt this motion? Adopted.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
For Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Windmill Campground in Thessalon, Ontario, located on Cranberry Lake in the riding of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time year-round employees be treated and considered as small businesses and taxed as such.
For Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from residents calling for Algoma transportation with regards to rail. The petitioners asked for the Minister of Transportation to ensure that they actually have passenger rail transit for environmental, economic, and other reasons. And the petitioners would like to see this done as soon as possible, as the region has suffered without their use of passenger rail systems, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
This petition is regards to the Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee, which was created to ensure that the views of Canadians be heard where changes are considered to firearm policies, laws, and regulations, and that committee include firearm experts and representatives of the gun industry in Canada to advise the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness for those views when considering these items. The majority of the new members of the Canadian Firearm Advisory have publicly stated that they are in favour of stricter gun controls or are in fact members of the Coalition for Gun Control. Only 2 members of this committee have a firearms background. Therefore, these Canadian citizens are petitioning law-abiding target shooters, hunters, trappers, farmers, and collectors who want increased representation on the Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee.
Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Autism Leadership Summit took place in Ottawa a month ago, and I rise today to continue to raise awareness for this important cause and to present a petition created by a young constituent from Beaches, East York. Emily Calvin has been hard at work to not only raise awareness, but to invite a direct change for autistic children based on her own experience. Her petition, which gathered close to 1,500 signatures, asks for autism treatment and therapy to be treated as a free, essential service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
And as you know, I've risen in the House on a number of occasions on this similar petition, which is to the Minister of Transport, and it's from the Algoma passenger train. People who used to take that train. The petition is signed by Sault Ste. Marie, Richards Landing, Aware, Echo Bay, and North Bay. They emphasize the importance of this rail, the fact that it used to get $2.2 million subsidy and that the economic return was over $48 million, Mr. Speaker. They emphasize that the few industrial roads that they are able to use are only maintained when and if industries need them and are not for the public use, and not everybody can use those can access the roads. The cancellation infringes on the federal government's obligation of consultation with First Nations, they indicate as well. They're asking the Minister of Transport to put the Algoma passenger train back in service in order to ensure the mission of Transport Canada to serve the public interest through promotion of a safe and secure, efficient and environmentally responsible transportation system in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And I can advise you that there was also a huge fundraiser in Sault Ste. Marie just last month with Ian Tamlin that raised quite a bit of money on this here, and they are serious about getting the train back on track, and they are hoping that the Minister of Transport will look at this file much more closely. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, questions inscrites au feuilleton.
Questions on the order paper.
House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 943, question 944, question 946, and question 948. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to question 938 to question 942, question 945, and question 947 could be made orders for return, they would be tabled immediately.
Of the House, the aforementioned questions be made orders for return that they be tabled immediately. Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all other questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. I am now prepared to rule on the admissibility of the amendment moved on Friday, May 5th, 2017 by the Honourable Member for Carleton to the motion respecting the Senate amendments to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. At the time, the Chair took the matter under advisement and committed to return to the House as quickly as possible with a ruling. Thereafter, the House Leader of the Official Opposition, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government, and the Member for Oxford made interventions on the matter, and I thank them for having done so. The main motion would see the House disagree to the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-4. The amendment is intended to do the opposite. Specifically, it aims to see the House agree to the Senate amendments. Un tel amendement semble sans précédent.
No precedent of such an amendment could be found. Thus, it is up to the Chair to rule on its admissibility. Amendments are an integral part of the process of debate, but are subject to certain limitations. Page 533 of the second edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice states, quote, an amendment must be relevant to the motion it seeks to amend, unquote.
In this case, it is clear that the proposed amendment is indeed relevant to the main motion. However, Procedure and Practice also states on the same page that, quote, an amendment is out of order procedurally if it is completely contrary to the main motion and would produce the same result as the defeat of the main motion, unquote. I notice that the House Leader of the Official Opposition has argued that the effect of adopting the amendment at hand in this case is different. Cela étant dit, et en l'absence d'un précédent bien...
That being said, since there is no clear precedence allowing the chair to accept the amendment, I would refer members to what is written at page 792 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, and I quote, "The motion for the consideration of Senate amendments is itself open to amendment and sub-amendment during debate. Members opposed to Senate amendments may move reasoned amendments to them," unquote.
The member has proposed an amendment that is not in keeping with the procedural criteria outlined earlier. Other types of amendments could be envisioned and would be more in keeping with precedence and practice. Accordingly, I find the amendment to be out of order. Debate will therefore continue on the main motion. I thank honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Bazan regarding the Minister of National Defence.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to participate in this debate. I do wish it was about some other subject matter, but it is what it is. I see it nothing more and nothing less than a vicious attack on the integrity of our Minister of Defence. Mr. Speaker, Canadians should know that this is the Honourable Minister of Defence, PC, OMM, MSM, CD, MP. He's a minister that Conservatives have devoted an entire day to attacking one of the, apparently there is nothing else in this country to discuss other than the integrity of this very honourable man. He was a police officer with the Vancouver Police Department, and he was not there to just hand out tickets, Mr. Speaker. He was very involved in investigating gangs and drug trafficking, certainly the most difficult of the most difficult policing tasks. Simultaneously, he was a reserve officer. He did 4 tours, one of which was in Bosnia-Herzegovina and 3 in Afghanistan. His fellow soldiers and commanding officer recognized his immense contributions to the forces by awarding him the following, and Canadians should know what all of those letters behind his name means. Order of Military Merit was awarded in October 2012, invested in June of 2014. Meritorious Service Medal, Military Division, awarded August 2012. Southwest Asia Service Medal with clasp, Afghanistan. General Campaign Star, to Southwest Asia Ribbon 2 rotation bars, mentioned in dispatches, awarded June 2008. NATO Service Medal, former Yugoslavia. Canadian Peacekeeping Service Medal, 2 Queen Elizabeth Jubilee Medals, Canadian Services Decoration 1 class, Commendation Medal from the United States of America, Chief of Defense Staff Commendation, Deputy Minister Award from the Department of National Defence. I've had the honour, Mr. Speaker, of standing with the Minister at various military occasions, whether it's on a ship or whether it's on a wing or whether it's in the base. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I am incredibly proud to have stood with and beside this minister. When he stands there with this rack of medals, the soldiers and the airmen and the flyers all know that's legitimate stuff. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when his service actually goes beyond the awards of these decorations, and I've forgotten to mention that I'm splitting my time with the honourable member from Canada Carleton. But when because of his extensive service, when he walks into the Pentagon, or when he walks into the Department of Defense in Germany, or when he walks into the Department of Defense in Great Britain, there are warm handshakes, there are slaps on the back, because he knows these people, he's served with these people, he's respected by these people, and there is not one of them, Mr. Speaker, has said anything about what is the subject matter of this debate today. So he has used the unfortunate choice of the word architect in a recent speech. But we should first of all notice that those who have been denouncing him have all been anonymous so far. Second, he's apologized not just once, not just 10 times, not just 20. And no apology seems to be sufficient, Mr. Speaker. The opposition has devoted an entire day to trying to destroy his reputation. But unlike his anonymous critics or critics who have not served in Afghanistan, who have not served in Bosnia-Herzegovina, who have not patrolled the streets of Vancouver, there are some who have spoken up. For instance, his commanding officer in Afghanistan, General Fraser. He was the best single Canadian intelligence asset in theatre, and his hard work, personal bravery, and dogged determination undoubtedly saved a multitude of coalition lives. Through his courage and dedication, Major has single-handedly changed the face of intelligence gathering and analysis in Afghanistan. He goes on to say, he tirelessly and selflessly devoted himself to piecing together the ground truth on tribal and Taliban networks in the Kandahar area. And his analysis was so compelling that it drove a number of large-scale theater-resourced efforts, including Operation Medusa, a large-scale conventional combat operation that resulted in the defeat of the largest Taliban insurgent call yet identified in Afghanistan, with over 1,500 Taliban killed or captured. He goes further on to say, Mr. Speaker, as if this is not enough, I rate him as one of the best intelligence officers I've ever worked with, fearless, smart, and personable, and I would not hesitate to have him on my staff again in the future. I've advised my chain of command in the Canadian Forces must capture his skill set and seek his advice on how to change our entire tactical intelligence training and architecture to best meet the needs of future deployed units fighting in an extremely complex battle space. Mr. Speaker, others have spoken up. Retired British Army Colonel Chris Vernon, chief of the headquarters that ran Operation Medusa, namely one below General Fraser, and he acknowledged the major role that was put together by the Minister of Defence. And he said that without the Major's input as a critical player, a major player, a pivotal player, I'd say Medusa, wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have had the intelligence and the tribal picture to put the thing together. So, Mr. Speaker, why are we debating the difference between the and and? So, Mr. Speaker, integral, critical, no single architect, planning cell. Without this picture, I don't think it would have happened. He spoke the language to go where we couldn't go. So, Mr. Speaker, stolen valor from whom? From General Fraser? I don't think General Fraser is upset. From Colonel Vernon? From his colleagues in the planning of the Medusa? The over-the-top enthusiasm on the part of the opposition is nothing more and nothing less than an attempt to destroy the reputation of an honourable man. We have amongst us, Mr. Speaker, a genuine Canadian hero, he's done nothing worse than what we would reasonably describe as a verbal miscue. It's backfired on the Conservatives because now they know that we have the quality of man and on the depth of his contribution and experience in this role. I've always been honored to stand beside this minister, and I'm even more honored to do so today. The Minister of Defence is being attacked by people who know little or nothing about his role and the complexities of battle. After, Mr. Speaker, you apologize for dozens of times for misspeaking, then you have to start to wonder whether this is about the apology or about the ones who are asking for the apology, because apparently no apology will be good enough. So, Mr. Speaker, I end there. I find it really, frankly, quite disappointing that we should spend an entire day debating the character of an honourable man who, from his commanding officer and the chief of staff, out of their observations under intense pressure, they describe him as a soldier's soldier. Mr. Speaker, it is a shame to watch the opposition attack the soldier's soldier.
Questions and comments? The
honourable member for Bhopal-Limoilou.
The member has suggested that the member from this side of the House has only put up examples coming from anonymous sources. It's not true. We spoke about retired Lieutenant General William Carr, who says the Defense Minister Arjit Sajjan's search for recognition is a national embarrassment. We also spoke of retired Major Catherine Campbell, who has also spoken on the subject, and she's quite disappointed. And the member has also said the same thing when the MP for Charlebourg Haute-Saint-Charles was doing his speech. He accused us of talking against the service of the minister. And this is not the case. We are arguing that the minister has falsely exaggerated his role during Medusa operation in Afghanistan. We're not talking about his honorable service to this country, but to his false exaggeration of Operation Medusa as being the architect of it. When will this member correct his statement? Thank you.
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I don't know how you falsely exaggerate this, Mr. Speaker. I rate him as one of the best intelligence officers I've ever worked with. Fearless, smart, and personal. I would not hesitate to have him on my staff again. I've advised my chain of command that the Canadian Forces must capture his skill set, seek his advice on how to change our entire tactical intelligence training and architecture to best meet the needs of future deployed fighting units in extremely complex battle situations. How is that exaggeration, Mr. Speaker? That is a commendation which is a commendation of great honour.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his impassioned speech. I share today the deep sadness of this discussion that we're having to have in this place. In the work that I have done with the Defence Minister, I have felt that he was very honest, that we had meaningful conversations, and that he cared deeply about the people that I represent from CFB Comox. And so it is a sad day for me personally to be here. But the reality is we've seen this government flip-flop on the issue of the Afghan detainees. While this government was in opposition on this side of the House, they supported an inquiry. And it's important that we remember that there has been no public inquiry. This is about full transparency, and this is about disclosure. How can the Liberals reconcile the three different versions that the Minister of Defence has given of his role in Afghanistan? If they cannot, will they admit that the Minister has more to explain than just his exaggerated claims in India?
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, there's been 5 inquiries completed. There is a 6th inquiry underway. When we were in opposition, we were given the Afghan detainee documents. The Honourable Stéphane Dion spent the entire summer, along with, I believe, and I could be corrected here, Brian Wilford, examining the documentation. When I asked the same question of the NDP representative, he said, well, we were offered the same opportunity to examine the documents, but we didn't want to be muzzled. So their preference would be, rather than the truth, they want to be able to speak publicly. That's a choice. They made that choice, but that's the way it came down. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has explained himself to the ethics officer, not on whatever occasion she's asked, and for whatever reason, she appears to be satisfied. It'll be a sad day, Mr. Speaker, when this House appropriates to itself the opportunity to examine any one of us on quote-unquote ethical claims.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm here today to rise in this House and to speak on this motion, but I'd really rather be in my riding today, where I've spent the last 3 days with 600 of my closest friends filling sandbags and looking after community members. But I thought this was such an important discussion, and that someone had to rise into this House and talk to this with a degree of understanding of the situation. There are many veterans in this House, on all sides. There are. I was one of the veterans who actually had the opportunity to serve in Afghanistan. So I have a very interesting perspective on what was happening. And it's important. It's important that we all take the time, and especially the veterans who are here in this House at this time, to understand what we're doing when we conduct this kind of a motion in this House, and especially when you use language that is beneath the honor and the dignity that is inherent in this House. And we can have discussions and we can have disagreements, but this is the House of Commons, this is the people's house, and we need to set the example and have those kinds of discussions in such a way that Canadians can have pride in what happens in this room. And I'm going to thank all of them, all of you who are here, especially those with military service. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm truly proud to have a Minister of National Defence who brings decades of experience, both as a reservist and as a police officer. And he has served with such dedication in his career and received so many accolades. His deep understanding, his ability to cooperate, to collaborate, to work with academics, with foreigners, with experts, with members of the House from all this side, this is exactly the kind of person we need to be acting as our Minister of National Defence. I mean, I'll discuss this more in detail later, but I think it's really important to hear the words of others who have served with this man. Brigadier General Fraser, he said he's one of the most remarkable people I've ever worked with. And he goes on to quote about, he was the best single Canadian intelligence asset in theatre. Through his courage and dedication, Major Sajan has single-handedly changed the face of intelligence gathering and analysis in Afghanistan. Tirelessly, selflessly, his analysis was so compelling that it drove a number of large-scale theatre-resourced efforts. I rate him as one of the best intelligence officers I've ever worked with. We've heard these words before, Mr. Speaker: fearless, smart, personable, dedicated. That's an incredible endorsement, Mr. Speaker. You don't get those every day. And it's only the best of the best that actually get that kind of ringing endorsement. And he's earned the high praise of our coalition partners. Chris Vernon, I love this article. Everyone should, if you haven't read this article by Chris Vernon, you need to read it. The British Army officer who served as his chief of staff in Afghanistan. He was a major player in the design team to put together Operation Medusa. He was able to pull together an intelligent picture of the Taliban, without which we probably wouldn't have been able to mount Operation Medusa. This is pretty significant stuff. He continues calling our minister's role at the time more than integral, a critical member of the planning and design team. It was quite a discreet group because we didn't want it too wide in the early stages. He goes on to say, without his input as a critical player, a major player, a pivotal player, I'd say Medusa wouldn't have happened. He also played a big part in the execution on the operation on the ground. Again, to great effect. The role of our Minister of National Defence was so critical to the mission that the Chief of Staff of the ranking officers says it would not have happened without him. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. It would not, Medusa would not have happened without the work of the MND. I'm very proud of our Minister of National Defence, Mr. Speaker, and so are Canadians. And you might be able, and later, you know what, I'm going to go and check my Facebook, and I'm going to come up with a list of names of people who have contacted me and said, give the MND my best, tell them we've got their backs, and maybe we can compare numbers, because I'm not hearing the same thing that my honourable colleagues opposite say they are. So, Mr. Speaker, it's our minister's dedication to our women and men in uniform. It is indisputable, and his actions speak louder than words. I'm proud to be a member of this government. We've got a lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker. And the present Minister of National Defence is exactly the man we need doing that work. And I'm going to end with a couple of wise words from my mother, Mr. Speaker, because I learned a lot from my mother. And she said to me, Karen, the only people that don't make mistakes is people that don't do anything. Get out there, girl. And you know, she said, Karen, when you make a mistake, stand up, own it, take responsibility for it, apologize, and move on. Trust is like a bank account, Mr. Speaker. You make deposits into that bank account over time, over years, by being credible, by working hard, by being predictable, by being there for people, by serving, by putting other people first. And once in a while, even when I was a squadron commander, Mr. Speaker, I made a mistake. And I had to make a withdrawal on that trust bank account. And Mr. Speaker, because I had spent years making the deposits, I had something to withdraw against. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence has accepted his mistake. He has owned it. He has taken responsibility for it. He has apologized for it. And now, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing he needs to do is to carry on and do the important work we need done in order to improve the lives of the men and women of the Canadian Forces and to better serve all of the people of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haut-Saint.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. Like me, she understands the military system, and she also understands the military discipline code and the code of ethics of the military. So does she agree with me that the Minister of Defence in 2015, when he was still in service as a lieutenant colonel, that he was wrong to claim that he was the architect of Operation Medusa? Does she agree with me that had that been known at the time, he would have been brought before a court-martial?
Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
the Minister of National Defence owned up to his mistake, and he said so, and he has apologized. But you know what? One of my favorite definitions of leadership, Mr. Speaker, it was by John Quincy Adams, and he said, if by your actions you inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are a leader. And that's exactly the kind of leadership our Canadian Forces needs, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way spoke about the central role that the Minister of Defence played in Operation Medusa due to his intelligence work. We in the NDP do not dispute that statement. However, I would ask, given the minister's knowledge of intelligence in Afghanistan, how could he not be aware of the treatment of detainees? And why doesn't he tell this House what he knows? Or if he feels that he's in a conflict of interest, step aside so that another cabinet minister could lead an inquiry.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I think, Mr. Speaker, if I recall correctly, the time frame about that particular issue, the Afghan detainee issue, started in about 2006. 2007, if I'm remembering correctly. And it all depends what part of the country you were in. And I think that with that have happened now, it's over 10 years ago. So, and there have been a number of investigations done accordingly. But because it's such a large country, nobody's role, you can't really pin it down by date, because we were normally just there for 3 months or 6 months at a time.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Canadians are tired of being sandbagged by this government. While the flooding started in Eastern Ontario, I called the Associate Minister of Defence, who said he was too junior and he was going to pass it up the line to the minister. Meanwhile, the minister was in New Delhi talking about how proud he was to be on the main assault during Op Medusa. So my question is, well, more of a comment. In fact, I wish also that she wasn't busy or having to do the sandbagging. I wish that the minister was doing his job, answering the call when the first call of Canadians came, and maybe then she wouldn't have had to spend her weekend sandbagging. And nobody is calling into question that the minister was a great soldier, but he's a terrible minister.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'm good, Mr. Speaker, but I can't yet quite control the weather. Mr. Speaker, I did exactly the same thing. I called and I learned the process. The process comes from municipalities. The municipalities talks to the province, and then the province talks to the federal government. We ironed out all those processes. I had contact with people who could give me the updated situation. Things did change, evolve over time. But, Mr. Speaker, as far as I know, it depended upon the municipal authorities. They're the ones who would declare what was needed. They would pass it to the province, and we would provide.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
And I'll be sharing my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member from Beauport-Limoilou. It is with a particular degree of sadness for the state of parliamentary democracy in Canada that I rise on behalf of the women and men of Base Petawawa, located in my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, which is in the heart of the Upper Ottawa Valley. It's a sad day for democracy that it's even necessary to have today's debate. However, no debate in the halls of Parliament is more important than defence of democracy and parliamentary tradition. The motion of my honourable colleague, the member from Selkirk Inner Lake Eastman, can be summed up in one word: honour. Today's debate is all about honour, and in this case, lack of honour of the Minister of Defence, who refuses to respect parliamentary tradition and resign from Cabinet. The motion talks about losing the confidence of this House, but really, this motion is about losing the confidence of the people the Minister of Defence was appointed to serve in uniform as members of Canada's armed forces. The minister has betrayed his constituents, which was the first time he misrepresented his record of service, his party, his leader, this House, and his country, which was the next time he dishonored Canada by repeating this misrepresentation on an international stage. Without a doubt, the worst by all, by misrepresenting his service record during Operation Medusa, he is dishonoring every other soldier caught in the web of deceit, particularly those brave soldiers who lost their lives in Operation Medusa during the war in Afghanistan, and the friends and family who are left to mourn the fallen soldiers. The year 2006, when Operation Medusa occurred, was a tough year for Canadians during the war in Afghanistan. Military analysts referred to this period as having some of the fiercest combat Canadian troops had ever seen since the Korean War. More Canadians were wounded or killed in action during that year than in any other single year of the 9 years of combat in Afghanistan. As a Member of Parliament in 2006, that year was particularly tough on our local community, as it was soldiers from Garrison Petawawa in my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, who bore the brunt of casualties during the operation, principally the 1st Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment, which is based at Garrison Petawawa. I want the Minister of Defence to reflect on who he's dishonouring by refusing to follow democratic tradition and resign. As I continue with this debate, I ask all members of Parliament to join me in paying respects to the brave Canadian soldiers who paid the supreme price, our most precious gift from the Creator, with our lives in the service to their country during Operation Medusa. Operation Medusa began on September 2nd, 2006. The first casualty on September 3rd was Private William Jonathan James Cushley, age 21. He was a member of the 1st Battalion, Royal Canadian Regiment, Petawawa, Ontario, hometown Port Lambton. His friends and comrades said he exhibited strong leadership qualities, a fierce love of family, and a sense of fun. He's survived by parents Errol and Elaine and 3 sisters. Warrant Officer Frank Robert Mellish, age 38, 1st Battalion, Royal Canadian Regiment, Petawawa, Ontario, hometown Truro, Nova Scotia. A longtime auto racing fan and dedicated soldier, Mellish is survived by his parents, wife Kendra, who still serves in the Canadian Air Force, and 2 young boys. He was buried in Summerside, PEI. Warrant Officer Richard Francis Nolan, age 39, 1st Battalion, Royal Canadian Regiment, Petawawa, Ontario, hometown Mount Pearl, Newfoundland and Labrador. Nolan was described as an adventurous soul who enjoyed riding bulls. He had a strong belief in family values and loved playing with his children and stepchildren. Friends said he would help anyone in need. He's survived by partner Kelly, 3 sons, a stepdaughter, and a mother. Sergeant Shane Stachnik, age 30, 2nd Combat Engineer Regiment, Petawawa, Ontario, hometown Weskatno, Alberta. Former high school buddy Randy Trenchuk remembered playing hockey with Stachnik, a combat engineer, and the frustrations with Shakespeare that they shared in English class. Stachnik, described as being dedicated and fun-loving, was to be married this next summer. He's survived by his parents, Hank and April. Private Mark Anthony Graham, age 33, 1st Battalion, Royal Canadian Regiment, Petawawa, Ontario, hometown Hamilton. Graham was a member of Canada's Olympic 4x400 meter relay team in 1992. Comrades talked about his imposing physical size, his warm smile, and his great singing voice. He had 3 brothers, one of whom also joined the military, and a young daughter. On September 18, 2006, 4 Canadian soldiers were killed and 10 injured while on foot patrol in the Panjwai district, after a man on a bicycle detonated a suicide bomb packed with ball bearings. The attack came near the end and was that Operation Medusa was declared. Corporal Glenn Arnold, aged 32, 2-Field Ambulance, Petawawa, Ontario, hometown Macaro, Ontario. Arnold was a medic who had served in Bosnia-Herzegovina and the Disaster Assistance Relief Team in Sri Lanka following the 2004 tsunami. He loved playing hockey and was a devoted family man. He is survived by his wife, Carrie, 4 children, parents, 3 brothers, and a sister. We miss you so much, and we can't wait to see you home for Christmas, his wife, Carrie Arnold, wrote September 6, 2006, on a Department of National Defense website that relays messages to soldiers. Private David Byers, age 22, 2nd Battalion, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, Shiloh, Manitoba, hometown Espanola, Ontario. A friendly man and a video game enthusiast in his high school days, Byers was killed before his fiancée Chantel Roy was to give birth to their child. He is survived by Roy, his parents, and a brother. Corporal Shane Keating, age 30, 2nd Battalion, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, Shiloh, Manitoba. Hometown, Delmeny, Saskatchewan. Keating was described by his comrades as a good-humored, hard-working, and he is survived by his mother, Judith Budd. Nothing is worth losing a son, but everything is worth a man willing to take that risk and to die for what he believes in, she told reporters in Saskatoon 3 days after her son's death. Corporal Keith Morley, age 30, 2nd Battalion, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, Shiloh, Manitoba, hometown Winnipeg. An animal lover and a proud owner of a dog named Loki. He's survived by his sister Shannon and his mother Della. Keith served 2 tours of Bosnia in 2001 and 2003. He served his country with pride and certainty that missions were there in Afghanistan would better the lives of people in those troubled nations, Della Morley told reporters before his son's September 29, 2006 funeral in Winnipeg. On September 29, 2006, while out on a routine foot patrol along a Canadian-built road in the Panjwai district, Private Josh Kluge died after stepping on a booby trap and triggering an explosion. Another soldier was injured. Private Josh Kluge, age 23, was with the 1st Battalion, Royal Canadian Regiment, Petawawa, hometown Shania, Ontario. Charming and charismatic, with a passion for sports, Kluge was an enthusiastic member of his high school basketball team. Kluge is survived by his mother and brother. On October 3, 2006, 2 Canadian soldiers were killed and 5 injured after coming under attack in the Panjwai district of Kandahar province. The Taliban were armed with mortars and possibly rocket-propelled grenades. The soldiers were working on clearing a route for a future road construction project. Sergeant Craig Gillam, Royal Canadian Dragoons, Petawawa, Ontario, hometown, South Branch, Newfoundland and Labrador. He was a man who led his troops by example and whose bravery saved many lives on the day he died. He participated in sports such as hockey and taekwondo with his children. Craig was a loving father and husband, a dedicated soldier, and a proud Newfoundlander, Gillam's wife Maureen said in a statement before his October 14, 2006 funeral. Gillam is survived by Maureen, 2 teenage children, and his parents. Corporal Robert Mitchell, 32, Royal Canadian Dragoons, Petawawa, hometown Owen Sound, Ontario. Known to his friends as Jim, Mitchell strived to be the best. He is survived by wife Leanne, 2 sons, a daughter, and his parents. Mr. Speaker, these are the real heroes of Operation Medusa. I've had many conversations with soldiers and their families since this latest Liberal government scandal erupted. They all agree with the following assessment. Having grossly inflated his role in one of the largest Canadian military operations in recent history, the Minister of Defence should have resigned. Failing that, he should have been fired. Members of the military have a term for doing the honourable thing. It's called falling on your sword. It's time to fall on your sword, Minister.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could not disagree with the member opposite. In fact, the opposition day's motion, to the degree in which we are debating it today, I, like one of my colleagues, am very disappointed. Let me give a quote. And this is actually coming from the British Army officer Colonel Chris Vernon. And it's in reference to our Minister of Defence. And it says, and I quote, "Without Major Sajan's input as a critical player, a major player, a pivotal player, I'd say Medusa, wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have had the intelligence in the tribal picture to put the thing together." That is a quote from British Army Officer Colonel Chris Vernon. Mr. Speaker, there are many heroes that were on that scene, and we don't question that whatsoever. My question to the member opposite is, why does the member and members of her caucus continue to verbally attack something that is, from my perspective, and I believe the perspective of many, if not vast majority, something that's really unqualified for Mr. Speaker.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, quite apart from the stolen valor, Canadian Armed Forces personnel feel betrayed by one of their own. 42nd Field Artillery has lost 4 weekends of Class A funding. There were great hopes when the minister was appointed. If anyone should understand the chronic underfunding of the reserves, it should have been this minister. And now the reserves are paying the price.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech, and I thank her for the opportunity to hear so many people who have fought for our country. We must always remember those who served and who lost their most precious gift, their lives. So thank you for reminding us of that here today. My question through you, Mr. Speaker, is again and again on this side of the House, we're hearing quotes, very important quotes about the amount of intelligence and information and the key role that the Defence Minister played. So when we hear this again and again, and given that the Minister of Defence most likely actual role in Afghanistan was as an intelligence officer, do the Conservatives believe that the Minister of Defence was in a conflict of interest when he decided to quash an inquiry, a public inquiry, into the transfer of prisoners by Canadians to face likely torture in Afghan custody? Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the future will roll out whatever answer that eventually has with respect to the people who were imprisoned in Afghanistan, the people who are killing our soldiers. But for now, it is the matter of the exaggeration, the gross exaggeration by the minister, partnered with his other great misrepresentations. Number one that comes to mind is that when he took away the air cover for our ground troops in Iraq, he said that the Allies had no problem with it, yet we learned some months later that they begged them not to take away the F-18s. And now we have a made-in-cabinet capability gap, just so that the current government can sole source a new fighter jet instead of going the proper route, as was promised during the election, in having a full, open procurement process and tendering.
Good point. We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, when I posed the question and asked the member to respond to a specific quote from the British Army officer, Colonel Chris Vernon, instead she makes reference to the fact, well, we had a reserve that didn't get enough money, and that was the response. You know, Mr. Speaker, when the Conservative Party took office, $18.7 billion was being spent on defence. When they left office, it was $19.2 billion. It was 1.19% of the GDP. It actually decreased, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the GDP. Would she not agree that she should have been more transparent with those individuals in saying that the Conservatives did not adequately finance our Canadian forces or our reserves?
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, after a decade of darkness, when the Conservatives came in, we got 5 C-17s. We got our own lift. We didn't have to beg, borrow, or lease. We got 15 Chinook helicopters. We got tanks again. We got light armored vehicles and reinforcements. But, Mr. Speaker, no one is questioning the minister's former military service. We are questioning his ability and his actions since becoming minister, which have been abysmal. And since he's become minister, the funding for the military has gone from not 0.9 to 0.88, the lowest in history in NATO.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that the Minister of National Defence must resign, not just because of numbers, but because of political not only because of political decision, but because of an important convention in this country, which is ministerial responsibility. As he does not want to respect the constitutional convention of our country, we must do our job as the opposition and call for his resignation, and I'm sure it will happen soon. At the end of my speech, you will understand why. I would like to thank all of our men and women who serve in the armed forces for the hard work they do every day. As we can see from their quick action to help with the flooding happening in many regions of Quebec and Ontario. I would also like to highlight the members of the 6th Regiment with whom I had the honor of serving. I would like to thank them for their devotion to our country since the creation of the regiment and in future conflicts. Mr. Speaker, just like my other colleagues from the opposition, I want to talk about the opposition motion, which is that the House has lost confidence in the Minister of National Defence's ability to carry out his responsibilities on behalf of the government since, on multiple occasions, the Minister misrepresented his military service and provided misleading information to the House. This is a very serious error. It all started with other issues, which I will shortly outline, but I want to explain what led us to this opposition day. Operation Medusa, an operation in 2006 in Afghanistan, where the minister, for the second time in his political career which started recently in 2015, he was still serving before the 2015 election, he was serving the armed forces. He said in New Delhi, in India, that he was the main architect of Operation Medusa. And it was not, it was an error of judgment, but it wasn't just a slip. He had already mentioned this during the 2015 campaign, during an interview with a journalist. Operation Medusa is one of the most important ones led by the Canadian Forces in Afghanistan. It was an operation that can be contributing to our national pride, and it was described as a success. Since the minister made this false declaration indicating that he was the main architect of that mission, he was highly criticized in the media by the opposition and by the many members of the Canadian Forces, past and present, some who are active, some who are retired, and my colleagues have fully demonstrated this by putting forward many examples of retired soldiers who are really disappointed by the behavior of this minister. What's unfortunate, but which also reinforces our point of view as the opposition, is that the Minister of National Defense is really setting up a pattern in his political career, a pattern in the way he exercises his role as Minister of National Defense. At the very beginning of his mandate as minister in December 2015, when the government, which had been newly elected, decided to end our CF-18 campaign in Iraq, the Minister of National Defense met with the Iraqi government, some of its members. They held some discussions, and once the minister came back to Canada, we asked the minister several times if indeed there had been comments on the withdrawal of CF-18s in Iraq, and he said no. Whereas recently, we learned, thanks to the good work of reporters, that the Iraqi government had several times met with the minister regarding their concerns after the withdrawal of the CF-18 aircraft. That was the first element that misled us. Second example of the pattern that is being built by this minister, in Kuwait. We have soldiers in Kuwait who, since 2014, have been benefiting from a tax break that was implemented by the Conservative government, which was implemented several times for different missions. This was noted on the order paper questions. The Conservative government had implemented this tax break. Minister Sajan indicated that soldiers deployed were entitled to tax breaks that had been set up by the previous Conservative government, and a few months later, he falsely indicated that the soldiers had been deployed without the tax break that the Conservatives have given them. He signed a paper saying that this is what happened, and it seems to me that this is an example of incompetence. Third element that reinforces this pattern of falsehood is the story of the capacity gap, Mr. Speaker. The capacity gap of our fleet of aircraft, which is not true. Michael Hood, Governor General for the Air Force, said before the National Defense Committee, which my colleague for Charles sits on, he can support this. The commander said that there's no capacity gap for the fleet of aircraft in Canada. So we have 3 examples of the minister misleading the House of Commons, and parliamentarians have to vote for or against government decisions. It seems the pattern is fairly evident, and this is what leads to the second part of my speech, Mr. Speaker, where I want to come back to the Convention of Ministerial Responsibility. If there's a fantastic thing that we have inherited from England, from our Westminster system, it is ministerial responsibility, which, above all, rests on the honor of a man or woman, the honor to serve and to recognize that he or she must end their service if required. In Canada, there's an interesting history when it comes to ministerial responsibility. And I have examples of ministers since 1967 who have resigned that go from banal reasons to very serious reasons. And with the change of political culture since the 50s, where we treated politicians as though they were almost interchangeable, I would say that there's ministers who have surely resigned recently, but since the year 2000, there are ministers who have resigned for reasons that are much more banal than what we're talking about today regarding the Minister of National Defense. Mr. Galt, in 1867, resigned because he didn't have the support of his cabinet colleagues who thought that his economic policy was responsible for the failure of the commercial bank. 1978, Mr. Vail, Minister of National Defense, resigned because he went against the ministerial directive of being a shareholder of a company when it came to contracts for the government. 1907, the Minister of Roads, Mr. Emerson, resigned because he was accused of being with somebody of questionable morality. 1965, Secretary of State, Mr. Lamontagne, resigned because he was accused by the opposition, not by the court, as we are doing now, that he was involved in a scandal regarding bankruptcy. Mr. Dupuis, 1965, resigned after having exerted undue influence over a racetrack in Saint-Luc. 1986, Minister of Industry, Mr. Stephen, resigned. He was being investigated for conflict of interest, which is serious. I don't have a lot of time left. I'll skip a few parts. 2002, Solicitor General of Canada, Mr. Macaulay, resigned to allow the Council of Ministers, was being investigated because of allegations of conflict of interest, rather. 2005, there was a resignation because of allegations of irregular acts. And in 2010, Mr. Gurgis, Minister of State, resigned because there was an investigation regarding allegations of behavior, regarding behavior. We see that ministers have applied this convention. It is very important for our country. This is a constitutional convention that requires that a man or woman who has the function of minister to resign when the members of the House doubt or can no longer have confidence in them. He should simply resign. And when we'll have the truth on all of the issues that are of concern to us, if the minister has not lied to Canadians, he could come back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have been around the block a few times this afternoon on the minister's role. I think it's fair to say that he played a significant role. His role was instrumental, and now we're debating on how he characterized his role, and in fact, he has apologized for that on numerous occasions. Since we're talking about that, though, I a number of minutes ago watched a campaign video or a leadership video from the member from Durham, where, and I quote, "He served in the Air Force where he flew Sea King helicopters on operations at home and abroad." No, I'm not one to take a shot at his role in the military. That's very honorable, but that is absolutely what he did not do. It didn't say he flew in Sea King helicopters. It said he flew Sea King helicopters. There's a massive difference. So, having said that, will the members opposite be asking for his apology and asking him to withdraw from the leadership race?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is just creating a diversion. The importance of my speech, the importance of this opposition day, is to talk about a minister. A minister who should apply, just like his predecessors, and respect the conventional constitution regarding ministerial responsibility. The Prime Minister said at the beginning, in December 2015, he said, "I'm not like Mr. Harper. My government is going to be run by cabinet, and that requires applying the principle of ministerial responsibility." Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. First of all, I want to say that my approach to this question is not from a soldier's point of view, because I was never part of the forces, but recently there was a ceremony to commemorate a battle at Trois-Rivières. And the soldiers at Trois-Rivières respect the code of conduct and the chain of command. I am not a conspiracy theorist, but I would imagine that there is respect for the elements that I have just raised. Is it possible that the Prime Minister has refused the Minister of Defence's resignation to maintain the image of his own government? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. That's an interesting idea, if it is indeed the case. I hope it's not. The minister must feel like he's in a very difficult situation. But that being said, he's not required by any law to listen to his prime minister who won't let him resign. But what he should listen to, what he should do, is the constitutional convention that has been set up for centuries under the British parliamentary system, which is to resign when one is faced with a loss of confidence because of one's actions. I'm not a conspiracy theorist either, but I hope that that is not the case either. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. A question. We talked about ministerial responsibility. We fought for it and got it in 1840. When we talk about responsibility, it's when a government resigns. In this case, we're talking about a minister. Even though we seem to be trying to draw a certain picture, the Prime Minister has been very clear that he supports the minister. Do you not think that we should judge the minister based on his policy review of national defense that is going to bring the resources that we need to make sure that the Army can ensure the sovereignty of our country, the defense of North America, and ensure peace throughout the world? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, in 1948, we're talking about government, the responsibility of the government, and I'm talking about ministerial responsibility. This has nothing to do with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister can keep having confidence in his minister, but the minister must, as an honest man or woman, say that no one's listening to them. So the report on the defense, which is picturing the Conservative government as a terrible one when that was not at all the case, when it supported the Canadian forces. Who believes in this report now? Nobody. That's why he should resign and and it undermines your work and the work of the Prime Minister. If this minister does not resign in a few weeks, it's just going to get worse. It's going to be like a gangrene of the government. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Longueuil-Charlemagne. So I'm pleased to take part in this debate today in order to underscore the contribution of a remarkable man, the Minister of National Defence, that I've had the pleasure of knowing for a year and a half now, and that I've been closer to since I was appointed Parliamentary Secretary. For many months now, we've been working hard to make Canada a better place. We promise to bring about real change, to be there for Canadians, to listen to them, and to meet their requirements. Canadians gave us a mandate, that is to build a Canada that's open to the world and prosperous and that reflects our values. Canadians expect us to meet our commitments, and we will do so. The middle class is becoming stronger and more people can accede to it. After a difficult decade where people had stopped believing in our government, we've restored contact with the Canadian population. Consultations show that we're on the right track. We are listening, and the messages we're getting clearly show the importance Canadians attach to having an open and transparent government. By establishing such communication, we're creating a link of mutual trust, and we're not hiding behind closed doors. If we make mistakes, we recognize them immediately. Canadians do not expect us to be perfect, but they do expect us to be honest, open, and sincere in our effort to serve the public interest. In the course of our duties, we have to act with the values that characterize us. Inclusion, honesty, professionalism, conscientious work are only some of the values that we have to put at the service of citizens. Mr. Speaker, having spent the past few months working with the Minister of National Defence, I'm a privileged witness of his integrity and his determination in accomplishing his mandate. The primary responsibility of this minister and of our government is to make sure that our troops are well prepared and have the material necessary to protect the sovereignty of Canada, defend North America, provide search and rescue missions, help in disaster zones, support UN peacekeeping operations, and contribute to the safety of our allies. We apply this with the greatest respect for the men and women in uniform. We make sure that they have the training and support necessary to successfully carry out their mission. For a year and a half, that's exactly the objective of this minister, and this is what he strives to do every day. One of the key elements of his mandate is to give this country a new defence policy. In the past year, and with the help of all members in this House, we've undertaken the broadest public consultation on this matter for over 20 years. Canadians from coast to coast have been able to express themselves and inform us of their concerns about this new orientation. We proceeded with an in-depth analysis to ensure that we have a model that responds to the needs of our military. It's up to the minister and government to make sure that members of the armed forces have all the equipment necessary to carry out their missions and all the support necessary for their welfare. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence received a very broad mandate that he is carrying out. Soon he will unveil this new defence policy, which will ensure the sustainability of resources by having adequate funding and rigorously established cost for the next 20 years. The government will commit to investment levels that will give the armed forces a stable financial position in terms of capital and human resources in order to constitute a more flexible and better equipped military force. Our armed forces men and women do an exceptional job, but they can't do this without adequate support. We are currently remedying the deficiencies caused by poor management by our predecessors. Quebec particularly we are seeing the benefits of this will. Lately, on behalf of the Minister of National Defence, I was able to announce the start of construction of new multifunctional buildings in Bagotville. $47 million were granted for a Chicoutimi company to carry out the work. The overall investment will be $95 million and will be invested in order to improve the infrastructure for the 3rd Squadron. This will enable the group to control and defend North American airspace when required to do so. Thanks to these facilities, we are solving the problem of lack of infrastructure. We're also making sure that the military have the tools and resources they need to carry out their jobs to the best of their ability. By modernizing and replacing obsolete military infrastructure, we're putting the Canadian Forces in a better position to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Times are changing, and the armed forces must not only have modern equipment, but also appropriate training that's adapted to today's reality. It's essential for Canada to orient its intervention efforts by maximizing the development of its human resources. To achieve this, education and training are what allow the men and women of the armed forces a level of superior qualification. It's quite clear that the quality of training allows Canadians in the services to fulfill their operational roles and contribute to make our Army one of the best educated and best trained in the world. By announcing the return of university-level training at the Collège Militaire Royal de Saint-Jean, the Minister has demonstrated his interest and conviction in the importance of having a francophone representation in the armed forces, especially among the senior staff. The moment has come to give the college its full mandate in order to support our troops. The return of Canada to its fundamental principles corresponds very well to the university orientation of the Collège Militaire Royal de Saint-Jean. The Humanities and Social Sciences program will foster the training of leaders that have the skills necessary in conflict resolution. The college has proven its worth on many occasions and has helped the progress of bilingualism and linguistic diversity in the Army. We hope this will encourage the recruitment of francophones and allophones throughout Quebec and Canada. We want to offer the military all the support, training, and equipment necessary to carry out their missions. The Canadian Forces must be versatile and prepared to intervene in many types of terrain. As we've seen with these historic floods, almost 1,200 troops were sent to 4 different muster zones: Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, Shawinigan, Laval, and Gatineau. They'll be in a position to provide support and meet the needs that were determined in cooperation with our civilian partners. The Canadian Forces are always prepared to help civilian authorities when there's a crisis in Canada, including in case of natural disaster, at any time and in any place. Such operations are designated under the name Operation Lentus. Mr. Speaker, we're asking the men and women of the Canadian Forces to take on extremely difficult tasks, and we have a duty to support them and an obligation to give them the required tools to ensure the security of Canadians and be able to act when necessary. The government has to strike a balance between various priorities. In a global context that's always evolving, we will continue our military investments in order to upgrade all our resources and ensure that all our personnel and their families are adequately supported. The Minister of National Defence is a former reservist. He's in constant contact with our men and women in uniform. He fully understands the reality of the military and holds in very high esteem the service of our military, both those who are in operation right now and those that he worked with during his missions, or troops that served at other times and other commands. His unconditional commitment to his mandate notes the great respect he has toward members of the forces. The minister has made a commitment to being honest, transparent, and accountable to Canadians. He's part of a government that respects the most rigorous ethical standards. Every time he comes to work, he does so in the service of Canada in order to improve our country and the lives of all Canadian citizens, be they military or civilian. Last week, the Prime Minister gave his support to the minister, as did the caucus. Today in this House, I wish to assure my colleague of my full cooperation. I will continue to serve the members of the forces at his side with all the loyalty he himself deploys in carrying out his mandate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Saint commentaire, the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his very interesting speech. But
I don't think, being a former Parliamentary Secretary to a minister, I realize that the Parliamentary Secretary has an intimate relationship with the minister. So I think he might be in a good position to answer this question, because for weeks we've been asking the minister to explain what happened. Members on both sides of the House, all through the House, have expressed their respect and their gratitude for the wonderful service that this minister has given to his country as a member of the armed forces. But for some reason, in the last 18 months, his work performance is totally opposite to what the work performance was as a member of the armed forces. Now we've got a man who promoted integrity and honesty as a member of the armed forces, and as a minister, maybe not so much. So as the Parliamentary Secretary, who probably knows the minister better than all the colleagues in the House, maybe he can explain why the minister has changed so dramatically and is not the man of integrity that he was as a member of the services. Thanks.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I thank the member for his interesting question and for having recognized the work that the minister has done in the past year and a half. That is, by initiating a new defense policy in consultation at a high level with experts or members of Parliament. When I think of consultations, in the riding of Saint Jean alone, we had over 150 people who were interested and who made proposals that were very interesting. And through that process alone, the minister has shown that the military has full confidence in him. We celebrated the Battle of the Atlantic recently, and I felt great credibility in the minister, and especially hopes for the new policy that will bring about stable investments for the Canadian forces. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you. I thank my colleague for his presentation. I know that sometimes comparisons are difficult, but for a civilian like me, I have trouble understanding this. I'm calling upon your memory, Mr. Speaker. In 2014, you will no doubt recall the event of the false soldier, the civilian who wore a uniform on Remembrance Day, who'd been interviewed on television even, and then we found out after that event that kind of conduct, which is not a major crime, but it was in a way, because Section 419 of the Criminal Code covers this offense. So if you can go that far for a gesture like that by a civilian, how can you be satisfied with partial apologies for the conduct of a minister who's trying to embroider around his accomplishments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank the member for Trois-Rivières for his question. I think we're talking about two very different incidents here. The case you just brought forward is something that was done intentionally. In the case of the minister, there was no intent, and the first thing he did is apologize and say that he did not want to diminish the role of his superiors or of his brothers in arms. He recognizes the work of all those who contributed, all the men and women involved in that mission in Afghanistan. So I think that those are two completely different things. Before we resume debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38. It is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Calgary-Nose Hill, in respect to immigration, refugees and citizenship. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou in regards to Indigenous Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Windsor West regarding immigration and refugees and citizenship as well. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Before I begin, I'd just like to highlight the 1,650 members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are currently deployed in the Trois-Rivières to Gatineau corridor, helping with flood efforts, and in New Brunswick and in BC. So earlier today, our Minister of National Defence provided this House with information regarding the Defence Policy Review. And it was really a frank conversation, a situational analysis, if you will, about the current state of affairs in Canadian Armed Forces. He had the courage to come forward and talk about this reality, in fact, also mentioning that it wasn't previous government who brought those situations to bear, but consecutive governments. So we're not trying to be partisan in this regard. We know that there are significant issues. We talked a little bit about the material resources that are required. We heard a lot about the procurement problems in the Canadian Armed Forces. But more importantly, we heard about the importance of investing in our people, those brave men and women who are wearing the uniform or have worn the uniform, and the families that support them. So while I look forward to the results of the Defence Policy Review being made public, I'd like to highlight some of the efforts that have been made by both the Minister of Veteran Affairs and the Minister of National Defence in terms of the support providing to the Canadian Armed Forces members transitioning to civilian life and our veterans who have served our country so valiantly.
Since 2015, the Minister of National Defence and the Minister of Veterans Affairs have been working in close cooperation to ensure that the transition from military to civilian life is done as harmoniously as possible for members of the Canadian Forces who are released from service.
9,000 Canadian Armed Forces members released from the regular and reserve forces. They each have their own unique story and their own distinctive needs, and some of whom will need help with their transition to civilian life. If there's one thing all Canadians can agree on, Mr. Speaker, it's our debt of gratitude toward our Canadian Armed Forces members and our veterans. After their selfless contributions, the government owes them the means to get back on their feet and on with their lives. We have committed to doing just that, to help veterans and their families successfully transition to civilian life and to move on to the next chapter. In Budget 2016, we focused on the financial security of veterans and their families. We reopened 9 offices closed by the former government and opened a new one. Veteran Affairs Canada hired almost 400 new frontline staff, which includes new case managers. These historic actions taken in Budget 2016 committed approximately $5.6 billion in additional financial benefits for our veterans and their families.
Budget 2017 follows through on these initiatives to create a more global and complete approach to the welfare of veterans by emphasizing family. When I meet with veterans, whether they serve for 1 year or 10 years, they want us to know that they strongly believe that anyone who served in the armed forces is a soldier for life. And we know that veterans can sometimes have trouble coping with the loss of their military family and culture. We want them to continue to be part of that family. That's why we expect the program to support military families and the opening of centers for sick and injured troops to help, and we will improve and increase the amount paid monthly, $1,000 a month, for those who need caregivers. And we will extend the period or eliminate the period so that people can get back to work faster. So partners and caregivers who help our sick or injured veterans day after day can benefit from better support and recognition by the government for their inestimable contribution. We are also investing almost $14 million over 4 years in a new fund for the welfare of veterans and their families. And this will be used for research on the issues and initiatives to improve support for veterans and their families.
Veterans transition to their post-military life. The new Veterans Education and Training benefit covers up to $80,000 in tuition and other costs for members. Some of this benefit can be used towards professional development. This benefit will ensure more released military members can find a new sense of purpose and put their skills to use. We are also redesigning the career transition services we offer so that more people can use them, including survivors, spouses, and partners. They will have access to job search assistance and coaching from coaches who understand military culture. L'engagement précoce est un élément.
Early engagement is an essential element of transition from military life to civilian life. My colleagues of the Canadian Armed Forces have undoubtedly told you about the improved transition services that exist. This is a joint initiative of Veterans Affairs Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces. And its goal is to enter into communication earlier with members of the armed forces who are leaving the service and their families. It's already been implemented in 24 integrated service support centers. Mr. Speaker, mental health is an essential aspect of the care that we provide to our veterans. It's an issue that regularly makes the headlines, and it's also one of our priorities. This is why we are determined to ensure that veterans, RCMP members, and their families get the mental health support that they need when they need it. That's why in Budget 2017 we followed up on our commitment to set up a Center of Excellence to study PTSD and related mental health issues. We are investing $17.5 million over 4 years in this center, which will provide research, education, and outreach services for veterans and their families. We will also help develop, set new best practices.
Pension for Life option for ill and injured veterans in 2017, further adding to their financial security. Le dernier sujet dont je veux vous entraîner.
The last subject I'd like to talk to you about today is our review of our service offer. We noticed recently that this review is completed, and now we have a plan that will allow us to provide services more quickly and more flexibly to better meet the needs of veterans. We know that we need to change the current system to create a more accessible, simple to use, and veteran-based system. We can no longer simply change policies to fill gaps in the system. It's time to have a real overhaul.
This government has made it our mission to improve the well-being of veterans and their families, and that means having a purpose, financial security, shelter, medical support, family and community support, and a sense of identity. We are committed to helping them achieve that. When it comes to our brave men and women in uniform and those who have served, we need to take politics out of it. The DPR, Defense Policy Review, has shown that the needs in the Canadian Armed Forces are great. This House currently has former members of the Canadian Armed Forces sitting, as well as family members of those who have served or those who are currently serving. To err is human, Mr. Speaker, and we have all done so. It is time to accept the Minister's apology and work together to address the issues identified in the Defense Policy Review. Anything further is playing politics on the backs of those we claim to support, our brave men and women in uniform. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite incredible. I don't know how long, many speakers, they won't answer the question. One of the things the Liberals, unfortunately, this is not about, they never talked about what the issue was. Nobody has talked about discrediting the minister in his former positions. What really we're talking about is that when you fabricate a response to give yourself credit so that you can discredit other people below you for something that you didn't do, that someone else did. And then it wasn't a mistake. We've heard of time and time, well, he made a mistake and he apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, he did not make a mistake. He fabricated a response and he kept repeating it. Tell me why he continues to fabricate that response, and then why he should stay.
Honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
As the minister has said on numerous occasions, as have my colleagues have said, the minister acknowledged his mistake. He apologized for this mistake. He has apologized to this House and to the Canadian public. He has retracted his statement. In no way did he intend to diminish the hard work that the men and women in uniform have done. And therefore, I accept his apology. He has this full support of the Prime Minister as he does this caucus. And I would urge this House to accept his apology and work together so that we can get done what we need to get done for our brave men and women.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague across the way spoke about helping veterans, so I have to ask why this government has not kept its promise to reinstate a lifetime pension for injured veterans, and why this government is fighting in court veterans who are trying to seek access to those benefits.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, Mr. Speaker, as indicated in the minister's mandate letter and indicated in Budget 2017, we are committed to bringing forward a pension for life option to our brave men and women, and the details of that will be made before the end of this year. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for her very compassionate speech, but unfortunately that's really not the issue today. The members of the government across the way are constantly attacking the former government, saying that we didn't do anything for 10 years for the Canadian forces. But we got the Hercules, we got new aircraft that are being manufactured. Would they call that nothing? So my point is that we did what we needed to do. Now, currently there's a $12 billion cut to procurement by this government. But I think we should get back to the issue of the day, which is the problem with the Minister of Defence. I'd like my colleague to explain. I mean, she talked about honesty earlier, about being honest. So I'd like to know, how has the minister been honest? There are all of these things that he's done over the last year and a half, the withdrawal of the CF-18s, the development of this so-called capability gap, you know, and how is it honest to call yourself the architect of Operation Medusa? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his service. It's really a pleasure to work with him on the Defence Committee. Before I became Parliamentary Secretary, that is. Well, I certainly didn't attack the former Conservative government in my speech. In fact, I said that there were several governments that made cuts to the Canadian Armed Forces. So I didn't attack the Conservatives. That's not my way of doing things. Concerning this cut of $12 billion, it wasn't a cut of $12 billion. We redirected a certain amount of money for procurement, but that doesn't mean that it was a cut. What it means is that the assets...
So we've parked that money for when the assets are available. So the money has not been cut, and I urge my colleague across the way to wait for the defense policy review to come public, and then we can have a conversation. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Oh, I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising, perhaps on a point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An agreement cannot be reached under provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the consideration of Senate amendments to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-44, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the House appreciates the notice by the Honourable Government House Leader. And now we will go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek. It is a disappointment to rise in this House on this debate. It is disappointing that we have a Minister of National Defence who has been less than straightforward with the truth. A minister who fabricated something of significance. And that fabrication was the role that the minister played in one of the largest military operations in Canadian history. And as a result of that fabrication, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence has dishonored the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. What is all the more disappointing is that the minister who did this is someone who has served with distinction, who has a service record that is a distinguished one. The minister served his community of Vancouver as a member of the Vancouver Police Department. He served Canada as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, where he served overseas on 4 occasions, including 3 times to Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, the service of the Minister of National Defence is not in question by any member of this House. And indeed, the minister has every right to be proud of his record of service as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces. The issue, however, today is not about the minister's past service to country, but about his recent actions as a Liberal politician. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the issue before us is the issue that arose when the minister spoke in New Delhi when he falsely claimed that he was the architect of Operation Medusa. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's true that the minister played a role in Operation Medusa, and indeed several members of the Canadian Armed Forces in senior ranks have credited the minister for the leadership that he provided and the service that he played in Operation Medusa. But architect of Operation Medusa, the minister was not. Mr. Speaker, what's worse is that this is not the first time that the minister has misrepresented his role in Operation Medusa. Indeed, during the 2015 campaign, when the minister was then a candidate, he similarly claimed that he was the architect of Operation Medusa. And Mr. Speaker, when the minister was called upon it at that time, instead of owning up to the fact that he had misrepresented the facts, instead of apologizing, he tried to claim that really all he was doing was quoting something that General Vance had coined. In other words, that General Vance had called the minister the architect of Operation Medusa. The only problem with the minister's statement was that General Vance did not take command in Afghanistan until 2009, 3 years after Operation Medusa ceased. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defense says that what he said was a mistake. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a mistake, it was a fabrication. And it was a fabrication that the minister made not once, but on at least 2 occasions. The words of the minister are not ambiguous. They're not at issue in terms of what he really said. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the minister's words were clear and unambiguous. The minister said that he was the architect of Operation Medusa, full stop. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, the minister actually physically inserted those words into the speech, according to his own spokesman. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about here is something that was planned, something that was deliberate. Mr. Speaker, why would the minister misrepresent his record of service in Afghanistan? Well, clearly, to impress a foreign audience in New Delhi. The minister thought he could get away with it, but he didn't get away with it. And so he now sort of provides a half apology, although I don't know if I've ever actually heard a complete, full apology from the minister. Mr. Speaker, I say that that isn't good enough. It isn't good enough for the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. Men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces every day are expected to adhere to the highest standards of excellence. They should expect no less from the Minister of National Defence, who is charged with leading them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister of National Defence did cannot be minimized, the seriousness of what he did. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about one of the largest military operations in Canadian history that the minister claimed he was the architect of. We're talking about the second largest NATO operation since the Korean War. It was an operation that involved the service and sacrifice of hundreds of Canadian soldiers, service and sacrifice that the minister has taken credit for. Mr. Speaker, there is a term for what the minister did, and that term is called stolen valor. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental values of the Canadian Armed Forces include duty, integrity, loyalty, and courage. The actions of the minister, Mr. Speaker, are the antithesis of those fundamental values of the Canadian Armed Forces. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, they are in contravention of the Code of Values of the Canadian Armed Forces, the Code of Values and Ethics. Mr. Speaker, they would be subject to sanction, in fact, under Section 129 of the Code of Service Discipline. Mr. Speaker, the actions of the minister have outraged the many men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. William Sinclair, a 37-year veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces wrote this on Facebook. Minister, as a veteran of 37 years of military service, what the Minister of National Defence has done to the military and to Canadians alike is downright wrong. He has lost all respect, and I think of all veterans of Afghanistan and of all the military as a whole. He should be made to resign his cabinet post as minister. He is a disgrace to the Canadian military. Wow. William Sinclair, a 37-year veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces, and he is just one of many, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister of National Defence did, notwithstanding his record of service, his distinguished record of service that no one calls into question, notwithstanding that great record of service, the minister, through his own actions, through his own choices, and through his own hubris, brought disgrace upon himself. He has dishonored, as a result, the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. As a result, there is only one thing left for the minister to do in order to restore his own credibility and to demonstrate respect for the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. And that, Mr. Speaker, is to resign immediately as Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech on the issue here today. I know that several people are folding in different aspects of this issue, and I do hold in very high regard the efforts of the Minister of Defence in terms of his role as a soldier and in terms of his role as a person who dedicated himself and his bravery to a higher sense of purpose in his military role. That being said, I also understand, as my honourable colleague explained, that there is also the higher sense of purpose to being a member of Parliament here in this House, and knowing that we have a Prime Minister that issued mandate letters to all of the ministers that are very much in the spirit and in the crux of what my honourable colleague described in his speech. I'm wondering if there is now a concern with regards to several versions of what has happened now, that maybe this idea of mere fabrication means that we should be looking again at the conflict of interest issue in terms of quashing an inquiry into Afghan detainees. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can comment a little bit on how the evolution of this has maybe allowed him to revisit and reconsider the consequences of this kind of fabrication on an actual conflict of interest.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would first of all say that on the Afghan issue, this is an issue that has been looked at considerable length. But I would recognize that the member for Windsor-Tecumseh raises an interesting point that ties into the various statements the minister has made about his role in Operation Medusa. There was the statement that he was the architect. Then there was the statement that he was not the architect, but he played a significant role. And then there's what the Minister of National Defence submitted to the Ethics Commissioner, which was that he was just there in an advisory capacity for cultural purposes and the training of police. I think it highlights, Mr. Speaker, once again, that on the question of Operation Medusa, the minister has been less than forthcoming. It calls into question, Mr. Speaker, the minister's judgment and his ability to continue on as minister.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about a recommendation letter from General Fraser concerning the Defence Minister.
I read him
as one of the best intelligent officers I have ever worked with. Fearless, smart, and personable. And I would not hesitate to have him on my staff at any time in the future. I have advised my chain of command that the Canadian Forces must capture his skill set and seek his advice on how to change our entire tactical intelligence training and architecture to best meet the needs of future deployed units fighting in extremely complex battle space. Quand l'opposition va-t-elle arrêter?
When will the opposition stop playing petty politics with this issue? Colleagues, you're going nowhere with this, and you are sowing confusion among Canadians. I will remind honourable colleagues to present their comments to the Speaker. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the only honourable member who is sowing confusion is the honourable member for Marc Aurèle Fortin, because, Mr. Speaker, no one questioned the service of the Minister of National Defence, his bravery and courage, and his service to Canada as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I guess the member for Marc Aurèle Fortin mustn't have heard half of my speech in which I went into some length about the minister's service. That's not the issue. The issue is that the minister misrepresented something very significant about his service. Absolutely. And, Mr. Speaker, as a result, he has brought disgrace upon himself, and he has dishonored the men and women who he is charged with leading. Mr. Speaker, I remind the honourable member that this is not a minor matter, it is a serious matter, and the minister needs to take responsibility by resigning.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This motion we are considering today is not something that we take lightly. And believe me when I say I take no joy in adding my voice to the voices of my colleagues from the Conservative and NDP parties in asking for the Minister of Defence to resign. Despite the fact that we serve in different political parties, it is not hard to respect the courage and commitment to Canada shown by the Defence Minister. For 28 years, he served with the Canadian Forces. His service record speaks for itself, and the honours he has received speak to the high esteem his colleagues and superiors held him in. This is why I honour his courage, his dedication, and his valour on the battlefield. However, Mr. Speaker, we are not here to debate the Defence Minister's military service. We are here instead to debate his ability to lead the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. The only question that is relevant is whether or not the minister has the confidence of those whose lives depend on the policy choices he makes. In this respect, the answer is clearly no. Mr. Speaker, the greatest anger, outrage, and betrayal has come from those brave men and women who served in Afghanistan. It goes without saying that anyone who served in Afghanistan put their lives on the line for Canada. Whether you were in the Green Zone in Kabul or forward operating bases in Kandahar, there was an imminent threat you could be killed by the Taliban. The valor and courage with which Canadians served in Afghanistan brought honour and distinction to Canada. We owe them a debt of gratitude. They are our heroes. Every society from the dawn of civilization has celebrated military acts of courage, immortalizing the heroes who performed such deeds, whether it was individual acts of heroism on the battlefield or ingenious innovations for strategy or technique. Which is why in military culture, the idea of stolen valor is such a taboo. When our men and women in uniform perform heroic acts of service, they deserve the full credit for their deeds. Our entire military honors system is based on recognizing individuals for actions that go above and beyond the call of duty. The Defense Minister has rightly been recognized through this system for the work he did. But when people take credit for the work of others in order to make themselves appear more important, they are attempting to erase the acts of valor their brothers and sisters in arms undertook. This is why this deception, as acknowledged by the Minister, matters. By claiming to be the architect of Operation Medusa, the Defense Minister sought to receive the full credit for the work of an entire team of senior military planners. As one of the key intelligence officers in the region, he rightly has been recognized for providing invaluable intel that assisted those planning the operation. But to take credit for being the master planner, that steals credit from officers much more senior than himself, including officers from other nations. This stolen valor is not taken just from Canadian troops. It is also taken from our British and Australian allies, which reflects poorly on Canada as a whole. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence has yet to explain why he has, on multiple occasions, made this false claim. The two highest profile examples took place first in the 2015 election campaign and then in a recent speech in India. In both of these instances, the minister was embellishing to improve people's impressions of himself. The first time was in the election when he was speaking with local media in order to make himself appear more important to those people that might vote for him. The second instance was when he was speaking to an audience in New Delhi, representing Canada abroad. He clearly was more interested in his ego and reputation than the facts. He knew it was untrue, and now he has had to apologize multiple times for both the deception and the damage it has done. This is, unfortunately, a growing pattern of deception and loose treatment of facts by this minister. The minister's word in the House of Commons has been contradicted by his officials in multiple instances. The minister told this House our allies in the Middle East weren't concerned with the Liberals when the Liberals pulled our CF-18s from the fight against ISIS. Briefing notes that have come to light since show our allies begged Canada to stay in the fight. The minister told this House that the previous government had not provided tax breaks to armed forces members in Kuwait who were part of the battle against ISIS. This was also contradicted by an order paper question the minister himself signed. The minister has repeatedly argued that Canada faces a capabilities gap when it comes to replacing the CF-18s. This is also contradicted by public testimony of our Air Force officers in charge of our CF-18 squadrons. The only conclusion that makes sense is that the minister has given up accuracy and truthfulness in exchange for political expediency. It is no secret that the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party do not respect our military. The Liberal approach to our armed forces has consistently demonstrated that they believe their political strategists know best, even when they are recklessly putting our men and women in harm's way. This must be an incredibly uncomfortable position for the Minister of Defence to be in. His entire career was based on serving his brothers and sisters in arms. Now he is the one who has to tell them, with a straight face, that what this Liberal government is doing is in their best interests. So it is no wonder that he has decided to play fast and loose with the facts, because the facts don't support the Liberals' approach. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence has lost the confidence of the men and women he is accountable for. They do not trust his ability to fight for them at the cabinet table. Their trust in him as an honourable soldier has been shaken. Given the uncertain global climate we find ourselves in, we need a defence minister that Canadians have confidence in. The minister's loose treatment of the facts casts grave doubts on his ability to manage this important department. And Mr. Speaker, don't take my word for that. Take the words of a retired colonel, Ian Barnes, and I quote, the defense minister's claim that during his tour in Afghanistan in 2006, he was the architect of Operation Medusa is preposterous. The minister has shown by his actions that he is an embarrassment to Canada and is not suitable to hold the position of Minister of National Defence. He should be removed from office. These are the words of a retired colonel, and we've heard many other words from veterans and retired members of our military service. For these reasons, this House has lost confidence in this minister's ability to do his job. The only honourable course of action is for this minister to resign. And we on this side of the House call him to do the honourable thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quick question. I wonder how many of the people who are quoted from the opposition benches were in the room when plans were being made. How can they say with such assurance that things didn't happen or did happen when they probably weren't there? I'd also want the member to comment on the fact that there is a site in Canada called Stolen Valor where veterans stick up for the whole issue of people claiming things that aren't true and discrediting the military in doing so. And perhaps she can explain why there are 0 references to this incident on this site, especially set up by veterans to deal with incidents of stolen valor.
Honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, I cannot speak to the intents or why folks have not got onto that specific site, but we have been quoting veterans throughout this debate, and I can quote another one if you'd like. Robert Wortman, 20-year veteran of the Canadian Air Forces. Minister Sajjan, and I quote, Minister Sajjan, the Minister of Defence, has no credibility left, and so he should resign. I served in the military for 20 years, and if someone continued to mislead me, trying to take credit for something someone else did, he should not be in a position of trust. How can anyone in the military trust the minister now? End quote.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her great speech there. I know that I've been in contact with an Afghan vet from my riding, and he has definitely disclosed his disfavor for what the comments that have been made by the Minister of Defence, and said that if he was a commanding officer if he had had a commanding officer that had operated similarly when he was in the military, the expectation would have been that he would resign, just because of the lack of respect that commander would have. So I was just wondering if the member who gave the speech here recently could tell us about maybe an incident she has had, a conversation that she has had with one of her constituents.
Honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. Absolutely. You know, we've spent some time back home in our ridings, and this is something that has been brought to my attention. And, you know, one of the terms that I've heard recently in regards to this conversation is the term of ethical fading. And if one understands what ethical fading is, ethical fading refers to an erosion of the ethical standards of a business or organization in which those members of that business or organization become used to engaging in or condoning such behavior. And I just, you know, want to remind my colleague and those here participating in the debate that there is a National Defence Code of Ethics. And my honourable colleague spoke to it earlier in his in his questioning when he quoted it, and it is being a person of integrity calls for honesty and the avoidance of deception. It requires the pursuit of truth regardless of personal consequences. And I think that's something that we have to pay attention to. And when you have retired members of our armed forces, of our Canadian forces, who see the kind of ethical fading that we are seeing here today, it creates great angst for them, and it's why I think we're hearing from them in the way that we are. Thank you.
I remind honourable members, and I thank the honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek for catching her error there in the midst of her remarks. There have been a couple of occasions today where, because of the subject that's before the House, the minister's given name has been entered into the debate, not certainly deliberately. These things do happen. I note that it didn't cause any disorder, but I thank honourable members for watching for that and not using the given names in the course of the debate in this way. We're going to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to take part in this debate initiated by the official opposition that is putting into question the ability of the Minister of National Defence to carry out his responsibility. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of National Defence for his years of dedicated service to this country. 10 years as a police officer, over 10 years, over 25 years in the Canadian Reserves, and 4 deployments to Afghanistan and Bosnia. So, in our minister, we have a decorated war hero, and this is very uncommon, Mr. Speaker, so I'm proud to have him as my minister. The official opposition has been trying very hard recently to downgrade and diminish the image and the reputation of the minister by making all kinds of insinuations. I have quite a different image of the Minister of National Defence. I remember how honoured he was in November of 2015 to be appointed the Minister of National Defence. I remember how privileged and humbled he was to have the opportunity to serve as Canada's Minister of National Defence. I remember a message he sent to me and to all parliamentarians 3 weeks after his appointment, on November 27, 2015, to be exact, in which he was advocating how, as a government, we are committed to governing for all Canadians and bringing Canadians together, including all parliamentarians. He highlighted the Prime Minister and the government's sincere commitment to renew openness and collaboration in the pursuit of the priorities of this country. He appealed to the fact that each of us, as elected officials, have been selected by your respective constituents to act as their voice and their advocates in Ottawa, and acknowledge that each of us bring value and informed perspectives to the table. The final part of this email to all of us, Mr. Speaker, is one of the most relevant and most valuable elements of the character of this minister. I quote, "With that in mind, I want to personally convey to you that my office is open to all parliamentary colleagues who want to contribute to our work on defence. I can assure you that the government is committed to ensuring that the Canadian Armed Forces continues to stand amongst the best military force in the world and remains well positioned to continue serving this great country. We look forward to working in partnership with you in that endeavour. Together, we will chart the way forward for our men and women in uniform." Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect openness and accessibility. We know that these values are central to a free and civil society. They are amongst the pillars of democracies. At the very beginning of his mandate, this is what the Minister of National Defence was offering to the members of this House and to the members of the Senate. This is a minister who, over the last 18 months, has been working tirelessly, day after day, to put together all the necessary elements that will ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces continues to stand amongst the best military forces in the world and remains well-positioned, well-equipped, and ready to serve our country. There are few responsibilities greater than the safety and security of our country. Every day, the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces undertake vital, challenging, and often dangerous work in order to keep this country and our world safe. At the beginning of this month, members of our Navy returned to Halifax after 2 months in West Africa, helping to strengthen maritime security in the Gulf of New Guinea. In February, the Canadian Armed Forces provided assistance to the people of Acadian Peninsula in northern New Brunswick after that region was hit by a massive ice storm. In recent weeks, Canadian Rangers in northern Ontario helped evacuate the Saskatchewan First Nation as they face potential flooding, and now the forces have a mission underway to assist the residents of Quebec facing the same crisis. And CAF members continue to demonstrate globally recognized leadership skills by helping train security forces in Iraq and Ukraine. Overseas and close to home, CAF members achieve much more than what can be described in words alone, and it's vital that we communicate their work to Canadians. The Department of National Defence reports on that work directly to the public by sharing the data it can via Open Canada Initiative. Access to information releases and progress reports, such as the important initiatives as Operation Honour. However, as elected officials, we have an additional responsibility to our constituents to obtain information on their behalf about our armed forces. And as Canadians, we owe it to our service members to understand and promote the work that they do to make this world a better place and by defending our country. That's why this Minister of National Defence has reintroduced key access opportunities for parliamentarians, opportunities that had been cancelled by the previous government, so that we, as citizens, representatives, can see firsthand how our men and women work to keep Canada safe and secure, and to see how their government is investing in its military. Until last year, Mr. Speaker, if a member of Parliament wanted to visit a military facility in his or her riding, they needed to get the approval of the Minister of National Defence. In other words, in order for a representative of the Canadian people to tour facilities and understand the perspective of the Canadian Armed Forces, members in her own riding, they had to appeal to those facilities leaders, those who would not know the facilities best, but to the Cabinet Minister in Ottawa. That's not open, that's not accessible, and that's not right. And so in February of 2016, at the direction of this minister, the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces changed access regulations to make it easier for parliamentarians to visit military facilities. This change empowers base commanders and commanding officers of the Canadian Forces support units to approve and accept requests for visits from members of Parliament and senators who represent them. This change respects base commanders and commanding officers' knowledge of their own facilities. They know better than anyone how to balance security considerations with the obligation to share their work with Canadians' elected representatives. And we have to ensure that they are the ones making decisions to serve both. This increased access benefits parliamentarians from coast to coast to coast who represent areas with military facilities. There are many other places in Canada, however, that have no physical presence of CAF felt directly. But the Minister of National Defence believes that it's vital for all parliamentarians, not just those fortunate enough to have CAF facilities in their ridings, to interact with members of the Canadian Armed Forces. This approach involves more than visiting them where they work at facilities. It also means to visit them during exercises across Canada. That's why, with strong support from the Minister, the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces reinstated the Canadian Armed Forces Parliamentary Program this year after it was revoked 6 years ago. This program, to date, has allowed 32 members of Parliament, have signed up 32 members of Parliament and 5 senators of all political stripes to participate in events that give them a chance to live and work with CAF members. In this House today, there are colleagues who have patrolled the Pacific on the HMCS Vancouver and visited CFFB Esquimalt. There are colleagues who have sailed from Halifax to St. John's aboard the HMCS Ville de Quebec no later than last week. And there are colleagues who will work alongside thousands of armed forces members from Canada and abroad in Alberta later this spring. This, Mr. Speaker, is openness and accessibility, and it is this, Mr. Speaker, this minister that made sure that it happened, because he believes in the notion of open and free government and is not about sharing their work, because he is so proud of the Canadian Armed Forces and of the work of those who sacrifice so much to protect our openness and our freedom with Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. Alors, la députée de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-Les-Hables. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I might have some questions for her. First of all, I'd like to talk about why we're here. We're not here to talk about the soldiers' military past. We're not here to talk about what he did when he was in the army. We're here to talk about what he has done as a politician. He has exaggerated the credit that he deserves. He's taken credit for things that he did formerly as a soldier, and he's exaggerated the credit due, and that's inexcusable. And I think it's unfortunate what our colleagues have been saying all day. They've been using the army, they've been using the members of the forces as an excuse. They're talking more about the army than about the things that the minister's being criticized for. They're making the same mistake he made. They're trying to defend him. They're trying to defend the indefensible. Mr. Speaker, Churchill said, if we don't respect the words we use, does my colleague agree with the minister that he was the architect of that operation?
Actions speak louder than words, Mr. Speaker, and that is exactly what this minister has been doing. He has been acting. We have not seen a defense policy review in over 20 years. There are many governments to blame for this, but it took 20 years and this minister to do a defense policy review. In my riding, I held consultations, and several veterans, members of the armed forces showed up for that consultation and said thank you. Thank you to this minister who is taking action in order to turn around and protect our men and women in the armed forces, make sure that they have what they need to protect Canadians. And may I answer also that many have come forward, and let me just read. Chris Vernon, the Chief of Staff of the mission of Operation Medusa, has called the minister a critical player in the planning and design team. Retired General Louis McKenzie says that he has considered the minister to be one of the architects of Operation Medusa. These are people that were in the room. These were people that know what they are talking about. The leader of...
Order. So I thank the member for her intervention, and I just want to remind members and the member for Mégantic-Les-Hables just asked the question. I would ask him to be respectful and to allow the member to answer that question. If he has another question, then I would suggest that he get up and attempt to ask that other question. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the honourable member is related to actions do speak louder than words. And this is the problem that we have as a minister by himself. This is by no fault of anyone else, has put himself in this situation by claiming that he took different actions at different times. And so I've listened all day, and I've heard the minister speak as well too, is that it's not the fault of anyone other than himself for putting himself in the situation of having three different scenarios, which we still have yet to hear back from the minister as to what really was the truth with regards to his actions, which are pertinent to his job and his credibility amongst not only just his colleagues here, but also amongst the military service that we have. And using the military again today in service as a shield for Liberal actions is a rather insulting way to go about apologizing. So my question really quickly to the member is, Madam Speaker, is the minister has claimed that he was a key role as an intelligence officer, or B, he was a reservist working on capacity building for Afghan police, or C, the architect of Operation Medusa. To the member, was it A, B, or C?
The honourable member for Brampton North, a very brief answer, please.
Well, thank you for the question. This minister has apologized, and we must move forward from this. He's apologized, and he's remaining focused on making sure that our brave men and women are equipped and trained to face the difficult tasks ahead of them. He has been stated to be one of the architects, be a part of the planning team, design and plan team, by those that were leading this operation. So I believe the minister has done a great service for his country when this operation is concerned. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to continue this debate by focusing on one of the more substantive issues that have been brought up today, and to further expand on some of what the Minister of National Defence has already said. And I'd like to take the opportunity to discuss the importance of Canada's fleet of fighter jets and the need to ensure this capability continues while meeting our commitments at home and abroad. I am sure all parliamentarians recognize that situational awareness and the capability to respond over Canada's vast land mass, maritime approaches and airspace are vital to exercising Canadian sovereignty. Canadians' CF-18 fleet provides significant support to that awareness. I also remind this House that numerous times in recent years our fighters have intercepted Russian bombers capable of carrying cruise missiles that were escorted beyond advanced fighters. In fact, they've been intercepted with a frequency at times nearing that of the height of the Cold War. Beyond Canada's borders, we also have a responsibility to do our part to defend the continent at large. We need to be on guard not only for Canada, but also for our closest neighbour and ally, the United States. This defence relationship, known as the North American Aerospace Defence, or NORAD, is fundamental to our mutual security. And as chair of our Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association, I'd like to also assure this House that our membership and commitment to the NATO alliance is also very important and highly valued by our allies, particularly with respect to our upcoming mission in Latvia as one of the framework nations. Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand that other countries' militaries are not the only threat we face. Since 9/11, NORAD has been prepared to defend against attacks involving civilian aircraft. NORAD also played a major support role for high-profile events like the Vancouver Olympics, as well as G7 and G20 meetings both in Canada and the U.S. Whatever the assigned mission, our forces need the capability to act as and when required, and recent events underline the very real need to be able to intercept aircraft to control Canadian and continental airspace. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Canada's current fleet of CF-18s is aging and needs replacing.
Point of order. Point of order. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you. Just so it's not confusing for the public, for the official record, it is Madam Speaker. I know the Mr. Speaker is continually referred to, but it is Madam Speaker.
I appreciate the intervention from the member from Windsor West, and I understand as well that during the speeches sometimes they're already written, and I don't take any offence. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
My sincere apologies, Madam Speaker. At the time when these aircraft were acquired in the early 1980s, the government bought 138 fighters with a plan to fly them for 20 years. Yet here we are today, over 30 years later, and we are still flying these jets. The passage of time and usage has taken its toll on these aircraft, and our original fleet is now reduced from 138 to to 76 airplanes. There's no question that the women and men of the Royal Canadian Air Force have been and continue to do great work with the resources they've been given. The Canadian Armed Forces is also doing a tremendous job risk managing our ability to simultaneously meet our NORAD and NATO commitments with the current fighter fleet. However, the reality is that we now face a capability gap in meeting these commitments. And Madam Speaker, the challenge is that the older planes are less reliable and more difficult to maintain. Maintenance hours relative to operational available hours have increased significantly, and to keep the aircraft both operationally capable and safe for our pilots, they must regularly be removed from the flight line more often to be serviced. Maintenance of any aircraft is important, and unquestionably this government will continue to apply additional resources to the CF-18s, and in fact is doing so now. But even with the application of additional resources, there comes a point at which the risk becomes too great for this government to accept. If we do not move quickly to supplement and replace our fighter capability, we will be left with limited flexibility to respond to both domestic and world events, and limited capability to fulfill our multilateral obligations. We have been clear that the risk of relying solely upon a more than 30-year-old fighter fleet is one our government is not willing to accept. To be a reliable partner and ally, Canada must ensure that we meet our NORAD and NATO commitments, and Canada's fighter capability now and in the future must be able to defend Canada, defend North America in partnership with the U.S., and support international operations. There can be no debate. We must act now to ensure the current and future viability of our fighter fleet. Madam Speaker, as this government announced on November 22nd, we are taking a three-step approach to address the capability gap. First, we announced we will launch an open and transparent competition to replace the CF-18s, and given the time that it will take to conduct such a competition to acquire a permanent fleet, we must also explore an interim solution to supplement our current CF-18 fleet. That is why, on the same day, it was announced that we would explore the potential acquisition of 18 new Super Hornet aircraft to supplement the current CF-18s for an interim period until the transition to the permanent replacement aircraft is complete. As part of this exploration, we are in discussions with the United States government and Boeing.
I apologize. Point of order, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to raise this with the House. I've been listening for the last 3 minutes. We talked about procurement, Super Hornets. I'm just reminding the House of Standing Order 11.2 to stay relevant to the conversation today. There's an opposition motion before the House. So as much as I'd love to discuss the failures on that side on procurement, I think it's not relevant to discussion today, ma'am.
I'm sure the member knows full well that there is a latitude when there is some discussion. I am sure that the member is going to get to her point on the opposition day motion. There is relevancy has to be part of the discussion, and as I mentioned, there is some latitude when members are speaking on specific issues. So I'm sure the member will get to that point. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, parliamentarians and the public can rest assured that our commitment, this government's commitment to address the capability gap is unwavering. We will launch an open and transparent competition, and in the meantime, we will continue to explore the acquisition of the Super Hornets to apply additional resources to our CF-18s. The Royal Canadian Air Force and all Canadians can be confident we will not put our men and women in uniform or our country at undue risk. And as this House is aware, the Government of Canada will soon announce a new defence policy that will ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces are prepared to face defence challenges and contribute to a more stable world now and into the future. The government will release this new defence policy for Canada in the very near future, and it will deliver on our commitment to achieve Canada's defence objectives and to be unwavering in our support for our men and women in uniform. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we heard a lot about procurement and Super Hornets, but today's notice of motion is a confidence motion to the Minister that the House has lost confidence in the Minister and his ability to carry out his responsibilities on behalf of the government, since on multiple occasions the Minister misrepresented the military service and provided misleading information to the House. And I think in that, Madam Speaker, I listened to the Minister and speaking here too, is that there was 3 versions of descriptions that the Minister has claimed his role and responsibilities have been. And I'd like to ask the honourable member, there are 3 different interpretations from the Minister himself, one being that he claimed as a key role as an intelligence officer. Second, he talked about being a reservist working on capacity building for Afghan police. And C, the other version was he was an architect of Operation Medusa. So I'd like to know the honourable member, is it A, B, or C? Thank you.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, I can safely say that I was not in the room where it happened, and that I was neither asked nor responsible to determine the answer to that question. But there was a member of Parliament who is not in this room, but was responsible.
I want to remind the member she's not going to mention who's in the room and who's not in the room. So I just wanted to remind her of that.
Parliament who is charged with that responsibility, and it is his responsibility to ensure that the people that he appoints to his cabinet have the qualifications and the confidence of him and the cabinet, and that would be our Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister has the confidence and has the information to make an informed decision, and then we have the confidence in our Prime Minister. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just curious. I'd like to ask my colleague opposite who wrote her speech for her.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
I was fortunate enough to have a father that served in the Canadian Forces for 36 years, and he retired as a Major General. And I have a husband who also served as an Air Force officer, and I was fortunate to attend Royal Military College, and I served as an Air Force officer. And Madam Speaker, I have friends across this country at all rank levels who both continue to serve or who have been retired for many years. And I can safely say that on many occasions they have told me that they have a confidence in this country, in this government, and in this Prime Minister, and those who he has chosen to serve in his cabinet in all roles. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Madam Speaker, I would like to point out the great confidence I and so many Canadians have in our Minister of National Defence. I'm very proud of the service this minister has made on behalf of Canada. I think it is more important we talk about the work of the minister as the defense minister. Can the member tell the House a bit more about the work happening on the defense file presently, making best policies for our men and women in the uniform?
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are very fortunate to have a government and a minister who has taken on the responsibility of conducting a comprehensive defence policy review. One hasn't happened in at least 20 years, if not longer. I was fortunate enough to be on the team as a low-level person when the original white paper was written for defence in 1995, and to find that we now have another opportunity to make a comprehensive assessment of exactly where we are in this country on defence, what the requirements are, what the changing landscape across the globe is. We are in an unprecedented period of changing instability, and we haven't seen this kind of tectonic shift and unprecedented challenges for at least 25, 30 years. We, as a nation, have to ensure that we understand what that changing landscape looks like, what the threats are, not only from nations, but from non-state actors, not only from conventional warfare, but from cyber threats and hacking and asymmetric threats. We are in an unprecedented time of need, and the Defence Policy Review is an important piece for us going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that after a half hour of speeches from my Liberal colleagues, it's important to remind the House of the Opposition Day motion that's actually before us today, because we've heard more about what our forces will have or won't have under the Liberals than the subject of this motion today. And this motion from my colleague from Selkirk-Interlake-Eastmont is as follows: that the House has lost confidence in the Minister of National Defence's ability to carry out his responsibilities on behalf of the government, since on multiple occasions the minister misrepresented his military service and provided misleading information to the House. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. And I would also like to join my voice to that of all my colleagues today who have thanked the Canadian Armed Forces and its members for the help that it's bringing to the people of Quebec, the people here in Gatineau, and people across Quebec who are dealing with terrible floods. Also today, Madam Speaker, 8 May 2007, we are celebrating the 72nd anniversary of VE Day, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to talk about a man who played an important role in this victory. That was Paul Triquet, a recipient of the Victoria Cross, which, as you probably know, is a very important honor. Paul Triquet is from Cabano, a municipality in the riding of Témiscouata in the lower St. Lawrence. He's a Second World War hero, a member of the Vandus. He climbed the ranks and finished his illustrious career as Brigadier General. He was involved in the Italy campaign as a captain of his regiment, and he was particularly distinguished during the assault of Casa Bellardi in 1943. And because of all his action, well, he received the Victoria Cross, the highest distinction for valor in Britain and the Commonwealth. He also received the Legion of Honor, the only French-Canadian who received the Victoria Cross in the Italian campaign. So he's a Second World War hero, Paul Triquet. And his words were published in a pamphlet on history. And how did he describe his political career? He said, well, when I received this declaration, I got the impression that the King wanted to recognize the merit of Canadians, generally speaking, and not just the merit of one single individual. Madam Speaker, that's how a leader acts in the Canadian Armed Forces. A leader who has been decorated with the highest distinction doesn't appropriate the merit of that medal for himself. Rather, he gave that honor to all the Canadians who had served. Let me quote another Second World War veteran, Madam Speaker, in this case a leader, Winston Churchill, who announced the end of hostilities in Europe on the BBC. And he spoke two speeches on this date in 1945 in Whitehall to celebrate the victory over the Nazis. And now I've translated this, so you'll hear a translation of a translation in English. This is your victory. It's the victory of freedom in every country. Throughout our long history, we have never seen such a grandiose, important day. Everyone, man or woman, you have done your best. All have made their effort. My friends, this is your victory. It's not the victory of a party or a social class. It's the victory of this great British nation in its entirety. Madam Speaker, Winston Churchill, who was certainly one of the architects of the Allied victory, did he take all the credit for the victory in the Second World War? Well, no, Madam Speaker. Why? Well, because a leader doesn't do that. A leader will attribute the success of their campaigns to those who've fought for them. And, Madam Speaker, I've given you these two examples on purpose, an example of a soldier and an example of a politician. Because when it comes to the Canadian Armed Forces, like in any country, it's important to mention that there is a relationship that must exist, a relationship of trust between politicians and our military forces, our soldiers. When a politician is called on to lead the military, that link of confidence trust is incredibly important, Madam Speaker. And if we're here, well, it's not to discuss the minister's military history. No, we're talking about his role as a minister. We're talking about the credit that he's given himself for when he was a soldier. Instead of giving credit to all those that he fought alongside, this minister made a choice. He made the choice of giving himself all the credit for one of Canada's great victories in Afghanistan, Madam Speaker. And not just once. This is something he's done twice, Madam Speaker. Once, that we're aware of. Yes, that we're aware of. When he was a candidate, when he was getting involved in politics, he realized that by giving himself the credit for a victory that was not necessarily his, well, that maybe he'd get a few extra votes and maybe even get into cabinet. And he repeated it after he was minister. Madam Speaker, this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable for somebody who has served in the Canadian Armed Forces on the one hand, and who on the other hand is now the minister responsible for the Canadian Armed Forces. Madam Speaker, I believe that the defense minister did more than make a mistake. The defense minister broke the trust of the men and women who are currently serving in the Canadian Armed Forces. He broke that link of trust, which must bring together, on the one hand, the politicians who lead the men and women of our armed forces, who have to decide on the operations that our forces are going to be undertaking and on the equipment they'll have. When people don't trust their minister, well, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there's a lack of a trust relationship, and that cannot be repaired, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have here the Code of Value and Ethics for the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Forces, and in this Values and Ethics Code, well, you might think that it's only for our soldiers, but no, because this deals both with forces members and public servants who work in defense. Well, they have to follow the same code. Well, why? Because they're working on the MEM files, and sometimes they might have to defend their work together. So when we're asking our forces to do something, well, we need to lead by example. And the Code and Values and Ethics that I have in my hands plans for that. First of all, in the declaration here, it says that Canadians expect that those who are in charge of ensuring their defense act in an ethical and irreproachable way. Now, so the default is that our forces are expected to act in an irreproachable way. It also speaks of the role of the minister in the Canadian Armed Forces. It speaks specifically to the role of ministers. Ministers are also responsible for maintaining the trust of the public, to maintain the integrity of all CF operations, and also to respect the Value and Ethics Code inherent to the public service. So our public servants have to be able to advise our forces professionally and impartially. Once again, Madam Speaker, the minister needs to set the example. And unfortunately, on a number of occasions, here in a specific case where he was wearing both hats, we have an example where the minister did not do that. When we talk about values and the behavior that we expect from people who work at the Department of National Defense and in the services, well, we expect that they will respect the most rigorous ethical standards and that they will communicate and act with honesty and avoid being misleading, Madam Speaker. Accountability is an obligation. They need to respect the values. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces in leadership roles also have to set the example by respecting the force's military values and the common values set out in the Code of Values and Ethics from DND and the Canadian Forces. Madam Speaker, to conclude, allow me to quote an article from Denis Ferland in The Devoir recently. Exaggeration, deformation, creation, bragging, or a lie. That's a question that we're asking, Madam Speaker. I think that the Prime Minister must act because it seems clear that the Minister of Defence is not going to act. It's time that they do the right thing and that the Minister of National Defence resign to reestablish this broken trust, Madam Speaker.
I have questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I certainly want to say that I have tremendous trust in the Minister for National Defence in Canada, and I want to give you a few reasons why. This is the first minister that stepped up and recognized that there needed to be a review of national defence funding and there needed to be a strategy going forward for our military. He is committed to ensuring that that is done. There is $83 billion in investment in new projects for the military operations. He's signed on to NATO. He has supported our NORAD exercises. If you want to talk about trust, let me ask the member this. Why is it that the Conservative government told the public that they could buy 65 F-35s with $9 billion when we know today that is not the case?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larable. Well, Madam Speaker, I would answer with my own question. Can the ministers please explain how he fabricated this so-called capacity gap or capability gap to change the contract and buy Super Hornets without any call for tenders? So, Madam Speaker, I just talked about a couple of events in my speech that are examples of the broken trust between the minister and the forces. Well, now, what the honourable member's question has done is put into question the trust that exists, or clearly does not exist anymore, between this minister and the Canadian public.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Well, I'm surprised by the statements made by my colleague who's talked about the capability gap that apparently doesn't exist. Well, I think he knows that we have a fleet of fighter jets that is aging, that is over 30 years old, and when you were in government, you had you ended the contract for fighter jets, and I think that it's a priority if we want to meet our obligations to the people of Canada when it comes to defending our sovereignty or defending the North with NORAD or NATO. We need to have, if we want to do that, and we made a commitment with our defence policy review, a commitment to ensuring that the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces have the training and the equipment that they need to fulfill their commitments.
Just want to remind members, if they have questions to ask, that they should stand up as opposed to yelling them across. The
Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larable. Response. Madam Speaker, I think the Parliamentary Secretary should be careful before saying things so he doesn't go down the same slippery slope as the minister. Michael Hood, the leader of the Air Force, said that there is sufficient capacity to support transition towards a replacement fighter jet and the life cycle of the CF-18s until 2025, Madam Speaker. Once again, it must be the Defence Minister who wrote the talking points for the Parliamentary Secretary, because the same alternative facts are being repeated.
Now we have a time for a brief question. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague. This is not about his service, folks. It's not about the $12 billion you just cut from the military.
I didn't cut any money to the military.
The military budget. This is about the credibility of the defense minister that took the responsibility of others and he took it from them. He fabricated, not making a mistake, he fabricated twice to build his own empire. Is there a reason why the Liberals at this stage won't answer the question other than talking about a service record, which we agree with.
A response from the member from Mégantic-L'Érable. A brief response would be that I find it deplorable that today our Liberal colleagues used the Canadian Armed Forces to camouflage the unacceptable acts of the Defence Minister. Actions that were condemned by very many people in the armed forces. All those who know the forces know that you can't act that way when you've served in the Canadian Armed Forces, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
So the motion in front of us today reads that this House has lost confidence in the Minister of National Defence to carry out his responsibilities on behalf of the Government of Canada since, on multiple occasions, the Minister has misrepresented his military service, provided misleading information to the House, and has made false statements in the public domain. So I would like to structure my remarks as follows. First of all, I would like to prove to my colleagues of all political stripe in this House that the Minister has in fact misled the House, and then why this is a cause for concern in terms of our carrying out our legislative responsibilities, as well as for providing the resources and sound decisions that are required to lead Canada's military. I want to start, as many of my colleagues have, by expressing from all of us in this place, our deep sense of gratitude and appreciation to all those who have served Canada as part of our armed forces. And it's with that thanks that I want to separate out, as my colleague just mentioned, the fact that we're not evaluating the Minister of Defence based on his service record in the armed forces. We are evaluating his capacity to lead in the position of Minister of Defence. So, on to the first part. Has the Minister, in fact, misled or misrepresented the House? That evidence is very clear. So, there's been a lot of time spent today talking about his misrepresentation in terms of his role in Operation Medusa. If I have time, I'll get back to that. But I think it's very important to look at some of the other factors that have sort of led to this motion being put forward in the House. This is not a motion that's lightly made. And I also want to clarify, because I took umbrage with a comment made by the member from Brampton North. She said, I believe, pretty close to something like this: the opposition has been trying to downgrade and diminish the Minister of Defence's reputation. To be clear, we're not trying to. The opposition is not looking or has any issue with the minister's service record prior to entering politics. The minister, in his own role, has diminished and downgraded his reputation. And that's why we have this motion in front of the House of Commons today. So, in late 2015, the minister said, I haven't had one discussion about the CF-18s. This was in the Globe and Mail on December 21st, 2015. However, emails sent by officials at the Department of Foreign Affairs state the Iraqi Minister of Defense was clearly focused on Canada's decision to withdraw its CF-18 fighter jets from the coalition airstrikes, asking Minister the Minister of Defense, to reconsider this decision on numerous occasions. A month later, the Minister of Defense said that the Iraqi Defense Minister was ecstatic with the role Canada was playing. This is a deliberate misrepresentation of facts, and I believe that this is instance number one, where the Defense Minister has misled the House. As well, Liberal budgets under this Prime Minister have cut billions of dollars from our defense budget. Budget 2016 cut $3.7 billion from capital equipment projects, and Budget 2017 cut $8.48 billion. The only budget increases Canada's armed forces have seen in the past 2 years have come as a result of the defense escalator, which was a policy that was put in place under our previous government. Under this Defence Minister's watch, the Department of National Defence released classified information regarding Canada's military response to a 9/11-style attack. And one of the examples that I just find absolutely egregious was, there's been so much talk about procurement today. In justifying the government's plan to break down its campaign promise and undertake a sole source purchase of 18 Super Hornet fighter jets, the Minister of Defence has repeatedly insisted that the RCAF faces a credibility gap. However, Lieutenant General Michael Hood, Commander of the Air Force, provided a statement to the House Standing Committee on National Defence in which he stated that, quote, there is sufficient capacity to support a transition to a replacement fighter capability based on ongoing projects and a planned life extension to 2025 for the CF-18. So the comments that the minister made about his role in Operation Medusa, when there were so many armed forces members who had a significant impact on actually building that mission out, I think was the straw that broke the camel's back. My concern, so I've now shown a record of how he has misled the House, is what that impact has on our men and women in uniform. So much has been made by my colleagues opposite about the defense review. Look, I don't think that there's a single person in this House of Commons who is going to stand up and say that the military is where it needs to be in terms of provisioning or in terms of funding. We need to do more for them, and it needs to be done in a very strategic way. I also feel that there needs to be an entire rethink on how procurement looks, because it's this inertia, it's this bureaucratic set of craziness that really requires a lot of will, a lot of goodwill with your public service, and a lot of commanding presence to be able to see change. That's something that needs to happen. So if the minister, a lot has been made about the defense review, et cetera, but now it's about the minister's ability to implement those changes. And I had asked the member from Aurora Oak Ridge's Mission Hill, who wrote her speech for a reason. Many of the talking points that were in her speech, to me it sounded like what typically happens on a day like this is departmental staff from whatever department is ahead of it, they have to spend probably 2 days writing speeches for government members. You'll notice she also didn't say who wrote her speech. Can you imagine being a Department of National Defense staff who had to spend their weekend writing speeches to defend this minister's record? And if you sort of push that forward and think about, you know, there's nobody in this House can argue that there hasn't been so many former members of our armed forces or people who are in the armed forces right now who can't but are not happy with the situation, either write to members of parliament or speak out. I could read quote after quote after quote on that regard. How is the minister going to have both the political capability, the will, or the social license within his own department to oversee the change that he needs to make? Now, some of the, I believe the member from Aurora Oak Ridge also said that the PM has full confidence in this minister. To me, if the Prime Minister has full confidence in this minister right now, the Prime Minister's judgment also needs to be called into question. Because if he can't look at this minister and say, look, I'm sure you've had an excellent service record, but this is over 18 months of, poor performance after poor performance in your role as a cabinet minister, then I think the Prime Minister's judgment also needs to be called into question. My colleague from Chilliwack raised a question in the House of Commons last week. He said his question to the Prime Minister was simply, there are many other members of the Liberal caucus who have served in the armed forces, who have significant both operational experience as well as leadership experience. If the Prime Minister wants to put somebody into the Ministry of Defence who has a background in our armed forces, he has some people to choose from. The former government whip, I believe what she just said, the member from Aurora Oak Ridges. There are people within his caucus who have this expertise. So I don't understand why the Prime Minister, after it's very clear that this information has been misleading over and over again, why he continues to, and also whip his caucus into standing up here and saying, look, this is a bunch of talking points on why this minister should have his job. A couple of things in closing, Madam Speaker. I expected the Defence Minister to stand up in this House this morning and refute some of the assertions that I had outlined on the front end of my speech, because I know my colleague from Selkirk Interlake had done that. I expected him to be somewhat contrite, especially with regard to overstating his role in Operation Medusa. Instead, it was this bizarre jumble of talking points, which I think was probably the worst response he would have given in terms of addressing a House of Commons that is essentially assessing his capability to do the job going forward. Today I had the opportunity to look online at our Department of National Defence and Canadian Forces, the Code of Values and Ethics. Under Section 4 in Annex A, it talks about public sector value, and 4.1 is respect for democracy. It talks about the importance of the Canadian parliamentary system, etc. Public servants recognize that elected officials are accountable to Parliament and ultimately to the Canadian people. You know, we've seen this Minister of Defence refuse to allow this House of Commons to debate whether or not we send troops to other areas. And I'll close with this. It says under integrity, integrity is to have unconditional and steadfast commitment to a principled approach to meeting your obligations while being responsible and accountable for your actions. Why hasn't this minister done this? And it's for these reasons that I believe the House should support this motion.
We have time for one question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston. Sorry, I don't know it by heart yet. Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech a few moments ago. I'd like to read a quote, and this quote comes from British Army officer Colonel Chris Vernon, an individual who has no vested interest in this, where he says, without his input as a critical player, a major player, a pivotal player, I'd say Medusa, wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have had the intelligence and tribal picture to put the thing together. Madam Speaker, what is the message here to children? Is it, if I do not apologize for misspeaking, which he clearly did, that if I do not apologize for that, I should be dragged through?
Sorry. I just want to give an opportunity for the member to answer as the time is running out. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, a brief answer, please.
Hopefully the message to children would be, when you sincerely mess up, you lose your job. And you should tell the truth to begin with, Madam Speaker.
At order, it being 6:15 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, May 9, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci, conformément.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. That the House now adjourn.
Earlier this session, I had the opportunity to ask the government about backlogs in privately sponsored refugee programs. But this has become an urgent issue given the situation in Chechnya. Since the last month, we've heard very serious reports out of Chechnya that gay men are being rounded up and taken to essentially what are acting as concentration camps. These men are being tortured. We've heard reports of family members throwing gay men off of roofs to kill them. Essentially, what's happening in Chechnya right now against gay men is a pogrom. It's probably one of the most concerning situations or concerning immediate threats to gay people in that part of the world. While there are so many LGBTQ members around the world who face persecution from governments that have policies to either torture or prosecute or persecute or kill or worse, simply because of who they are and who they love, we can't deny that fact. But certainly what's happening in Chechnya right now is of grave concern. And this whole situation in Chechnya has really, I think, put into question the government's ability to prioritize the most vulnerable when they come to Canada, as well as to ensure that the private-sponsored refugee program works in situations like this where there's an immediate need to see people come to Canada to safety. So there are a few things I would like to see this government do with this regard. Rainbow Refugee is a not-for-profit group which has done amazing work in sponsoring, helping to facilitate through the private sponsorship stream LGBTQ people who are persecuted around the world to come to Canada through our refugee programs. The government has refused to commit to allowing this program to become an ongoing, regularly funded program through the government. And I would ask the government today if they would commit to doing that. I would also ask if they would ensure that through this program that there would be collaboration with private agreement sponsorship holders that aren't impacted through the SAH caps. And I would also ask that the government come up with a way to ensure that there are faster processing times in situations such as the one that I just described. We know that in the outside of the Middle East right now, processing times for the PSR program are up to between 4 and 7 years. I would also like to call upon the government today to formally denounce in every way possible the situation that's happening in Chechnya. We've not heard the government or the Prime Minister do this yet. And I would also like to call upon the government to come up with ways, and beyond the talking points of we rely on the UNHCR to select our refugees to come to Canada, that the government would put forward a concerted effort to actually prioritize the most vulnerable. The fact that this House took nearly 18 months to recognize the Yazidi genocide and then have any Yazidi refugees come to Canada, to me shows a problem in the UNHCR selection process, because we know that the most persecuted can't make it to these camps for selection. So there's a litany of asks there that I think are very common sense, very nonpartisan, and I think very Canadian. And I'm hoping that the government today would be able to finally answer some of these questions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, thanks to the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her question from January 30th, 2017, which I will answer today on behalf of the government. I would also like to thank you for giving me the floor on this important topic today. I can assure the member that the government has a priority for providing protection to both government-supported and privately supported refugees. Like many Canadians, I was heartened to see the outpouring of generosity from Canadians who responded to the government's call to support efforts to resettle Syrian refugees in 2016. With the success of the program come some challenges, including the high level of interest from private sponsors. We have received many more applications than we were able to process within Canada's annual immigration plan, and this has led to long processing times and the need to place limits on the number of new applications we can receive. Currently, Canada has a target of resettling 25,000 refugees in 2017 from all over the world. Planned admissions for resettled refugees in 2017 are double those established for 2015 and in preceding years. In fact, this is one of the highest numbers of refugees and protected persons in our history, and I think we can be proud of that. A key step in reducing this inventory and wait times for privately sponsored refugees is the government's commitment to its 2017 admissions target of 16,000 privately sponsored refugees, which more than triples average admissions prior to 2015. By increasing the annual target, we will be able to process more applications, thereby reducing the inventory and wait times. At the same time, it is important for the government to maintain its government-supported refugee programs, which is why the annual levels plan has a target of 7,500 government-assisted refugees plus 1,500 refugees through the Blended Visa Office Referred Program, which the member is certainly familiar with. Most privately sponsored refugees have a family or community connection to their sponsors. Without the government-supported streams, those in need of protection who lack a family link to Canada and for whom resettlement to a third country is their only option would have no access to Canada. They need the government-supported programs. There are close to 60 million refugees, Madam Speaker, and displaced peoples around the world. Canada will continue to do its part by welcoming people, regardless of their religion or ethnicity.
But there's also a role we can play to support countries that are significant recipients of refugees, whether it's Jordan, Turkey, or Lebanon, or elsewhere in the world. And we have a role to play in countering the conflict and strife that have given rise to so many refugees. Canada is in a unique position to positively influence outcomes for refugees around the world in many ways. That's what we intend to do, and that's what we're already doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time. And once again, I'd like to thank the member for their question.
I'll ask my question in a little bit more direct and simple terms this time. Will the government, who purports to stand up for human rights, prioritize and expedite private sponsor or government sponsor claims for refugees that are gay men in Chechnya who are currently facing a program, and under what timeline, and how many?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
For giving me the opportunity to respond to the member's question, which was asked in this House on the 30th of January 2017. I can assure the member that providing timely protection to privately sponsored refugees is a priority for this government. The government remains committed now, more than ever, to reselling private-sponsored refugees. Contrary to the member's statement, as we previously announced, by the end of 2017, we plan to admit 16,000 privately sponsored refugees, which more than triples average admissions prior to 2015. At the same, it is important for the government to maintain its government-supported refugee programs, which is why the annual levels plan has a target of 7,500 government-assisted refugees, plus 1,500 refugees through the Blended Visa Office Referred program. This will ensure the long-term success of the privately sponsored refugee program, which is and will remain an integral part of Canada's immigration program, one which we are proud of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on January 30th, I stood in this House and asked the Prime Minister to retract what I considered fairly condescending and out-of-touch comments that he made not once but twice. And it's been 105 days since then, but he has done no such thing. And I might have to share with you a little bit of the backdrop to these particular comments. In Saskatoon, at a town hall meeting on January 25th, he was asked why there was very little of the funds promised in Budget 2016 had actually made it to the communities that needed them the most. And Madam Speaker, this is at a time when there was many communities that had declared states of emergency over the suicide crisis, and it was particularly a devastating time for many communities, which unfortunately still continues to this day. What the Prime Minister did say is that money alone will not solve all the issues in remote Indigenous communities, and I actually agree with that. There's more than just money that's going to make a difference. But then the comments actually took a very bizarre turn. He stated, quote, "I've spoken with a number of chiefs who've said, you know, we need a youth center, you know, we need TVs and lounges and sofas so they can hang around. And when a chief says that to me, I pretty much know they haven't actually talked to their young people. Because of the young people I've talked to want a place to store their canoes and paddles so they can connect back out on the land, and a place with internet access so they can do their homework." Madam Speaker, instead of apologizing for painting all youth with the same brush, he actually repeated the question again, the same answer in Winnipeg. Some First Nations chiefs have rightfully called him out. Numerous posts appeared on Twitter asking the Prime Minister to apologize, and my parliamentary colleague, the member for Abitibi Bay, James Nunavut, IU, wrote a tongue-in-cheek open letter in February calling for the creation of a national canoe and paddle program. He wrote, "As Prime Minister, you wrote to every member of the Cabinet affirming that your relationship with Indigenous people is the most important one. So who am I to argue with your recent comments that you know what is best for Indigenous youth facing many critical issues, including a suicide epidemic?" Like the member, I sat on the House of Commons Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, and we recently wrapped up a study of the ongoing and horrific suicide crisis among Canada's Indigenous communities, and especially the youth. So many witnesses came forward with very powerful and emotional testimony, and also telling us what they thought would make their lives better. We heard that Indigenous youth have far higher rates of suicide than the national average. We heard from parents who lost children, chiefs who lost community members, youth who had lost friends, and one man testified that he wanted to take his own life at the age of 12. And we heard from a heartbroken father who had lost his son just 6 months earlier. We heard for the need for consistent mental health services, good education, well-built homes, safe drinking water, recreational facilities, and opportunities for jobs. One passionate young man told us, "You see, a lot of suicides can be linked to low economic opportunity. They don't feel there's a lot for them to do out there. Sitting on welfare is not a great option for them, and it gets depressing." Grand Chief Sheila North echoed his comments, talking about the need to provide hope. How is a young man, a young father, a young husband supposed to feel when they don't have any jobs? So, Madam Speaker, this response by the Prime Minister was truly unacceptable, and I hope we have a different kind of response.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for raising this important issue. I think it's clear that mental wellness of Indigenous youth is a critical issue, and addressing and preventing Indigenous youth suicide is and must always be a priority for our government. It is for this reason that Health Canada provides over $300 million annually to support the mental wellness needs of First Nations and Inuit communities. These activities include mental health promotion, addictions and suicide prevention initiatives, crisis response services, and aftercare treatment, and supports for eligible former students of Indian residential schools and their families. Funding for community-based mental wellness programs is tailored by communities so that they are rooted in culture and meet the needs of the people that they serve. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, our government is responding to the mental wellness needs of Indigenous youth by taking a strength-based approach and supporting community-based wellness initiatives that include aspects of language and culture, physical fitness and arts, and on-the-land activities. As well, we are increasing access to mental health services.
Budget 2017 proposes an investment of $204.5 million over 5 years to increase support for First Nations and Inuit mental health services, programming and access to mental health professionals, including traditional healers.
I'm pleased to remind the House, Madam Speaker, that on June 13th, 2016, the Prime Minister announced approximately $69 million over 3 years to meet the immediate mental health needs of First Nations and Inuit communities.
This funding is enhancing capacity at local and regional levels to provide essential mental health services that respond to both current crisis and to prevention.
This funding will achieve the following objectives, Madam Speaker: creating new mental health crisis intervention teams, increasing the number of mental wellness teams serving First Nations and Inuit communities. 3, investing in training for frontline workers. 4, supporting Inuit-specific suicide approaches to mental wellness. And finally, 5, providing access to a culturally safe 24-hour First Nations and Inuit Hope for Wellness helpline. In July 2016, the Inuit Taperet Kanatami released its National Inuit Suicide Prevention Strategy. Our government is providing $9 million over 3 years to support its implementation. Our government is working with ITK and Inuit partners to determine further actions moving forward. In addition, Health Canada provides coverage for mental health counselling services through the Non-Insured Health Benefits Program, NIHB. These mental health counseling benefits are available to all NIHB clients, including youth, and are designed to provide coverage for needed counseling services, helping to address immediate mental health needs.
The team proposes to provide new funding for NIHB program, making it easier for individuals and families to access culturally appropriate health care, prenatal escorts, and expanding access to mental health professionals. As well, $15 million was announced for harm reduction measures as part of the Canadian Drug and Substance Strategy. I think my time is almost over. There's more that I could mention, but I just want to thank the member for her question. I'll have more time perhaps in my rebuttal.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, the witnesses that appeared before us at over 19 meetings spoke of the real needs of Indigenous youth. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, members of all parties in this House heard from chiefs, parents, experts, mental health workers, departmental officials, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, and youth themselves. And to be frank, in those meetings and community visits, canoe storage did not come up. This sort of rather flippant comment, I think, even though it's many months later, it still hurts, and we still would look forward to an apology in terms of what really was some condescending and stereotypical comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying, our government supports the mental wellness needs of First Nations and Inuit youth by funding initiatives to improve access to mental health programs and services in their own communities. In addition to the over $300 million provided annually to community mental wellness supports, our government recently announced an additional $69 million over 3 years to address immediate mental wellness needs.
This new funding will create new mental health crisis teams and increase the number of communities served by the multidisciplinary mental health teams. It will enable the investment in the training of workers, it will support the National Inuit Suicide Prevention Strategy, and it will provide a free helpline for the well-being of First Nations and Inuit. Our government's already applying the full meaning of Jordan's Principle. Since the announcement of up to $382.5 million in July 2016, work has begun to proactively take measures to put First Nations children first and prevent jurisdictional disputes from arising. All of the cases up to now have been treated with care and diligence with the aim of finding solutions. Thank you.
Mr. West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rose in this House with regards to issues on the Canada-U.S. border related to the provision of services for those with permanent resident status or landed immigrant status, Canadians, under the Trump initiative that would actually set out and ban preventing some individuals entering the United States. And why this becomes pertinent, Madam Speaker, for those who are not from my area, Windsor-Detroit region has a significant portion of the trade between Canada and the United States. In fact, basically 35% of Canada's daily trade with the United States takes place within 2 kilometers on the border. As well, Madam Speaker, is that we have around 10,000 healthcare professionals per day that cross into the United States to provide services into their hospital systems. So in geography sense, we also rely upon, Madam Speaker, upon emergency services in the United States, because if we want to travel up the highway, it could take up to 2 hours to get to the London facilities, where, say, for example, when we have premature babies, pregnancies that are high risk, and we have children who are suffering from an accident or some type of health emergency, it's often quicker to get them into the Detroit region. And that also applies for, Madam Speaker, adults. In fact, one of the first cases that we dealt with related to this problem was an ambulance that was carrying a heart attack patient, actually having a heart attack going across the Canada-U.S. border, who was delayed at the border to get to medical treatment in the United States, literally within a few hundred meters to a kilometer away. And not because of the proper process hadn't taken place, but because of documentation. So that problem was fixed, Madam Speaker, because there was a protocol put in place. Now, with the Trump initiative, that put things upside down, so to speak. And so we had a number of different questions and problems from our hospitals related trying to ensure that we would actually have children who are in life and death situation, or mothers with high-risk pregnancies would not be allowed to get into the United States. And why that's important, Madam Speaker, is that often the victims of these policies could have been anything from refugees to those with permanent residence. So let's take a look in terms of those two groups. The refugees, Madam Speaker, are those that Canada has allowed to come into Canada, have gone through the proper security process and screening, and these are women predominantly, and some children that might need medical attention right away. And if you wanted to look at the past with regards to refugees' contribution to Canada, you just have to look at our Governor Generals, for example, or in the world, Albert Einstein was a refugee. So these individuals can go on to do, and have gone on to do, tremendous things. Permanent residents, Madam Speaker, that were also under suspicion of not being allowed into the United States under this problem, also are an issue. They've gone through our vetting process or immigration process, and they are just waiting, Madam Speaker, for the test to be applied to them. And again, what we're talking about is individuals who are either pregnant, women who are pregnant, or children that are vulnerable because of medical conditions. So the question was to sort this out. At the time, the minister was indicating that they had protocol taken place, when the fact of the matter is I was in constant discussions with border people and protocol people from the hospitals, and we had no certainty to that. So I would like an update with regards to that right now, Madam Speaker, because on the border we don't have much of a choice. And again, these are life and death situations that we're talking about. These are people that have been securely vetted vetted through the entire system, and there are also people that, once again, Madam Speaker, that are extremely vulnerable, being women or children.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Windsor West for raising this question on January 31st, 2017. As you know, Madam Speaker, the United States issued an executive order on March 6, 2017, introducing measures restricting travel for certain nationalities. The executive order was expected to come into effect on March 16, 2017. However, it is our understanding that court orders in the U.S. are currently suspending the implementation of certain provisions of the executive order. Individuals traveling to the United States should always verify U.S. admission requirements prior to their travel. Ultimately, the U.S., like Canada and all countries, has the sovereign right to decide who can enter its territory. But the government continues to work with our U.S. counterparts to ensure that Canadian citizens and permanent residents can continue to travel to the U.S. and continue to contribute to the strong personal and economic ties between our two countries. Should the executive order come fully into effect, our understanding from the United States is that Canadian citizens and Canadian permanent residents with valid Canadian permanent resident cards and valid U.S. visas who are eligible to travel to the U.S. would not be denied entry into the United States. So, Madam Speaker, some people are wondering about how a re-implemented executive order would affect Canada's refugee and in-Canada asylum policies. I can assure this House that Canada has and will continue to have a strong asylum system that provides protection to those in genuine need. Madam Speaker, the government will continue to monitor the status of the order and to work with situations regarding entry into the United States as they arise. We also look forward to working with the U.S. as it reviews parts of its resettlement programs. And Madam Speaker, Canada will continue to be a country that will welcome immigrants and refugees. And as the member rightfully pointed out, I couldn't agree more when he talks about the value of refugees. He's quoted Albert Einstein. Our very own immigration minister is a refugee too, and I think we have to recognize the value that refugees and immigrants bring to this country when they arrive to our shores. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, and regarding the issue that he's brought before the House on the 31st of January, we will continue to keep Canadians informed on this issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's intervention. What I'm concerned about and what I'll be looking forward to is further work to stop an accident from taking place that we know could potentially happen. There appears to be some issues still pending with regards to refugees in terms of clarity, because if they are refugees settled into the Windsor region and not having the support services necessary is an issue, as well too is that the interpretation of the border service agencies in the United States could also put people at risk in this process as well too. And Madam Speaker, I'll just conclude with this, that coming up is National Nurses Week. That is very important, Madam Speaker, and as I noted in my precursor, that we have a surplus in many respects of educated people that the United States draws upon to actually work in the United States to save lives every single day. And I remind that when I'm in Washington. And the nurses in our region, not only on the American side, but the Canadian side, have made strong well-being for our living conditions that we have.
The Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire pour la Ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In answering the question, as you know, a new executive order was signed on March 6, 2017, introducing measures restricting travel for certain nationalities. It's our understanding that court orders are currently blocking the implementation of the executive order. However, as the situation is evolving, we continue to work with our U.S. counterparts to ensure that Canadian citizens and permanent residents can continue to travel to the U.S. under the same conditions as have always applied. In January, the minister had received assurances from the United States that Canadian citizens and Canadian permanent residents with valid permanent resident cards and who are eligible to travel to the U.S. would not be denied entry into the country. Individuals traveling to the United States are encouraged to verify U.S. admission requirements prior to their travel. Madam Speaker, the government will continue to engage with officials in the American administration to monitor the status of this order and to keep Canadians informed on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.